be looking at something that you might want to pay attention to depending on how we see that main track playing as well.
Wait, early stakes action though, coming up in race 2, the Grade 2 Man of War. As we take a look, going a mile and 3/8 on the turf, really does center around Farbridge, who is 3 to 5 on the morning line. He'll rematch with Padiddle, who certainly has been effective since switching back to turf. Finished 3rd after being claimed just 3 starts back by Fernando Abreu.
Yeah, Padiddle is one that has taken a big step forward, but got to save all the ground in this spot. And Corruption, who ultimately finishes 2nd in here at a big price that Farbridge was able to go by. He's not a bum either. I mean, he was able to string several consecutive victories together, and he has that good early speed. So certainly didn't lose too much in not defeating him by a more emphatic margin in here. Farbridge, one that tends to have that ability to pass horses towards the inside, want to stick towards the rail and have more of a margin of victory, but he's shown in the past that yes, he can still make that rally towards the outside, and he is poised to take a step forward off of this return race, and this will be his 2nd start of the year. He took a step forward last year when doing so, and if he does so again, he's going to be awfully tough as a horse that's also extremely tactical.
Went a mile and a half off the layoff last time out for the first start of his 5-year-old season. Won that Pan American down at Gulfstream. Looks like it should be a strong race to set him up for the rest of the year. Perhaps standing in his way, though, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the program, is Anglophile down to the inside. Maggie, now it's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle, but he is remarkably consistent.
That's right, Acacia. September 2023 was the last time that we saw Anglophile in a winner's circle, but he does come in off of a very good effort at Keeneland in the Grade 2 Elkhorn, in which that race, I don't know, it wasn't predominantly forward horses that performed well, but he was really far off of it and had to do more work and make up more ground than any of the others in here. As you saw, Utah Beach, the 2 gray horses and limited liability towards the rail there, they're going to kind of pull away and separate themselves, and then you'll see number 7, Anglophile, really gobbling up the ground late. Now he's actually turning back a bit in distance from a mile and a half to the mile and 3/8 here today, and he is the other English Channel in this race along with Farbridge, so you don't have to worry too much with that progeny handling a course that has given it, though Acacia, his absence of early speed, I think, does make him vulnerable. And does that make a horse like Capture the Flag the biggest threat to Farbridge?
Tactics certainly will come into play. Maggie, thank you, especially in a compact field, as she kind of touched on with Capture the Flag. He's a horse that seemed rating last time in the Pan American was not the right choice for him. He was able to wire the field in the McDermott down at Gulfstream 2 starts back.
He was, and he just never saw the rail in his last start, and ultimately just was spun wide on both turns in that race, had no impact in the later stages. And then his last race, 2 back, as you mentioned, where he was forwardly placed, he has a win at the distance, winning that McDermott. So we'll see what the tactics are with him today. You have to imagine that they're going to be forwardly placed, and maybe his true level of ability somewhere between those last 2 starts.
We'll find out how it plays out. Early graded stakes action in the Man of War in race 2. Here's what's coming up. Our show in 2 chunks today. We'll have races 1 and 2 from Belmont at the Big A for you here. We come back at 4 o'clock, starting with race 6. We have races 1 to 3 at Monmouth, then 8 to 10 a little bit later on. They're off the turf there, but of course looking forward to the Long Branch. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne's Farm. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRA Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. You can enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nyrabets.com to get started. Well, with opening day over at Monmouth Park, we brought in the big guns. We had the team over there on the Jersey Shore getting ready to cover opening day and all of the action. Lafitte Pinkai here with us. Great to see you, Lafitte. And what's the vibe like down there for opening day at Monmouth?
Great vibe. Getting a tattoo that says Acacia referenced me as the big gun. And what a great day to spend the off week between the first 2 jewels of the Triple Crown, between the great racing at Aqueduct and here opening day Monmouth Park, a celebration for the 80th season. Jonathan, for somebody watching who's never been to Monmouth Park, for somebody who's never watched a race at Monmouth Park? Like what can they expect to see over the next several weekends going right through Labor Day?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, there's some great racing here, obviously, with the Haskell. Some of my favorite horses ever have run in the Haskell. Rachel Alexandra, to be probably the Good Magic, American Pharaoh. So that helps quite a bit with the great racing. But it's also just a nice laid-back vibe, shorts, flip-flops. I've already had one hot dog. We have a little bit of a break in the show today. I'm going to see how many more I can have. The goal is 4. We'll see if it goes down.
Over under about 4.5.
Yeah,
I've set the line.
It's a lot of fun. It's just, you know, a lot of families, and it's and like I said, it's a real laid back vibe. A little bit different than last week when I was in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, the dichotomy there. What we love about this sport, how nothing cookie cutter about it. And here, opening day, Monmouth Park 2025 in the first race in about 15 minutes. The feature, really good 3-year-old racing today. Peter Pan, Belmont at the Big A, Long Branch here. Important race to the winner, automatic berth in the Naira Betts Haskell Stakes. Monmouth's biggest race, July 19th. Number 8, Pascaline, West Virginia bred, 5-2. Morning line favorite. Let's revisit his latest 3 weeks ago. Big A, Bayshore, JK. Rail trip for Pascaline. And watch this, like a few unorthodox strides before finishing a solid third.
He did a solid third because he ran into a very good one-turn horse in Moplex, the winner of this race. Pascaline's the type of horse that if you look back in his past performances, as a 2-year-old, he ran well going a mile, so the distance shouldn't be a problem for him. And to me, he feels like a horse, the way he's reaching right here, it's just he's running against horses that are probably better at this one-turn game. He'll get a chance to go 2 turns here today.
A MIG question for you. Outside post, that 2-turn race you mentioned, is that for you? Is that a concern at all or a non-factor?
No, it's not a big deal for me. This horse has tactical speed, so he should be able to at least get over a little bit. He's also going to be in the clear. I would much prefer have the best horse in the clear, not have to worry about traffic. You'd see him in behind horses last time. He can handle it, but no, it doesn't bother me at all.
For him, Pascaline, the morning line favorite, 5-2 in the Long Branch, the feature today at Monmouth Park. As for the competition, we welcome in Paul LaDuca. Standing by, he'll be here all meet. Paulie, trainer Chad Brown has sent Lordship from New York. He was cross-entered in the Peter Pan there, and the the feature of the Long Branch here. Opts for the Long Branch. What did that decision come down to?
Well, I think it came down to a couple decisions, and you know, I want to give credit to our team that basically came up with this. This wasn't my information. That listen, the outside post that he drew in the Peter Pan, they were not worried about the 1 1/8 distance. He's bred to run all day. Just getting that outside slot, that 10 hole, and now coming here and getting the 3 hole. I think you got to. I think it's a vote of confidence too for a horse like Lordship that they actually entered this horse in the Peter Pan and in only his 2nd career start. And you know, just drawing the complete outside, I think the Chad Brown camp just decided, listen, let's go back to where we were. And Tampa has been a good feeder track here when it comes to Monmouth Park. And you know, Sammy Camacho stays on the horse. Dylan Davis was going to ride the horse in New York, so you get the same rider on the horse, had a bad beginning, and I think could be a major contender here in only his 2nd career start, Lafitte.
Yeah, Paulie, Chad Brown coming off that big weekend at Churchill Downs. 3 Grade 1 victories on the undercard of the Kentucky Oaks and Derby. Today with Lordship, major player in the Long Branch. JK, it's not impossible. We've seen it before. A horse sweeping the Long Branch and the Haskell. It's been a while. Lionheart back in 04. I don't know that there are any Lionhearts in the field, but if one of these 3-year-olds has that kind of upside, who might it be?
Yeah, I mean, I would say maybe Pascaline has shown the most talent. He has the fastest numbers. But a horse like Lordship for Chad Brown, if he can take a step forward, and he has to take a step forward, if he can take a step forward, he's one that can potentially get involved in the Haskell as well.
Like that maiden win, see what he does in his 2nd career start. That's a little bit later on. The 9th race here, the featured Long Branch opening day feature at Monmouth Park. Of course, we invite you to play with us. Sign up, NairaBets.com, and combining the great races. Belmont at the Big A, Monmouth. How about this $15 bonus? Earn $15 just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $75 each on Belmont at the Big A today and get $15 win or lose. Opt in now at NairaBets.com. Love to see it. Horses in that beautiful Monmouth paddock means we're getting closer. The first race on this first day of the 50th season. Riders up, post parade next. Great to have you with us. Opening day Monmouth on Fox Sports 2.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5. First post, 1250.
The Jersey Shore, all about beaches and boardwalks, right? As of today, weekend warriors, on this spectacular spring afternoon, you have another option. Just 2.5 miles inland sits Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey. It's opening day at the track affectionately known as the Shore's greatest stretch. Is this colt good enough to compete in Monmouth's greatest race? Pascaline, 5-2 morning line favorite in the Long Branch. Local stepping stone to the mid-July Naira Betts Haskell. What a cool venue, Monmouth Park in Oceanport. Horses have just left the paddock from the Crow's Necks here. He's still Jonathan Kinchen. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We'd love to wax poetic further about opening day, but we have business to tend to. Just about 5 minutes out to the first race. Some changes here off the turf on the main track now, JK. Who wins the first race of the brand new meet?
Yeah, I mean, the money's coming in on the 10 and the 11. I prefer the 11. I think the 10 has that one nice race last time where I think got a huge setup. The pace fell apart in front of him. They're betting him like he's going to get that same setup here. I'm not quite sure about that. I'll go with the outside horse, the 11. Very similar prices.
So we'll meet the field here post-parade again. Those horses just left the paddock, a mile on the main track. Again, no turf racing this afternoon as they hit the track. Allowance runners, fillies and mares. There's Miss Katz number 3 and Sammy Marin, jockey title winner at Tampa Bay Downs.
Has a dirt race 3 back, but I don't think it's good enough for this group.
Dinah Soar pictured with Jose Ferrer 9-1.
Ran well enough last time, got loose on the lead. I don't see that happening here today.
Cleopatra's Nile sharp 4 straight this year.
Last time she was on dirt, she won by 10.
Yep. 5-1, big price. 6 is out, Madam Mischief. Number 7, Miss Annabella here with Frankie Pennington.
Another horse that took advantage of a slow pace, got loose last time. I don't see that happening here today.
And her toes in the post parade. Numbers 8 and 9 are out. You'll see there she is. It's good to be Jose. 1 of 2 entered main track only.
Yeah, it's good to be Jose. This horse ran well last time. It got a huge setup. The pace fell apart.
Concrete Phase 6-5, the favorite.
Yeah, this is the one I like. Drawn towards the outside, should be able to stay clear. Has some tactical speed to be able to work out a tactical position. even money, probably a taste lower than I would like, but I think that might click up a little bit.
Who's going to win the first race of the brand new meet? We'll find out in 4 minutes. And while we're living in the moment, celebrating opening day, important to remember how it all came to be numerically. Let's go by the numbers. Monmouth Park first opened in 1870 nearby Eatontown, 33 years before the first official World Series was played. 2 decades later, a new racetrack constructed, opened next to the old location where racing continued. For more than half century, fast forward 1946, the last move right here in Oceanport under the steady guidance of Amory Haskell. 40 years later, a sale. Monmouth Park acquired by the New Jersey Sports and Exposition Authority. 2007, Monmouth Park host of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Weather not great. Curlin was. 3 years later, 2020, the $1 million meet. 50 days of racing, $50 million in purses offered. $1 million a day. You do the math. Biggest crowd. The number is 60,983. The day a Triple Crown winner won the Haskell American Pharoah, and this season celebrating an 80th anniversary. 9 graded stakes races, 7.8 million in stakes purses. The Naira Bets Haskell, July 19th, Monmouth Park. By the numbers, and exciting to do it all over again. 80th season, opening day, first race, 2 minutes out to Poly Trackside.
Yeah, and this is an absolutely beautiful day and a packed trackside Lafitte for race number 1 here. And, you know, I'm with Jonathan here. The 11 is the horse to beat. Now, Paco Lopez is going to take a lot of money. He's the leading rider here almost every year, and he's really tough to beat. And when you get these off-the-turf races, you're looking for the main track only. So the 10 and 11 here are the main horses. Now, I do look at the 5 in here, Cleopatra's Nile. 1 race on the turf was taking off the dirt and raced on the dirt in a 4-horse field. The horse parked. Now, never back on the dirt. That was the only race, and you're getting 9-2. But I just focus on the 2 horses on the outside, the 10 and 11, because I just think those are the 2 horses to beat. I'm going to side with the 10 a little bit over the 11 just because of the price. Jamie Ness is very tough to beat, and this one by Super 99, a Maryland bred. But I'm going to go with Kathleen Damasi. You know, this horse might be better around 1 turn Lafitte, but I think he might be okay against this group. And I will say this, she actually galloped away quickly from the post parade. She was gone, and she was away from everybody, away from this crowd as they're barbecuing down there. She's probably smelling the barbecue. But I think the filly by Constitution will be tough, along with the other horse on the outside, the 11. So I'm going to go 10-11 here. Let's go with It's Good to Be Jose.
Good to be Jose. Polly's top selection for this first race. Warm-up continues on this fast track. On the main track, no turf racing this afternoon, JK. The pace, what can we expect to see early on?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the 10 probably ran the best last race, but you got to consider the pace in here. I thought that horse got a huge setup. I like to look at Timeform US. It's a speed figure program that can tell you how fast horses ran early in races. If you look at It's Good to Be Jose's last race, the pace was extremely fast early, meaning all the horses that were forward got tired as they were coming for home, and It's Good to Be Jose sat back, was patient, and came running late. We call that getting a big setup. In this spot, he could get that setup again. I just don't see where there's a lot of blazing early speed. There's horses that got fortunate last time and found the front end, but they did it in very easy paces. I don't think that they're going to go too fast here to set it up for the 10. It's Good to Be Jose. Now, if he does get that pace, which is the game that we're playing here, if he does get it, then Paulie's going to be right. He'll come blowing by all of them. I'm going to go with the 11. I just trust him a little bit more.
Even money as they circle about. Handicapping Monmouth in general, main track races, is there anything as a handicapper, do you treat Monmouth differently for any reason whatsoever?
Well, no, your eyes have to go to Paco Lopez. The amount of races he wins here, it can sometimes be frustrating because he's always on short-priced horses. You can find value on other horses, and then Paco comes rolling down the stretch and beats you. You have to be careful because he has so much success here. He finds himself on typically the best horse. It's a little bit of chicken and egg, right? Is it Paco that's getting good horses because he's really good, or does it help Paco look really good because he's getting good horses?
I'm not saying he's a Rod Ortiz, but I'm saying it's the same theory in handling star jockey Rod Ortiz at Saratoga when seemingly every horse he's in the saddle of is predictably overbet.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's the Irad of the Jersey Shore. How about that?
11-time champion rider Paco Lopez here at Monmouth Park. We're ready to rock and roll. It is the 80th season of racing at Monmouth Park, but for track announcer Matt Dinnerman, just his second on the mic. Did a great job this winter and spring at Oaklawn Park, and now standing by with the load and call of this first race live from Monmouth on Fox Sports 2.
Miss Annabella. Two back. It's Good to Be Jose coming up post position number 10. And after It's Good to Be Jose, we'll wait on Concrete Phase. 10 races today, opening day, ladies and gentlemen, of the 2025 meet. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park for the 2025 summer season. Good beginning for all the runners in the race. Miss Annabella gets the first call of the season. She's on the lead and clears off. In fact, Miss Annabella, as they charge into the first turn, gets to the rail, establishes a good position, and leads the way by about a length here. Concrete Phase right on her tail, running in second. Cleopatra's Nile third to the inside of It's Good to Be Jose. And then Dinosaur towards the back of the pack with Mrs. Katz as they swing up the backstretch. A compact group separated by just 3 lengths up the backstretch. Miss Annabella carving out the fractions in the opener, not going all that fast. Leads 3 parts of a length. In second is Concrete Phase. It's Good to Be Jose right outside of her, 3 deep, a length and a half off the lead with Cleopatra's Nile to the inside. The Dinosaur clearly in the second last spot, and Mrs. Katz now trails, can see them all 5 behind as they're halfway home in the opener. Miss Annabella into the turn at 11-1, a neck in front. Concrete Phase turning up the pressure as they go into the turn. Cleopatra's Nile niggled along from the inside third. Dinosaur has some horse between horses, has to tap on the brakes though when a little bit tight here on the outside. It's Good to Be Jose is sent along, and Mrs. Katz is still at the back, needs to turn it around as they come off the corner in the opener. Miss Annabella, now Concrete Phase is even with her, going better. Concrete Phase is taking the lead with Paco Lopez, furlong to go. Concrete Phase blows past Miss Annabella, who weakens down at the rail, just tries to hold on for a minor award, but inside the 16th pole, it's all Concrete Phase for the Jamie Ness barn. Concrete Phase wins the opener by 4. Good battle for second, got pretty tight there. I think It's Good to Be Jose just got it over Miss Annabella and Dinosaur, who was 4th across the finish.
Picking up right where he left off. Paco Lopez in the opener, Concrete Phase, 7-5 at post time in the opener, Monmouth Park.
Mama, there goes that man again. Look, here's the thing with Paco. This is what happens all summer long. You can try to get creative. You can try to see chinks in the armor of the horses he's on, and then he goes off and he wins by 4 lengths.
Mama, there goes that man. I was trying to figure out like a hand down, man down reference, but couldn't quite tie it in. From the outside, Paco Lopez in Concrete Phase, and you could see just biding her time, sitting just off the leader, perched off of the front runner up the queue.
Absolutely, and I mean, in the rider Isaac Castillo on the 10 did a great job putting the 10 in the race, not letting that horse get too far back, and gave everything he had. He just wasn't quite good enough for the winner.
Just getting started here at Monmouth Park. We'll have the results when we come back, plus that terrific Saturday program, Belmont at the Big A, 5 stakes races. We'll have it all for you right here on Fox Sports 2 with horses who have arrived in the paddock. Belmont at the Big A, live look. 10 Cent Town, he's due. Been way too long, 16 months since his last victory. Is today the day? That's next, the opener, Belmont at the Big A.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin. Bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, he was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. with Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical 3rd leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
So glad you could join us. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Your Sandcastle skills, JK, are next level. Next level, my friend. A+ work.
It was hard.
I
got sand in my shoes. That's actually not true because I don't have shoes on. I'm wearing like flip-flops. That's Monmouth Park.
It's like a day at the beach, man. It's just like another day at the office for Paco Lopez. Right off the bat with concrete phase right here, traveling best of all as they turn for home.
Look, I mean, he gets the best horses, but he puts them in the right spot. And I think that's why Paco has the success that he has here. And I think that's why a lot of trainers and owners, when they have a nice horse, they go to Paco. And it's the gift that keeps on giving.
Wonder if he'll ever look back. Current leading rider of this 80th race meet at Monmouth Park. 480. And yeah, as Paul mentioned pre-race, they're the main track only entrance. They run 1-2.
Nothing wrong with that at all, and it's something that you'll see very often. Sometimes the main track only can get a little bit overbet. You got to be careful, but I thought that these 2 horses offered some pretty good value.
Race 1 in the books. Again, that Long Branch, race number 9 here with a spot in the Haskell starting gate. On the line, I'll have it for you right here on America's Day at the Races. Meantime, back Belmont at the Big A Aqueduct. Ready to get this party started, Acacia. We don't have to wait too long for that Man of War Race 2. First things first, New York Breds taking center stage in Race 1.
A fun way to kick off the card, Lafitte, the New York bred Allowance, sprinting on the main track. And right now it's 10 Cent Town, who's currently the heavy favorite for Rick Dutrow. As we welcome Maggie back in. Maggie, 10 Cent Town may be the favorite, but there are a couple of other very intriguing prospects in this field.
There are, and they're the tried and true veterans of this New York bred division, as we'll check in with one horse that is just kind of an endearing type, at least from my perspective, and that is number 1, Defusky Island for Rudy Rodriguez, who did go back in and reclaim this horse, I should say, 2 starts ago, and then he promptly gave him a little break. And I had mentioned in the paddock that Rudy had done this before, and it looked as though it had paid off. And the same thing was evident again when looking at this guy. But unfortunately for him, he found himself in a tough spot in which What's Up Bro was another speed to his inside, and while Defusky Island broke on top, What's Up Bro had run on his mind that day, and Defusky Island just tired by the time that they hit the head of the lane. So possibly he needed that start, but I'm not ready to give up on him yet. He looks fantastic here yet again, and you know, it simplifies things for the reigning Eclipse Award winner for Outstanding Jockey and Flavien Prat. And while I respect Ruben Silveira, he's done well over the winter. There's nothing like getting Flavien on a horse here for Rudy Rodriguez. As number 5, Acoustic Ave, he's one that comes off a little bit of a freshening, first off the claim for Linda Rice, and I think he looks sensational. Looks like a completely different horse than what I saw from him over the winter time. His coat's gone the right way. He looks like a shiny copper penny, and before he looked like a dirty penny on the floor. He just looks so much better, and he does come off of a disappointing effort, but I like the time that Linda gave to this guy off of that poor effort as the beaten favorite. Comes back in a realistic spot where she claimed him from, and I think Acoustic Ave will run back to some of his better efforts, Acacia.
7-2 on Acoustic Ave right now. Maggie, thank you. Always dangerous with Linda Rice picking up a horse through the claim and gets Jose Lascano in the saddle as well. As we take a look at the rest of this field, 10 Cent Town, 9-5 right now. Does have some natural early speed for Rick Dutrow, who of course has Captain Cook waiting in the wings a little bit later on for today's Peter Pan.
And he's going to be a heavy favorite in that spot, though a contentious field surrounding him, and he'll look to be forwardly placed in there, as 10 Cent Town probably will be in here.
I want to remind everybody you can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. So what do you think about the favorite here, Sarah? We'll take a look at his last start. Finishing second, he's run some fast races. He's been consistent throughout. Is he very much the horse to beat in this race?
He is, and I have no problems with him, except that he's one that lately, when he's run some of his better races, he's been up and on the pace, and I feel as though in this spot, with a very slight cutback in distance for him from the 7 furlongs to the 6 again, which I think is a little bit more within his wheelhouse, he's going to be dealing with some other speed to his inside, and even with heavyweight champs to his outside. He's shown that he's an adaptable type. He doesn't have just one way of going, and so maybe he can sort of overcome that type of circumstance in here if everybody decides to be aggressive, which we know is a big if sometimes. But he's one that it's been a while since he's got himself to the winner's circle, and I just don't know that he's going to be doing it the same way.
The last win came back in January when first off the claim for the Rick Dutrow barn. He's on his toes now, 3-2 heading out. Dylan Davis going to be aboard, and I think your point about the pace is interesting because there does not seem to be any situation in which factually correct to his inside is not on the lead. And we'll see what Romero Mirage tends to do with heavyweight champs. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting off with the New York bred Daufusky Island. First time in New York bred company in quite a while.
Absolutely. This one looking to rebound off of that last race where he was just in chase mode towards the outside, and he'll look to use some of his early speed to stay in contact with the other speed types.
Brajol off a bit of a freshening since February.
He'll need to get a little bit faster and hope that the pace heats up in here. He was riding a strong rail on his way to victory last time out, but he's been in good form.
Here's factually correct, finished behind Grey Wing last time out, who we just saw come back to win.
I think this one is going to be the speed of the speed, gets a jockey upgrade to Manny Franco, and goes first off the claim from Michelle Nevin, who has great numbers in dirt sprints.
10-1 right now. There's your favorite 10 Cent Town for Rick Dutrow.
He's been a short price in many of his last starts. He has consistency. He's run similar types of numbers, and he's tactical.
First off the claim for Linda Rice, there's Acoustic Ave.
This one says that he stumbled at the start last time out. It was more of a bobble and just sort of an awkward break where he broke outwards and didn't really do any running after that. I think that he's one that could get back to some much faster races, and if he does, he's going to get the right kind of setup.
Heavyweight champs kind of holds the key to the race with his natural speed.
Right. How aggressive are they early with him? He does draw advantageously towards the outside, but he's one that he does his best work when he's able to control or at least be right up and on the pace.
Well, as mentioned, could be a big afternoon for trainer Rick Dutrow. He's standing by with Maggie.
He's going to look to get things rolling here in the first race as Rick sending out the 3-2 current favorite in 10 Cent Town. Now, as a trainer, do you buy into the theory of third off the layoff? Often you see their best effort?
Only when I hear it, you know. It doesn't mean that he's going to fire a bullet. It's just only when I hear it. I know, I don't say it, but I heard it. Somebody out there say it. So I hope it's true for him today.
Well, how is he doing? He looks spectacular.
He is doing great. He come out of his race very good. Looks like a picture. We're just so happy with him.
Are you happy with Captain Cook, who we'll see later on in the Peter Pan?
Yeah, he's doing very good. We're very happy with him. The other one too. Both of them come out of the race good. Hadn't been anything in their way with their training. Just as happy as they can be, training good. They both should run their races. I don't see why not.
Of course, McAfee adding the blinkers, but Captain Cook, kind of reading between the lines and the quotes that were in the DRF, you said that, I'm just going to take it one race at a time. And he is a nice 3-year-old. So do you still have, and I know he won the Withers at 9 furlongs, do you still have reservations about how far he ultimately wants to go?
He's supposed to have them. So, and he didn't run the way that we really wanted him to face the better ones. So, the better ones hopefully ain't in there today. I don't know. But hopefully he can get the job done and we can learn more about him and decide what to do next with him,
Still a somewhat lightly raced horse. So wishing you the best of luck with him and good luck here too.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We'll see if we can get things rolling with 10 Cent Town, Acacia.
He has a favorite to kick off the day. Maggie, thank you. And some intriguing prospects. Of course, Captain Cook, who does seem to be kind of the bigger story in that Peter Pan. But as far as McAfee, he's certainly the one in that race with the big pedigree.
Yes, and then because of that half-sibling, of course, Torpedo Anna, though she didn't get the victory or run quite as well last time out in the La Troya, a story that we've all followed very closely, your current rating Horse of the Year. And other than that, though, I mean, it seems as though it's not a pedigree we would really be mentioning at all.
3-2 on 10 Cent Town. Where do you end up in this race, Sarah?
I went to Acoustic Ave. We'll see how the track is playing. I don't want to make any rash judgments right away, but we have seen speed be helped along quite a bit over the last couple of days. Now, we did have that rain and things have changed in terms of the track now being fast, and we haven't run any races today, of course, so I don't want to think that that's the way that we're going to go. And so with him, he doesn't have any early speed. He's going to need some other horses to come back to him, but I thought that there were at least 2, if not 3 or 4 potentially that could show some good forward position in here, and he was just going to sit the right kind of trip. You have to excuse the last race for him, but any of those races, 2, 3, and even 4 starts back, they're all competitive here, especially the one where he's finishing a good 3rd behind What You Talking About, who is your morning line favorite in today's John A. Nehrude.
He's very intriguing for Wesley Ward coming up a little bit later on Acoustic Ave right now. 4-1, but holding steady as the favorite. Maggie, 10 Cent Town, 7-5 right now.
Yeah, just trying to get a good grasp on what this horse looked like on the racetrack. I had to bolt up here, and I've watched the tail end of it with Dylan Davis aboard, because 10 Cent Town, going back to nearly a year ago, he was a late scratch. And, you can kind of tell how this horse is doing based upon his warm-ups. Now, Dylan is just keeping him more or less at a light jog for the most part. Things looking fine, all things considered, and he does frame himself up very nicely. And physically, he looked tremendous in the paddock, like I said in that interview. So we'll see how your favorite does. He probably is the one who sets up shop behind the pace, which Sarah mentioned. The 1, 3, and 6 looks as though they can all go here, and it always makes me feel good when Sarah and I land on the same horse. We got us all the race setting up the same way, Acacia, and I can't get over the turnaround, the 180 that number 5 Acoustic Ave has done physically.
Taking a step forward from a physical perspective today, Maggie, thank you. Acoustic Ave, the 5-year-old, first off the claim for Linda Rice. We kind of mentioned in passing, Sarah, but I haven't talked too much about heavyweight champs to the outside. He's 7-2, taking steady money throughout and coming out of that 3rd place finish behind Grey Wing. And as we touched on in the post parade, his natural speed is a real key to how this race ends up being run.
And how aggressive they decide to be, and what the plan is for the other trainee of Rudy's with Daufuskie Island towards the inside. If they try to use both of them, rate one of them, just leave it up to the jockeys and see what happens out there naturally on the race course. Because heavyweight champs, when he did get that victory 2 starts back over Kid Billy, he was helped a little bit by the racetrack, but he still out and out took a big step forward in there. And then last time, the pace was honest in that spot, and he just ultimately did not hang around for anything more than 3rd. But he's going to have to deal with factually correct yet again a horse that was dueling with him last time.
There's a look at Daufuskie Island, 9-2, given a little bit of a freshening since the end, or I should say from February to April. Came back, had to run against tough open allowance company. And if you're wondering why he's in for the $45,000, he's a New York bred, but he's gone through all of his New York bred conditions. So either has to run for the claiming tag in here or run in open company.
And this might just be a spot where, hey, they took him back a couple starts ago. He's had a little time off, and if he runs well in here, they're okay with letting him go if that ends up being the case.
6-5 on 10 Cent Town. Rick Dutrow looks to get his afternoon started in a big way. Race 1, Belmont at the Big A coming up. Here's Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Acoustic Ave. Here's Heavyweight Champs. Last to load to the outside. 11 races on today's Saturday afternoon program. Belmont at the Big A. Here is Heavyweight Champs. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow start for Brejol, the early trailer. Factually Correct goes right out to the front, and there's Heavyweight Champs trying to join this leader out in the center of the racetrack, and a snug hold 10 Cent Town. Dylan Davis is going to take back here, is in third. At the rail moving forward, that's Defusky Island, wants to hold that position, tightly bunched up front. Acoustic Ave is in the 3-path there, is chasing, now going to stalk the pace setter, Factually Correct. Manny Franco tries to slow him down, and slow starting Brejol is the trailer. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Factually Correct is in command. Factually Correct, trying to open up, is up by a full length and a half, and here comes Acoustic Ave. Ready to pounce, is just looming up on the outside within a neck of the leader. Now encouraged to move forward as 10 Cent Town is towards the inside, just past Heavyweight Champs, is making hard work of it so far. As in hand, it's Acoustic Ave who's calling for the lead. Acoustic Ave reaches the top of the stretch, is trying to kick away. Factually Correct battles on. 10 Cent Town switches to the outside, but getting the jump was Acoustic Ave, is trying to open up with a furlong left to go. 10 Cent Town still chasing Brejol from far out of it. Same can be said for Defusky Island, but Acoustic Ave made that move on the turn, is inside the final 16th, is up by 3. Acoustic Ave, Jose Lescano. They win the opener impressively. Factually Correct second, then Brejol and Defusky Island in 1 minute 9.60 seconds.
Acoustic Ave off the claim and into the winner's circle. Top pick for Maggie and Sarah. Well done.
We can go now, right?
That's right.
Those are
Drop
the
the mic, off you go.
Jose Lescano was a difference maker in this race, keeping this horse within striking position and making a move to go up to Factually Correct and then go on by, because Acoustic Ave is one that can be a little bit pace compromised at times, and when he wasn't seeing a ton of pace materialize, as is often the case, he was able to put himself in the spot to be effective instead of having to rally from so far back or just be compromised by his position. So I thought that this was a heads-up ride and just a horse that's refinding some of his better form.
5, 3, 2, 1 in the opener. Number 5, Acoustic Ave gets the win. And another big story in here, disappointing effort from 10 Cent Town, who looked like he was in range, kind of eased back in the stretch.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there was anything abrupt, but Dylan just sort of called it a day on him before the race was completely over, and we'll see if something may have gone awry, but I don't know, he seemed to pull up okay.
7-2 winner, Acoustic Ave, to kick off the day. Belmont at the Big A. Lafitte, as we send it back over to you guys at Monmouth. When you come back to us, we'll have some stakes action coming up here.
First of 5 Acacia, Man of War on tap. Here, New Jersey bred maidens. Let's meet the field and bet on Beth, making her 3-year-old debut.
Well, Bet on Beth hasn't run in 232 days. Was waiting for some more New Jersey racing.
You did the math. Count it all up. She's back. Let's see what she does in her sophomore debut. 11-1 drawn inside. Number 2, point to that star. Her last 8 races on turf and synthetic.
Yeah, and some of her last races have been at a lower level. I don't trust her at all.
Vivid Artiste, the favorite?
Yeah, this one could absolutely win. I just wanted a better price.
I can explain not much in her first 3 starts.
Yeah, she hasn't done much, but 2 races back, she showed just a glimpse of early speed. She'll need that here today.
Number 6, Easter Millie, 3-year-old debut. Say hi to my Aunt Millie. She's watching.
Never really taken much money. Hi, Aunt Millie.
This is a 5-2 favorite now. One Fine Wine.
Yeah, this has been most of this horse's good races have been on turf, running on dirt here today.
Moving quickly. Got to pump the brakes here. Whiskey and Rain. Then Casey's Vault, the Prancing Horse Farm debuting filly.
Taking some money for this first-time starter.
9-2, live on the board. Molly's a Bullet, last 6 races on grass.
This is where I landed reluctantly. I just feel like the outside draw, this horse has been running better races on turf. I understand it's on dirt, but at 9-2, I'll pay to find out if this horse will handle the dirt.
Who's ready to graduate? Race 2, Monmouth, just getting our feet wet here at Monmouth Park, Polly. And yeah, a nice, easy handicapping endeavor, this New Jersey bred sprint event.
Well, it's always a conundrum with the New Jersey breds, kind of like the Arkansas breds when we're playing at Oaklawn. But, you know, when you look at the 7 here, One Fine Wine for Paco Lopez, who's looking for the early double. You know, Patrick McBurney is a tremendous trainer. He's been a tremendous trainer here for New Jersey for years. He's 0 for 45 this year, and it's just not going to stick. I mean, he's going to get some W's here. But do you want to play this horse at 2-1? I was kind of with JK on the 3, Vivid Artiste. I want a bigger price off the layoff. And, you know, JK and I landed on the same horse. But just to talk about the 7, I think the 7 could be a play against here. But again, with Paco Lopez, he just is a machine when it comes to this oval. Now, you know, Molly's a Bullet, who I landed on reluctantly, just like JK. I just go back to her career debut. She was favored in her career debut without Lasix. Now she's grown up to age 4. She's a daughter of Army Mule. I just think maybe she's a better horse at her age now. They tried blinkers on her at age 2, and maybe going back to the dirt, I think getting the outside draw also helps without the kickback. So that's where I landed. And I'll tell you what, the 9, I thought looked well. The first-time starter for Chuck Spina, who's been a trainer for a long time. This one by Tamar Cruz out of a Bold Warrior mare. Sammy Camacho gets aboard. Obviously, that's the one they're playing, and that's the one that looked a little bit racier, Lafitte. But I'm going to land on the 10, Molly's a Bullet, and tell Millie to bet the 10.
You hear that, Millie? Fire up that Naira Bets account. Paulie says unload on Molly's Bullet, 7-2. These New Jersey breds, JK, and the pride of New Jersey breeding, and what we saw last weekend at Churchill Downs from a Grade 1 winner at Saratoga, and that effort, that absolute war in the Grade 1 Churchill Downs on the undercard of the Derby.
It's just evidence a good horse will come from anywhere, and one of the best Jersey breds of all time, and one of the best horses in training.
Bookham Dano.
Bookham Dano. He was 4th as a 4-year-old, and his 4-year-old as a 4-year-old. And look, the thing is that race was a war. Right, you had horses like Mindframe, who's going to go on to win more Grade 1s. You had horses like Nisos, you'd like to think will go on to win more Grade 1s. Bookham Dano, a Grade 1 winner. I mean, that race was one of the best races on the entire weekend of Derby weekend, a Jersey bred in Bookham Dano.
Handicapping 101 says, like, stay away from those blanket finish races, especially on the main track. And not that one.
Oh, not that one. And that's maybe could be a little bit of a precursor of what we'll see in the Met Mile come Belmont weekend. I mean, that could be an absolute war as well.
Be there before long at Saratoga. First things first, race Jersey bred maiden sprinting 5.5 furlongs. Once again, here's Matt Dinnerman.
Whiskey and Rain, post position number 8. 2 back. Cassie's Vault. First-time starter here for the Chuck Spina barn. Chuck, of course, has done very good work over the years here at Monmouth, particularly with his New Jersey breds. That is indeed the case here. He's got 2. Last one, Molly's a Bullet, goes in. We're ready to go. And Laroff. One Fine Wine popped out of the gate, goes right to the front. Cassie's Vault put into play and has natural speed in the first lifetime start. Cassie's Vault to the lead. One Fine Wine takes a hold. Will track from second. Molly's a Bullet is third early on. Then Easter Millie, 4th position, 2.5 lengths or 3 behind the front running Cassie's Vault. Another 2 to I Can Explain on the inside. Point That Star and Tight Ass to tap on the brakes, and is being joined on the outside by Vivid Artiste. Then Bet on Bath second to last. Whiskey and Rain is trailing as they round the far turn. Cassie's Vault still on the lead, a length in front of One Fine Wine, who's shaken up from the second position. Easter Millie trying to come on here, but is 4 lengths off the lead, coming to the top of the lane. Molly's a Bullet still in contention too as they wheel for the judge. Cassie's Vault the leader here. Molly's a Bullet on the outside right there. One Fine Wine down on the rail. 3 across the track with a furlong to go. One Fine Wine on the inside, finding plenty under Paco. Outside, Molly's a Bullet. Isaac Castillo in a nose-and-nose battle. Coming to the line, Molly's a Bullet breaks the maiden over One Fine Wine. Then Cassie's Vault Tight for fourth, Easter Billy and Bet on Beth.
Molly's a bullet. Isaac Castillo. Paul and JK locking in on this one, 5-2 at post time. Well done.
You know what they say, Laffy, you can't sweep the card if you don't win the first two. The one thing I will say, though, is look, the 10 ran well, right, and was the winner there. But I want to point out the 9, the first-time starter for Chuck Spina that ran extremely well in here. He has 2 more first-time starters in the 6th. So you want to circle those 2. He had this one ready to run, just wasn't good enough to win this race, but you want to keep that information for later.
Put that one on the wall. Isaac Castillo beating Paco Lopez in that stretch duel. Doesn't happen often to Paco here at Monmouth Park.
No, but Isaac Castillo, like I said, in that first race, he rode well. He just wasn't the second best horse. You know, he looks like he's got his mind right, and it could give Paco a little run, but I'd imagine it would be just a little one.
Just a little one. They're tied for the time being. Paco Lopez, 11-time Monmouth champion rider. 2 in the books here at Monmouth Park. Back to Belmont at the Big A. Aqueduct, first of 5 stakes races on tap. The Man of War is next, but first, Acoustic Avenue. Acacia, victorious Jose Lascano and Linda Rice. They've done this a few times in the past together.
They certainly have, Lafitte, teaming up for a win and off the claim for Linda Rice. Acoustic Ave getting back to the winner's circle. And hey, maybe JK sweeping the card at Monmouth, but so far, Sarah and Maggie are sweeping the card here in New York.
1 for 1. Feels good so far, and I have a feeling that it's pretty likely that I'll get the winner home in the next race, at least with the wagering, in terms of Farbridge being 1-9 right now, which is wild. But look, Acoustic Ave was kept in good position by Jose Lascano, and here Maggie touched on how his coat had really improved, and he just looked so much better coming into this race than he had in some of his prior starts. And he had fast races going back, if you just excuse the last one. And I think that this was a good showing back to his original form.
$9.20 winner as Acoustic Ave gets the opener. As Lafitte mentioned, the Man of War coming up next as we get ready to pay tribute to the great Man of War. 20 wins in 21 career starts. Kind of a name, Sarah, that is synonymous with the history of horse racing.
When you think of racing, he's going to be one of the first, I think, 5, you would say, that comes up in your mind of just being a horse that really embodied the history of the sport. And it's just cool to have these races in the honor of such incredibly talented horses. You never see that nowadays, right? 20 for 21 with 1 second, unless you're Zenyatta-ish.
Right? Ish, yeah. An incredible career, of course. Horse of the Year in 1920 after being champion 2-year-old and champion 3-year-old. Inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1957. We take a look at the field for this year's running of the Man of War. A 1 3/8 on the turf, and as Sarah alluded to, very short price on Farbridge now at 1-5. It's a compact field, Sarah. Tactically, he's shown some versatility in the running style that he can employ.
He has, and that's one of the things to really like about him, and it's a big feather in his cap here because he's been a horse that in the Sword Dancer, he went gate to wire, and he was certainly capable of showing that he could have some more forward position if need be. He's one that can adapt to however the race is playing out, and we've seen him come from a little bit further back most of the time, but it's always good to know in these compact fields that a horse is a tactical type that can be forward if need be, or the pace just really doesn't develop.
Making the second start of his 5-year-old season after winning the Pan American down at Gulfstream Park last time out to set him up for today's race. Trained by Christophe Clemons, there is Farbridge following the pony in the paddock as he will look to pick up another graded stakes win to his name. Well, Christophe and Joel Rosario teaming up, looking for yet another graded stakes victory together. They've won quite a few. Farbridge, the favorite in the Man of War. More on the field after this on America's Day of the Races.
Lots to do in between races at Monmouth Park. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual unusually well. That gentleman knows what he's doing, J.K. It's not summer, obviously, but inside the mind of a racing fan, like opening day Monmouth, it kind of feels like the start of summer racing, doesn't it?
I got to be honest with you, Lafitte. I didn't hear anything you just said. I'm so hungry. That looks delicious.
What else is...
Slight technical difficulties. We apologize for that. Clearly, that meant JK has fled the set and gone in search of a hamburger. But Sarah, as we saw race 2 at Monmouth Park take place, the 10 Molly's a Bullet getting the victory. And she was pretty spicy even in the winner's circle after.
She was definitely full of herself after that. I think she dislodged her rider, Isaac Castillo, after they took the picture, hopefully. But she was game to get up for the victory in here, a horse that was switching back over to the dirt. And I agree. I think that JK and Lafitte just snuck out to go get some burgers.
$7.20 win. Molly's a Bullet over One Fine Wine, who was game down to the inside. Official results for race 2, Monmouth Park back over to Belmont at the Big A. Graded stakes time in the Man o' War coming up next. Bar Bridge. He's back there somewhere, we promise. Getting saddled for the stake coming up. He's 1-4 right now, an incredibly short price on the board. We'll talk more about his chances and the rest of the Man o' War field after this.
Coaching Club American Oaks. 4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
And Gio Ponte is 4.5 lengths from the lead in behind horses as the field turns for home. Mission Approved still on top. Mission Approved is still the leader. On the outside, here comes Expansion now. Gio Ponte comes up for running room, and he's got 1 furlong to get to the wire. But it's still a huge long shot, and Mission Approved in front. Expansion, Gio Ponte. Mission Approved, he's 50-1. Here's Gio Ponte on the outside, and Gio Ponte did it like a champion that he is.
A champion indeed, Gio Ponte taking the 2010 Man o' War Stakes for trainer Christophe Clement as he will send out the favorite in this year's race. Gio Ponte, though, an exceptional and incredibly tough racehorse.
Didn't get the three-peat in the Man o' War, but this was his second one, and just an incredible horse that really showed up in every spot you would put him in, including a Breeders' Cup Classic where he finished a valiant second, but just a cool war horse type of guy who would always be consistent and just always be right there.
just got run down by Zenyatta, took one of the greats to beat him, and that, of course, was the Breeders' Cup Classic on synthetic. Gioponte was able to run on turf and synthetic, handle a variety of surfaces, very consistent, very tough racehorse as well. Here's Christoph's favorite for this year's edition of the Man of War, Far Bridge. Came off the layoff and won the Pan American last time out. And yes, it was a more workmanlike race, but Sarah, it's actually interesting. He was just 0.1 seconds off the track record, which obviously they don't run a ton of mile-and-a-half races down at Gulfstream, but the record set by another very cool horse in Twilight Eclipse.
Definitely worth mentioning. And look, he's one that he has his quirks, and you really opened our eyes to a lot of those throughout the time that he's been with the Clement barn as a horse that kind of prefers that inside rally. He likes to get over to the rail and be one to come up the fence rather than have that large outside move. But last time out, I just thought that it was a good step forward for him coming back off of that Breeders' Cup turf, and that he was able to rally outside a horse that was loose on the lead and stayed right there as well. And Corruption was trying to win his 4th in a row. So certainly one that, yes, he was stepping up in class, but he'd been showing some good form as of late and not a bad field overall. Farbridge had not rallied to the outside of another horse going all the way back to the Belmont Derby when he was 3 to get the victory. So I just liked seeing that from him and just showing yet another dimension in a horse that we already knew was multidimensional.
Well, Maggie Farbridge, he's back from South Florida and returning here to New York. And how's he looking in the paddock?
Like the normal Farbridge that we've come to expect throughout his racing campaign. And, you know, pedigrees are so interesting to me, and just the dominance that the progeny of English Channel has had in this division is rather remarkable. And even when you look like at a horse like the Inside Runner Anglophile, he actually has the same cross as Farbridge in here, being out of a Kitten's Joy mare as well. But Farbridge, accompanied by the pony, he can be a little bit rambunctious to get the tack on, but otherwise is nicely settled here in the paddock. And I mentioned the sire because as physicals, they often aren't the most striking. They're kind of a little bit smaller, a little more unassuming, but all things good for Farbridge, given that I've known him throughout his racing career, and he looks ready to rock and roll here, a second off the bench for this Man of War. As we'll turn to the outside, though, with number 4, Capture the Flag is such an interesting juxtaposition. I wish they were walking next to each other right now in the paddock, because Capture the Flag is a massive horse, looking so much like his sire, Quality Road, with that war flag on the bottom side coming through as well. And he's always been such a handsome type. Now, last time, as we highlighted at the top of the show, he was quite wide, where we saw the 1, 2, even 3 finishers coming out of that Pan American. They saved ground the entire way around there. So Capture the Flag just out of position the entire way. And I would hope now in a short field with the master, John Velasquez, aboard, they just pull no prisoners, take no prisoners, I should say, and go straight to the lead. He looks fantastic. The main concern, though, is the give in the course. And again, going back to English Channels, they handle the give in the ground because they are smaller, more agile, lighter framed individuals, and bigger, heavier horses, much like Capture the Flag, Acacia, well, sometimes they sink.
We'll see how he handles it. Turf labeled as good right now. Maggie, thank you. 7-1 on Capture the Flag. Man of War field, though, tack is on. Riders coming out shortly. We'll get the call for riders up, post parade, and more coming up as we get closer to our first stake of the day, the Man of War.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York Sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. This is the Upper East Side, and I'm told, Sarah, that these flowers are made out of Legos.
What? Wow.
That's really cool.
Incredible. You wouldn't know unless we got it right up in there.
I know. Looks beautiful. Post parade for the Grade 2 Man o' War, starting things off with the number 1, Anglophile.
It's been a while since he's been in the winner's circle, but he's been remarkably consistent, just might be a little pace compromised.
Padiddle has certainly appreciated to get it back on turf.
This is only his third start on the grass since breaking his maiden. Did follow Farbridge around and save ground last time out.
There's your favorite, Farbridge.
The class of the field, a tactical type and a deserved favorite.
Capture the Flag. Will they employ his early speed?
They sort of need to. It was successful for them 2 starts back. He was just caught wide and really had no opportunity to get into position last time out.
And decanted back on the flat after trying hurdles last time out.
This is one that at times he has shown speed on the grass going a mile, and that was his way to victory, but he is coming out of that race going over 2 miles over jumps, so I just sort of wonder if his speed's been dulled a little bit.
That's the field for this year's Man o' War, as we have also a pick 4 kicking off here as well. There's Padiddle, who finished 3rd in the Pan American last time out, and there's Capture the Flag, who disappointed in that Pan American, but did win the McDermott, as we'll head down to Maggie with his trainer.
Please be joined here by Todd Pletcher, sending out Capture the Flag here in this Man o' War. And Todd, not an ideal trip in that Pan American last time out. Today, short field. Johnny Velasquez aboard, you just go to the lead?
Well, that's plan A. I don't know for sure what Irad's going to do outside. It looks like he could show a little speed, but, you know, we like to run the same race he did when he won the McDermott and was able to go to the front. So we'll see how it unfolds.
Todd, you're also looking to, well, break your own record in the Peter Pan later on, looking for 6th victory in that stakes race, sending out 2. Talk a little bit about Vassimo coming out of some graded stakes in the South.
Yeah, we just never really got on track the last couple of times, you know, and we felt like he's a horse that when he broke his maiden, he had good tactical speed. We weren't really able to reproduce that in New Orleans last time, so we're hoping to get into the flow of the race a little better. He's not a quick horse, but we feel like if he could use a little bit of the speed that he has and just kind of keep going.
How about Uncaged? Is distance going to be his friend?
Certainly think so. He's certainly bred that way. He's always trained that way. He ran much better at a mile last time. We knew we were, you know, kind of needing a race in the 6 furlongs, but it set him up nicely for that, and hopefully, you know, continues moving forward.
Well, best of luck with those and here, and thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Guys.
Maggie, thank you. Todd Pletcher, the big afternoon ahead, and he has just had an unbelievable dominance in the Peter Pan, of course, winning it last year with Antiquarian, who would go on to the Belmont Stakes.
He would, and one that he didn't fare quite as well in that spot, but Antiquarian was coming into form at the right time and certainly well spotted when he took that Peter Pan, and I think that both of his horses have a live opportunity later on today to be ones that are coming to hand at the right time to be successful.
Well, there's a look at Decanted, who Todd Pletcher referenced as Irad Ortiz's mount, and that's largely because he is a bit of an unknown in here. He does not on paper appear to be up to the class of the other horses that he's facing in this spot. However, prior to his try over the hurdles last time out, he had been able to show a little bit of early speed.
He had, and it took him some time to break his maiden, but once he was able to show that early speed, go right to the front in that mile race at Keeneland, he was able to get that first victory of his career, and then he had a couple of other spots where he was put on the lead and he still ran well, even if he was defeated. So maybe they feel as though the path to victory with him, if there is one, is to be aggressive early with him. I just wonder, it's been so long since he's been going the kind of configuration where he would have that natural early speed, and being forward in a race that's going 2 miles and a quarter over jumps is different than going the distance that he is today, going this mile and 3/8.
It's certainly a different type of configuration. There's your favorite, though, Farbridge, as we bring in Lafitte and JK. Guys, getting close to the 3rd at Monmouth, but really looking forward to this Man o' War coming up.
I'm sure you are. And best of luck, Acacia. Farbridge, trained by your father-in-law, Christophe Clement. 2 completely different brands of races about to unfold. A 6 furlong sprint $30,000 claimer here on the main track, Monmouth. And the grade 2 $400,000 Man o' War, JK, with all eyes on Farbridge, the class of this compact field of 5. He's scaring him off like he's a Kodashan or theatrical Farbridge.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. You know, we talked about his quirkiness and liking to be on the rail. Having you know, the best way for him to get to the rail is to be forward, because then he doesn't have to worry about anything. And if you look at his sword dancer from last year, he can absolutely do that. And I would think Joel will take control. There's no reason to try to get cute in here. You have the best horse. You have the most accomplished horse. Put him on the lead. Make them chase you around there. In the event that you're going too fast, you're probably bringing them with you going too fast. It should all work out just fine. That's why he's 1-4.
What might be a concern or a pitfall that Rosario needs to avoid with Farbridge that could put him in a precarious situation in this Man of War?
Yeah, I mean, I would compare it to like other sports. You know, if you have the best football team, going into the fourth quarter with 2 minutes left, if it's 21-21, you're inviting them to kick a field goal to beat you. Don't let them in the game. Open up.
That used to be who he was, a deep closer. Now more.
My Honey Bunch coming forward in the yellow. Love Park. And to the outside, Love Like Crazy. We're ready to go. And we're off. A little bit of a bobble at the break for Digital Sail from the inside post. No problems from Don't Listen on the lead with Love Park. Love Park, Don't Listen, and now Digital Sail makes it a party of 3. Digital Sail on the inside moving forward to snatch a nose lead here. Don't Listen moves with him. Love Park between horses eases off, is third, now 3 wide. A length and a half to Vesper Chicks in fourth with Umbral. Another length and a half to Obliging, pushed upon with a half mile to go. My Honey Bunch joins her, and 2 more to Love Like Crazy as they go into the far turn. Digital Sail from the inside leads the way a half length. Don't Listen, shown more rain between horses second, and Love Park claims that position. Don't Listen retreats to third while under pressure and is losing ground. Digital Sail in the meantime doing it pretty decently on the lead here. Swings for home a half length in front. Love Park to the outside second. Digital Sail asked for his best as he comes off the corner. Accelerates, opens up 2 on Love Park second. Vesper Chicks on the far outside trying to make a race of it. Digital Sail in front. Love Park not going away, trying to come back on. Digital Sail, 16th more to go. Love Park on the outside, though, gradually gaining ground, and Love Park grabs the lead late to win it under Frankie Pennington. Digital Sail, second best and a good effort, and then came Vesper Chicks and Umbral.
Love Park in time to nab race 3 at Monmouth Park. Back over to Belmont at the Big A. Horses approaching the starting gate for the Grade 2 Man of War. Let's check in quickly with Maggie.
Acacia, I considered for a moment taking Capture the Flag over the heavy favorite Farbridge, but when I heard Todd say it, then you guys discuss the possible speed from the outside with number 5 Decanted, and then I watched him. He's just acting like a horse that should be sharp and should be forward in here. So I don't know if that necessarily helps or aids the chances of number 4 Capture the Flag, as we'll take a look at Padiddle, love the name. He was a little bad in the gate, so watch how he behaves here going into line in that Pan American. He was just shuffling around a bit, and it kind of got him away a bit slowly. Ultimately, he followed Farbridge around there, but big, good-looking horse, an aggressive spot here. Third off the claim for Fernando Abreu. Acacia?
It's a claim that's already paid off. Maggie, thank you. Padiddle moved back to the turf, broke his maiden, and became graded stakes place. But there is the favorite, Farbridge, 1-4. Time for the Grade 2 Man of War. You're watching here live with us on Fox Sports. Chris Griffin has the call.
The Grade 2 Man of War, 67th running, all set. And they're off. Anglophile broke well, so did Farbridge, who's got the lead. Not for long, though, as Capture the Flag moves up to the outside. And here comes Decanted, and Decanted now assumes the front. Decanted is now a nose in front of Capture the Flag, who's not going to give up the lead too easily, and now will take back as Decanted will clear. Decanted is in front, is up by a length and a half, and well settled now is Capture the Flag, who's a clear second. Tight hold on Padiddle is to the outside of Farbridge, who broke on top, is back to fourth, and the trailer, Anglophile. They're chasing Decanted. Opening quarter mile went 24 and 4. Just cruising right along, moving smoothly here with Capture the Flag to the outside, who's a close-up second at the rail. Going to save all the ground. That's Farbridge at the rail in third. Then comes Padiddle second to last, and Anglophile. It's a moderate tempo as they're chasing Decanted. Irad Ortiz Jr. and Decanted going to try and take them all the way here in the Man of War. Takes them into the turn through a 49.4 half-mile time. Capture the flag. John Velasquez just stalking from second. No move yet. Joel Rosario patiently ridden at the rail on Far Bridge. Then comes Padiddle. Flavien Prat is still in the 4th position, and the trailer, Javier Castellano aboard. Anglophile, they work to the backstretch, and Decanted is only a neck in front now as Capture the Flag will turn up the pressure. Here comes Capture the Flag, wants to come calling for the lead. 3/4 of a mile in 1:15.58. Far Bridge is still at the rail, saving all the ground behind the top duo, is followed to the outside here by Padiddle, who moves in closer. Far Bridge does maybe have a seam, and Joel Rosario might take it here. Has moved to the inside. Here is the rail open. Yes, it is. And here's Far Bridge, and Far Bridge has made a move on the backstretch, has taken the lead quickly, and that's going to steady and back up some of the rivals in behind as Far Bridge has turned up the sprint now. Capture the Flag is all in. Anglophile from the back. Padiddle dropping out of it there was Decanted. Far Bridge made that early move, and Far Bridge reaches the top of the lane. The big favorite is in front and trying to run away with the Man of War. Anglophile is in full pursuit down the center of the course, but still a hand ride on Far Bridge, and Far Bridge has a furlong left to get. It's Far Bridge who's up by a length and a half. Anglophile is a stubborn foe towards the outside. Far Bridge is inside the final 16th. Anglophile clears second, but Far Bridge is much the best in the Man of War. Far Bridge wins it over Anglophile, then came Padiddle and Capture the Flag in 2 minutes 17.24 seconds.
Far Bridge with the win. You know, we talk about Joel Rosario being an instinctual rider, Sarah, and for whatever reason, he suits this horse like a glove, and that was prime Joel Rosario in that ride.
Picture perfect, and that's why he ended up with the reputation that he had, especially on the grass, of having such patience and soft hands and just being in the right spot at the right time. And this was a good example of that, where he got through at the rail and Chris Griffin saying maybe there's a seam. Well, he certainly thought there was one and went right on by, and he was very confident in this horse's ability to continue pulling away, and just very minimal encouragement there, seeing Anglophile give chase but never get within too close of a range.
And he got the win, and you could even hear it, as you mentioned, very minimal urging, because I even saw a quote from Christoph coming into this that he thought Far Bridge really had to work hard, and it was 1.5 miles off a layoff last time out, and hoping that didn't necessarily take too much starch out. Joel really saved a lot and did just what was needed to be done to get the win today.
He did. I mean, he was, as Chris Griffin also said, hand ride going at the top of the stretch, and there you can see him giving some pats to your winner, Far Bridge. But when there's an ear that comes up near the wire, you know that they're not fully exerting with everything that they possibly have. And this was just a ride that was, if every ride that Joel Rosario gave was just like this, he would be so trustworthy and so completely at the top of his game. This was one of his finest moments that we've seen as of late.
Terrific job by Joel Rosario. Terrific job by Christophe Clement as well, who's standing by with Maggie.
Exactly, keeping this horse in the highest form possible. Christophe, it was fun watching the race with you in the room.
Yeah, no, it's fun. Very tactical, short field. Joel rode a great race, and the horse might just have been the best horse.
How much faith does Joel have in this horse? He just looked so confident as he got to the rail and took over the lead before they even hit the 3/8 pole.
Without a doubt, and also the move on the inside. He knows him very well, and the horse responds to him, so it's great.
Are we going to continue on all the grade ones, the grade twos throughout the summer here in New York?
Yeah, the whole plan was Manhattan, Sword Dancer, Joe Hirsch, that kind of thing. Let's enjoy it and let's go for it.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, and thanks to the whole team.
It is a big team, that's for sure. Acacia, congratulations to you as well. But a satisfying win here with Far Bridge.
Thank you, Maggie. I'm just the hype woman, but I do that take that job very seriously. But great to see Far Bridge with another victory today. Prices and more when we come back.
Bucaro,
any day.
Book 'em Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Lucero, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new Middle Pick 5, joining the Win Early Pick 5 on our wagering venue. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. As we take a look at the Met, we've got some great shots around New York City on the show today. I haven't been to the Met in too long.
I know, right? I think our production,
museum.
Sam Shore, went out to get some good shots as well as Eldon, so he's been all over the city, and a good call with the Legos,
I know.
too.
I'm still not over the Lego flowers. Great to see Farbridge back in the winner's circle. The team celebrating in the winner's circle here. Joel Rosario in the saddle as he takes the Man of War.
Yeah, he was the class of this field coming in. He was your heavy favorite. He just sat a perfect trip right behind 2 horses that wanted some forward position. He was able to keep within contact of your pace setters, decanted, tired early on. Capture the Flag didn't seem to go on with things either, and he was in the pocket, ready to pounce, and had a confident ride here by Joel Rosario to hold off Anglophile, who, while he's not a winning type, he is a consistent horse, and he did show up with some turn of foot in here, but Farbridge just a little bit too much for the rest of this group.
Gets the win, holding off Anglophile. Farbridge with the victory, surpassing the 2 million mark in earnings now, as he was just shy coming into this for LSU Stables. Gets the victory. There's a close-up look at the trophy. Wow, that's a beautiful one.
It's nice.
Hoisting it up, celebrating. That is a very impressive trophy.
Yeah. They're so much heavier than I feel like they would be, and then to see them just hoisted over everyone's head.
The Belmont Stakes one is
yeah.
enormous. Yeah.
I'm always impressed.
Farbridge, popular winner, of course, a short price in the Man of War, $2.60 winner, gets the victory. 3-1-2 in the Man of War here at Belmont at the Big A. Well, we're going to take a quick look at the Peter Pan coming up a little bit later on. We're taking a quick step away, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock, 4 to 7 on FS1, which will include the Peter Pan.
It will. Plenty of stakes action still to come. 4 more stakes races. This one will conclude the card. Captain Cook's your favorite, and deservedly so, but this is a contentious group, and I think Todd Pletcher has a live shot with both of his horses.
Plenty more discussion of the Peter Pan on our show a little bit later. We hope you'll come back and join us on FS1 at 4 p.m. But for today, in the Man of War, it was Farbridge, the class prevailing, picking up another graded stakes victory, getting the win here for trainer Christophe Clement. Still to come, though, what you talking about? He's going to be an intriguing foe in the John A. Nehrude. We'll talk a bit more about him later at 4 o'clock. Hope you'll join us. See you later on America's Day at the Races.
third. Then comes Padiddle second to last, and Anglophile. It's a moderate tempo as they're chasing Decanted. Irad Ortiz Jr. and Decanted going to try and take them all the way here in the Man of War. Takes them into the turn through a 49-4 half-mile time. Capture the flag. John Velasquez just stalking from second. No move yet. Joel Rosario patiently ridden at the rail on Far Bridge. Then comes Padiddle. Flavian Pratt is still in the fourth position, and the trailer, Javier Castellano aboard. Anglophile, they work to the backstretch, and Decanted is only a neck in front now as Capture the Flag will turn up the pressure. Here comes Capture the Flag, wants to come calling for the lead. 3/4 of a mile in 1:15.58. Far Bridge is still at the rail, saving all the ground behind the top duo. Is followed to the outside here by Padiddle, who moves in closer. Far Bridge does maybe have a seam, and Joel Rosario might take it here. Has moved to the inside. Here is the rail open. Yes, it is. And here's Far Bridge, and Far Bridge has made a move on the backstretch, has taken the lead quickly, and that's going to steady and back up some of the rivals in behind as Far Bridge has turned up the sprint now. Capture the Flag is all in. Anglophile from the back. Padiddle dropping out of it there was Decanted. Far Bridge made that early move, and Far Bridge reaches the top of the lane. The big favorite is in front and trying to run away with the Man of War. Anglophile is in full pursuit down the center of the course, but still a hand ride on Far Bridge, and Far Bridge has a furlong left to get. It's Far Bridge who's up by a length and a half. Anglophile is a stubborn foe towards the outside. Far Bridge is inside the final 16th. Anglophile clear second, but Far Bridge is much the best in the Man of War. Far Bridge wins it over Anglophile, then came Padiddle and Capture the Flag in 2 minutes 17.24 seconds.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with 200 winners, 16% winners lifetime, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Horses step on the track here for today's third race. Race 3, 7 minutes away. Scratch the 6. Race 3. Start of a mandatory payout. Pick 5. Race 3 in 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 3. Field is at the gate. It's post time for today's 3rd. Silo Ridge getting set to move forward. Moving when the numbers there on the starting gate. Tarpaulin. Last to load, Enduring Spirit to the outside. Enduring Spirit goes in. All set. And they're up. Enduring Spirit right to the front, and here comes Muzara with the speed as well. Muzara now puts a head in front, almost a neck advantage. Enduring Spirit is back to second. Those two speed away together. Silo Ridge is settled just off of them, is in third, is to the outside of a shoved along Honorary Degree, who moves through at the rail. They're third and fourth. The two at the back, JJ's Joker with Tarpaulin. They're chasing Muzara. The speedy Muzara takes him into the far turn, 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Enduring Spirit just trying to keep up from second. Here comes the run from Silo Ridge. Was settled off the pace, and Silo Ridge is on the move. Is now within a half length of the leader, 3 wide. Chasing his Tarpaulin is all in there, is taken fourth to the outside of Honorary Degree, and the trailer, JJ's Joker. Muzara still in front and has the advantage. Silo Ridge was looming up. Enduring Spirit not out of this either. Muzara's trying to win it right here, and Muzara's a stubborn foe, is sprinting away. Silo Ridge is all in, trying to keep up with Muzara, who's got a furlong left to get, is 2 lengths in front and is 10 to 1. It's Muzara who's got a final 16th. Here comes Silo Ridge trying to time it up perfectly. These two down the line. Muzara, Silo Ridge, Muzara, Silo Ridge. Photo! Did Silo Ridge get up in the last jump? It's a tight photo. Silo Ridge to the outside with Muzara. Honorary Degree finished third in 1 minute 10 seconds flat. Order finish. First the 4, Silo Ridge. Second the 3, Muzara. Third went to the 1, Honorary Degree. Fourth the 5, Tarpaulin. 4-3, 1-5 in race 3. Running time, 1 minute 10.12. Hold all tickets until race 3 is official. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's third race, number 4, Silo Ridge. He's a 5-year-old gelding, bred in Kentucky by Ghost Zapper out of Grand Portage. Winning owner and trainer, Linda Rice. The winning jockey, Jose Lascano. Jose Lascano with 2 wins on the afternoon. Same can be said for trainer Linda Rice, her second win on the day. Race 3 official. Exacta $11.90. The double $240. Trifecta $27.50 and superfecta $326 even. The pick 3 $11.20. Running time 1 minute 10.12. Up next it's race 4. Today's 4th. Scratch the 2 and the 7. 25 minutes away. Race 4. Start of a pick 4. Race 4 in 25 minutes. Enduring Spirit right to the front, and here comes Muzara with the speed as well. Muzara now puts a head in front, almost a neck advantage. Enduring Spirit is back to second. Those two speed away together. Silo Ridge is settled just off of them, is in third, is to the outside of a shoved along Honorary Degree, who moves through at the rail. They're third and fourth. The two at the back, JJ's Joker with Tarpaulin. They're chasing Muzara. The speedy Muzara takes him into the far turn, 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Enduring Spirit just trying to keep up from second. Here comes the run from Silo Ridge. Was settled off the pace, and Silo Ridge is on the move. Is now within a half length of the leader, 3 wide. Chasing his Tarpaulin is all in there, is taken fourth to the outside of Honorary Degree, and the trailer, JJ's Joker. Muzara still in front and has the advantage. Silo Ridge was looming up. Enduring Spirit not out of this either. Muzara's trying to win it right here, and Muzara's a stubborn foe, is sprinting away. Silo Ridge is all in, trying to keep up with Muzara, who's got a furlong left to get. Is 2 lengths in front and is 10-1. It's Muzara who's got a final 16th. Here comes Silo Ridge trying to time it up perfectly. These two down the line. Muzara, Silo Ridge, Muzara, Silo Ridge. Photo! Did Silo Ridge get up in the last jump? It's a tight photo. Silo Ridge to the outside with Muzara. Honorary Degree finished third in 1 minute 10 seconds flat.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Horses, step on the track here for today's fourth race. Race 4, 8 minutes away. Start of a pick 4, 1 mile. Scratch the 2 and the 7. Race 4, 8 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 4. Runners loading, post time for today's 4th. There's Quick to Accuse going in. Badge of War. Heroes Medal. Heroes Medal. Going in. All set. And they're off. Badge of War broke quickly from an outside stall. There's Badge of War, who's right there with Keewaydin. They're a clear 1-2. Keewaydin is going to challenge. Now puts a nose in front. Badge of War not going anywhere. These two hook up early. Quick to Accuse is settled off of them in third as they get set to come out of the chute. At the rail, that's Waitlist, and the trailer, Heroes Medal. Keewaydin has the lead. It's Keewaydin, and Dylan Davis is in front. It's a tight hold here on Badge of War. He's going to let this leader press on. 3:22.90 opening quarter mile. Center of the racetrack is Quick to Accuse. It's just stalking the two pace setters. Patiently ridden, starts to move in closer within 2 of the lead. At the rail there is Kendrick Carmouche with Waitlist trying to move forward from 4th. The trailer, Heroes Medal. They're chasing Keewaydin. Keewaydin is in front, has 4 furlongs left to go, and a quick 45.71 half-mile time. Badge of War has been there the entire journey, and here comes a 3-wide run from Quick to Accuse. And Quick to Accuse and Irad Ortiz Jr., they're on the move. They're now within a half length of the leader. They've taken second. Keewaydin's got a touch more. Waitlist is going to move to the outside of a backing up Badge of War. Far back is Heroes Medal. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Keewaydin now straightens up, but here comes Quick to Accuse, is ready to pounce, and Quick to Accuse is taking the lead. Waitlist is following that move as Keewaydin's back to second. Quick to Accuse is trying to finish a job for a final furlong on the wrong lead right now, is trying to switch over. Waitlist is catching with every single stride. Quick to Accuse, a Waitlist is moving in closer and closer inside the final 16th. Quick to Accuse looking for the line. Quick to Accuse wins it. Quick to Accuse over Waitlist, then came Keewaydin and Heroes Medal. Final running time, 1:35.70 seconds. Order finish. First the 4, Quick to Accuse. Second the 1, Weightless. Third the 3, Kuwaitan. Fourth the 6, Heroes Medal. 4-1-3-6 in race 4. Winner of today's 4th race, the 4, Quick to Accuse. He's a 5-year-old, bred in New York by Accelerate and a Spiteful Affair. Winning owners, Plainsfield Racing, Final Turn Racing Stable LLC, Delpo. And the boys, LLC Racing and Aquanova Stable. Winning trainer, Michelle Giangiulio. The winning jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Race 4 official, Exacta 4-1, 1030. The double 4 with 4, 470. Quinella 890. Trifecta $10.20. Superfecta $40.75. Pick 3 $5.10 and running time 1 minute 35.70 seconds. Up next, today's 5th. Race 5 is 27 minutes away. 1 mile is the distance. Starting a mandatory payout. Pick 5. Race 5 in 27 minutes. And they're off. Badge of War broke quickly from an outside stall. There's Badge of War, who's right there with Kuwaitan. They're a clear 1-2. Kuwaitan is going to challenge. Now puts a nose in front. Badge of War not going anywhere. These two hook up early. Quick to Accuse is settled off of them in third as they get set to come out of the chute. At the rail, that's Weightless. And the trailer, Heroes Medal. Kuwaitan has the lead. It's Kuwaitan and Dylan Davis is in front. It's a tight hold here on Badge of War. He's going to let this leader press on. 3:22.90 opening quarter mile. Center of the racetrack is Quick to Accuse. It's just stalking the two pace setters. Patiently ridden. Starts to move in closer within 2 of the lead. At the rail there is Kendrick Carmouche with Weightless trying to move forward from 4th. The trailer, Heroes Medal. They're chasing Kuwaitan. Kuwaitan is in front, has 4 furlongs left to go, and a quick 45.71 half-mile time. Badge of War has been there the entire journey, and here comes a 3-wide run from Quick to Accuse, and Quick to Accuse. And Irad Ortiz Jr., they're on the move. They're now within a half length of the leader. They've taken second. Kuwaitan's got a touch more. Weightless is going to move to the outside of a backing up Badge of War. Far back is Heroes Medal. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Kuwaitan now straightens up, but here comes Quick to Accuse, is ready to pounce, and Quick to Accuse is taking the lead. Weightless is following that move as Kuwaitan's back to second. Quick to Accuse is trying to finish a job for a final furlong on the wrong lead right now, is trying to switch over. Weightless is catching with every single stride. Quick to Accuse, a Weightless is moving in closer and closer inside the final 16th. Quick to Accuse looking for the line. Quick to Accuse wins it. Quick to Accuse over Weightless, then came Kuwaitan and Heroes Medal. Final running time, 1 minute 35.70 seconds.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new middle pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's win early and middle pick 5. First post, 1250.
Horses step on the track here for today's 5th race, race 5. Start of a mandatory pay pick 5. 1 mile is the distance. Race 5 in 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 5. Field loading, post time here for today's 5th race. Next in will be Winter's Ghost. Centavo. Centavo hesitates briefly, now goes in. Cumberland Blues. Cumberland Blues going in, and one more. That'll be Suerte to the outside. Suerte. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Centavo breaks well. Same can be said for Winter's Ghost. In between horses, there's Suerte, and the two grays will hook up early. It's Winter's Ghost with a nose advantage from Suerte, and moving through at the rail, here comes Beach Walker to join the top duo. Just off of them will be Catch the Smoke, who's well settled into 4th. As they come out of the chute, the two-door they see outside is Centavo with Cumberland Blues, who's the trailer. It's about 3 off the lead, 23.64 for that opening quarter mile. Winter's Ghost with a head in front of Suerte, who's challenging from 2nd. Beach Walker is trying to keep up. Same can be said for Catch the Smoke, who's now a shared 3rd. Catch the Smoke makes it the 3 grays up top as Winter's Ghost and Suerte still head and head. Catch the Smoke is now alone in 3rd as Beach Walker's lost some ground. Centavo and the trailer, Cumberland Blues. They work into the far turn, 46.31, and the grays are going at it. It's Suerte who's trying to kick away. Winter's Ghost is at the rail, and here comes Catch the Smoke towards the outside. Far back to Centavo and Beach Walker. They start to warm to the task, and the trailer is Cumberland Blues. Suerte is trying to run away with the race right now. They reach the top of the stretch, and Suerte kicks away. Catch the Smoke is right there in 2nd, is still 2.5 lengths back. Winter's Ghost is trying to hang on. The trio of grays are still in front, and Suerte is leading them. It's Suerte for a final furlong, but Catch the Smoke is coming after the leader now. And here's Catch the Smoke, lifts late inside the final 16th. And it'll be Catch the Smoke to win it. Suerte 2nd, then Winter's Ghost and Cumberland Blues in 1 minute 35.47 seconds. Order finish. First, the 4, Catch the Smoke. Second, the 1A, Suerte. Third, the 6, Winter's Ghost. And fourth, the 8, Cumberland Blues. 4, 1A, 6-8 in race 5. Winner of today's 5th race is the 4, Catch the Smoke. He's a 6-year-old. Bred in Kentucky by Mohamed out of Ad Latam. Winning owners, Irace and Knoll. Winning trainer is Wayne Potts. The winning jockey, Dylan Davis. Exacta 4-1, 790. The double, 1510. Trifecta, 1050. And Superfecta, $68.75. Superfecta. Correct. Superfecta, $68.75. Trifecta, $10.50. Pick 3, $17.40. And the pick 4, $14.62. Early pick 5 returns $74.62. And running time, 1 minute 35.47. Race 6 started the pick 6. Pick 6 starts here, and race 6 was taken off the turf, running the same distance on the dirt. Scratch the 1. Jockey on the 11, make it Ricardo Santana Jr. Race 7, jockey on the 6, make the jockey Katie Davis. Race 8, off the turf, running a mile, on the dirt. Scratch the 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Jockey on the 8, Manny Franco. Jockey on the 10, Dylan Davis. Race 9. Scratch the 1 and the 9. And jockey on the 10, Katie Davis. Race 10. Scratch the 1. Jockey on the 2, make it Irad Ortiz Jr. Scratch the 3, 6 and 7. Race 11. Jockey on the 2, make it Dylan Davis. Workout on the 8 on May 8th. 3 furlongs at Belmont, 37 seconds flat breezing. Second best of 39 works at the distance that day. Jockey on the 9, make it Katie Davis, and scratch the 10 in race 11. Race 6, 27 minutes away. Start of the pick 6. Turf is good for race 9. Race 6 is next. Centavo breaks well. Same can be said for Winter's Ghost. In between horses, there's Suerte, and the two grays will hook up early. It's Winter's Ghost with a nose advantage from Suerte, and moving through at the rail, here comes Beach Walker to join the top duo. Just off of them will be Catch the Smoke, who's well settled into fourth. As they come out of the chute, the two-door they see outside is Centavo with Cumberland Blues, who's the trailer. It's about 3 off the lead, 23.64 for that opening quarter mile. Winter's Ghost with a head in front of Suerte, who's challenging from second. Beach Walker is trying to keep up. Same can be said for Catch the Smoke, who's now a shared third. Catch the Smoke makes it the three grays up top as Winter's Ghost and Suerte still head and head. Catch the Smoke is now alone in third as Beach Walker's lost some ground. Centavo and the trailer, Cumberland Blues. They work into the far turn, 46.31, and the grays are going at it. It's Suerte who's trying to kick away. Winter's Ghost is at the rail, and here comes Catch the Smoke towards the outside. Far back to Centavo and Beach Walker. They start to warm to the task, and the trailer is Cumberland Blues. Suerte is trying to run away with the race right now. They reach the top of the stretch, and Suerte kicks away. Catch the Smoke is right there in second, is still 2.5 lengths back. Winter's Ghost is trying to hang on. The trio of grays are still in front, and Suerte is leading them. It's Suerte for a final furlong, but Catch the Smoke is coming after the leader now. And here's Catch the Smoke, lifts late inside the final 16th. And it'll be Catch the Smoke to win it. Suerte second, then Winter's Ghost and Cumberland Blues in 1 minute 35.47 seconds.
Big Ray Tapit Trice right down the outside.
Tapit Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tapit Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tapit Trice is lunging. Tapit Trice wins the Woodward. Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Welcome to a supercharged Saturday in horse racing's glamour division of 3-year-olds. Here in New York, jockey Manny Franco could be in for a very lucrative weekend and put himself back in the Triple Crown picture. He'll be back aboard Captain Cook in today's Peter Pan. In the favorite show, he's up to the task of tackling the Derby winner in the Belmont Stakes in early June. Franco also rides the favorite in the Ruffian, where New York-bred, multiple-graded stakes winner My Main Squeeze should be a handful in her second start back as a 4-year-old. And we have live opening day coverage from the Jersey Shore with 3-year-olds featured in the Long Branch on opening day from Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey. Good to have you with us on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Winningest rider in the history of Aqueduct. I got it eventually, Andy. Richard Migliore. Good to have Mig back in the studio. We have our Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty, deciding to pass on the Preakness. We'll see him up at Saratoga in the Belmont Stakes, and we could have some new faces who win the Peter Pan, finishing the money here, waiting to tackle him in early June.
I mean, you saw, obviously, a very good 3 horses running 1, 2, 3 in the Derby, and everybody else is trying to figure out, am I good enough to take them on, and at what point do I want to take them on?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, I thought it was a tremendous Derby from the respect that the 2 best horses, to me, ran 1, 2. I mean, they worked out great trips. They finished well. I know you and I were all over journalism. You were all over Sovereignty, so it was a...
Let's figure it. Greg had the cold triple. You and I are just mere mortals in his presence. Greg gets at least a week before I start making fun of him again.
Still glass, yeah. I'm going to enjoy this one for a while, though I did not profit off it like I should have if I had that. We'll see. Some new faces, they can emerge. We saw it with Arcangelo a couple of years ago, winning the Peter Pan, developing into a Belmont and Travers winner later in the summer for Jenna Antonucci. This year's group, Captain Cook, he'll come in as the favorite. He looks so good in the Withers. And as you kind of look back on what happened in the Wood Memorial, do you kind of view that race and that performance from him a little differently?
Well, I think relative to this field today, I think if he runs his fourth place finish, he's going to be very tough to beat in here. And he also projects to be, if not the speed, to be very much forward in here and in a good spot, Richie. It's an interesting spot for Rick because Rick Dutrow had said he might turn him back to run the Woody Stevens at 7 furlongs. But I think this is a perfect prep. If he runs a huge race today and you want to take on the big dogs from the Kentucky Derby, you can run the Belmont Stakes. But if not, this is a perfect race to use to turn back to 7 furlongs in the Woody.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this horse picks up Johnny Velasquez. We know Johnny likes to be forward. He adds blinkers. So I agree with you. I think he's going to be much better or more forwardly placed today.
He just might be better than this group. We'll see if he could take a step forward, put himself back in that position to get into this Triple Crown and potentially see him June 7th at Belmont. Meanwhile, for more on Chad Brown's 3-year-olds, let's go to Acacia Clement.
That's right, Greg. In this Peter Pan, Chad Brown initially entered 2, and after speaking to him this morning, he did share that the reason that Lordship, the lightly raced horse drawn to the outside, will opt to run at Monmouth in the Long Branch instead was because he felt like it would be a really taxing trip from the outside post going the mile and an eighth here at Aqueduct for a horse just making his second start. So he will go to the Monmouth route instead, also getting a 2-turn race opportunity there. But Chad Brown is also left with Hill Road, who will run in the Peter Pan this afternoon after missing the Wood Memorial since spiking a fever before that race. So now he's coming in to the Peter Pan off a bit of a significant layoff versus what would have originally been the plan had he been able to make it to the Wood. He's a horse that ran from far off of it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and then making his first start for Chad at Tampa in what has now proved to be a bit more of a tougher Tampa Bay Derby than we might have anticipated, with Owen Almighty finishing a valiant 5th in the Kentucky Derby. This is a horse that I think mentally still has a little bit of a ways to go. We'll see where he is from a fitness perspective today, but he, Greg, adds a very intriguing element to this race. Will he get enough pace to run at, though?
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. That is the big question for him, and the way this racetrack has been playing the last week or so, does that become more problematic?
In theory, I mean, I'm struggling with it a little today because, I mean, we're seeing mostly logical results today, so I don't want to get too caught up, and it does seem like some horses have made up some ground in the races today. I was talking to Chad Brown earlier, and I was talking about the track Spencer is speedy. I don't know. I still think Hill Road can run a good race without winning and still show he belongs in the upper echelon.
Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Belmont at the Big A, races 6 through 11. Pick 6 starting right here in just a minute. Fast and good on the turf. And at Monmouth, on opening day coverage, the Long Branch again the feature, and we could see some of those 3-year-olds, maybe in some big ones, including the Haskell down the line at the meet at the Jersey Shore to come. You can play it all by getting signed up right there. Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus when you punch in that at sign up. Match 200. Again, right, well, at nairabets.com. And you're good to go. All right, so the pick 6 starts here, coming up. Meant for the grass, move to the main track here. State bred maiden, special weight, so New York breds, where it's the 7 Andy von Vollenhoven. Definitely the one to beat.
It feels like the speed in this race and feels very much like the one to beat. I think the 11, the MTO, Sanzio, is dangerous. A little interested to see the 9 Tango Tango, a war dancer meant for turf, taking some money here. Feels to me like maybe you want to keep your eye on that one and bet it next time on the turf the way they're betting on it. Well, you don't have to bet it today.
Yeah, late scratch. Unfortunate here. Tango Tango will not make his debut for the Tom Morley barn with Manny Franco here coming up. Going to go back to the barn.
You know, just keep in mind these were all horses entered on the turf. So as far as the first-time starters, I don't really love those horses when they move them to the dirt. But doesn't mean the horse couldn't handle it.
No, I think that's a fair point. But doesn't Van Vollenhoven have just so much to like, turning back, and he's got speed, natural speed. Dave Duggan, already having a good year, winning at 18%. He just looks very formidable.
And I think that he's 4 to 5 somewhat on his own merits, but also on the lack of merits of the others. Because once you get past him and Sanzio, the AE, where are you going? I mean, do you want to hope that the 10 improves? Had a little bit of trouble last time out. I mean, Wind Dancers had a lot of chances. There's just really no form of anybody else to go on.
Well, I think what you said, though, is 100% correct, right? That the first-time starters were meant for turf, so that doesn't give you a lot of confidence them running on dirt. Although looking at pedigree, I guess the one that would have the most, that would make sense to me, and he's not taking any money, is the 8 Brenchley.
I agree. I do love Temple City's, but Temple City is a more effective turf stallion. You look at the pedigree, and it's kind of turfy on the dam side as well, and that horse is taking absolutely no money whatsoever. This, I mean, even
there he is, by the way, the 8.
Even the 10 with Irad Ortiz isn't getting bet. 7-1 on Irad is like 15-1 on anybody else.
This is true.
Well, second choice, it's the main track only, Sanzio, and did hit the board at this level in a race meant for dirt last start, but a slow time and would have to step it forward if he's going to beat Von Vollenhoven, you would think.
And he also got a lot of pace in front of him in that race to close into, and he still wasn't able to do it because there was a quick pace involving the winner, the second-place finisher, and even another horse that actually came back to win last week.
Pick 6, you see that pool closing in on $100,000, starts right here.
Yeah, you know, guys, the 5, Unity Dreams, the mare was a dirt sprinter, and a 10-time winner. 6 of those on fast dirt tracks. So from a pedigree standpoint, that horse could be a touch interesting as well.
It's not a pedigree that screams turf any more than dirt. Astrology Dam, Unified.
Odds-on favorite, Von Vollenhoven, John A. Nayrud. Graded stakes sprint to come next on this Saturday card. We start the pick 6 here in the 6th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Slow start there for Unity Dreams. Hopped in the air at the start, and Blue Pill is at the back end of the field. Dead Aim right to the front, and Man from Malta is a stalking second. Van Vollenhoven out in the clear is in third. Sanzio Orange Cap is in fourth. Very strung out here early. 80 Gold is tracking from fifth, moves towards the inside here, wants to save a little ground, is to the outside of sixth running. Wind Dancer back there in seventh. Moving forward is Unity Dreams in eighth. Towards the back end of the field is Brenchley, and the trailer, Blue Pill. 22.87 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Dead Aim at a big number. Man from Malta, another long shot. Van Vollenhoven, no excuses, stalking right there from third. And here comes the move from Van Vollenhoven, is moving up on the leaders 3 wide. All in, right behind is Sanzio, trying to make up some ground as Van Vollenhoven is looking at the grandstand, now straightens up, and Van Vollenhoven gets the cue, is still now just a little green, but now straightens up and kicks away, and Van Vollenhoven is up by 3. Here comes a run from Sanzio. Grandstand side is 80 Gold. Van Vollenhoven continues to be a little green. He's wandering, but he's best. It's going to be all Van Vollenhoven to win it at a short price. Van Vollenhoven wins at Sanzio, 80 Gold, and Man from Malta in 1 minute 10.88 seconds.
Von Vollenhoven, odds-on, formful start to this pick 6 and showing still a little green, but he got the job done.
Yep, it found the right field, got a perfect stalking position, was able to take over, and it wasn't even close, Richie.
He looked like a winner every step, always traveling well, had the leaders in their sights in that good stalking spot. Kicked away when he made the lead all by himself. Did look like he got a little bit lost, but kept to the task by Louis Rivera Jr. and Dave Duggan, 10th winner of the year.
Dave Duggan is a great example of, people say, oh, the little guy has no chance. It's just not true. Dave Duggan's a guy that 3-4 years ago had very few horses. You and I talked about him all the time, how much we respected the work that he did. He started to win a few races. He caught some attention with that deep closer in the dirt sprints, and he's got a lot more horses, and he's got the results. You can get a chance. You've just got to demonstrate you deserve it.
Yeah, and it's really fun to see how his horses respond. He and his wife, Lara, get on them in the morning. A lot of communication going on, and they always look good.
Odds-on favorite begins this pick 6 at 4-5. Von Vollenhoven for David Duggan. We're going to send it back out now to opening day coverage out in the Jersey Shore and Lafitte Pinkai.
Yeah, Greg, a terrific Saturday program. Belmont at the Big A and right here at Monmouth Park, opening day. The 80th meet. What better way to spend the dark week in between the first 2 Triple Crown races? And much like you have a key 3-year-old stakes race at New York, the Peter Pan, same here at Monmouth Park with the Long Branch, a stepping stone towards the NYRA Bets Haskell mid-July, as I welcome in my co-host, Jonathan Kinchin. JK, let's start just a big picture in Monmouth Park. For somebody who's watching, who's never been to Monmouth, who's never watched a race at Monmouth in their life, what can they expect to see over the next several months here, weekends leading through Labor Day weekend?
Well, there's a lot of great stakes that lead into the Haskell, the Naira Betts Haskell, which is one of the best 3-year-old races in the country. But it's just a nice racetrack to just hang out in. I've been walking around for the last couple of hours. Yes, I had a hot dog and a couple of hamburgers. I'm not ashamed of it. There's a lot of flip-flops, a lot of shorts and T-shirts. It's just a very laid-back racetrack. Nice deal.
A little different than where you were 7 days ago.
Yeah, a
little
little bit different.
And some of the headline affairs today. Well, leading into the Haskell. Today, of course, the Long Branch, another key stepping stone, the Naira Betts Pegasus, Naira Betts Haskell, the most prestigious race at Monmouth Park, the Monmouth Oaks, the Islin, closing day, September 14th. And today's Long Branch, important race for the reasons already mentioned. Automatic berth to the winner in the Haskell. 3-year-olds, mile 70, $100,000 purse. There's the field. Morning line odds. Number 8 is Pascaline. Revisit his latest, this West Virginia bred JK. 3 weeks ago, the Bayshore at Aqueduct, a rail trip for Pascaline. But watch this, like a few unorthodox strides. But once he gets straightened out, he finishes up strong.
Yeah, the important thing about this race, it's around one turn. And the horse he's chasing with the yellow saddle cloth and the green silks, the 4 Moplex, it's a really good one-turn horse. I think Pascaline is running extremely well in this spot. I think he's going to appreciate a little bit of added distance. I like the outside draw for him. You see his big, long stride right there. If you and I can tell, he's obviously moving pretty well. I think he's going to like this trip of going a little bit longer. And to me, he's probably the most talented horse that could move on to make some noise in a race like the Naira Betts Haskell.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I'm not going to ask you to compare them to the 3-year-olds we saw in the Kentucky Derby last week. But collectively, what do you make of the overall talent in this group? Potential, upside.
I think March Madness, right? It's kind of like a 5 seed. Like, they can win. The 1s and the 2s probably have to stub their toes a little bit. We'll see. Ask me in about an hour, I'll tell you.
Yeah, it has been done before. It's been a while. Lionheart back in 2004, the last horse to sweep this Long Branch and go on to victory in the Haskell. That's a race number 9 here at Monmouth Park. The 8th race coming up in 27 minutes. Check that, about, looking at the wrong screen, about 2 minutes, getting closer in just enough time to sneak in this promo and invite you to get involved and play with us at Naira Betts in the combination of Belmont at the Big A Monmouth. $15 by playing with Naira Betts, but at least $75 each. Belmont at the Big A today. You get $15, win or lose. Opt in now, NairaBetts.com. Let's meet the field for the 8th off the turf on the main track. Mile and a 16th, just $12,500 claimers, JK. They're all for sale. And again, we're not handicapping the fastest horses on the backside. We're not handicapping stakes runners. These are the cheaper, lower level claiming horses. And we start with Swift Tap, pictured at 7-2, a contender.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with getting off of the turf. This horse has had some nice races, probably the best of all these horses on the dirt.
Rich Strike's jockey. Sonny Leone aboard, there's Denying.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't be as shocked if Denying wins as I was that Rich Strike did.
Quick look at Tune In. Number 5 is out. Venezuelan Triumph here. 7 career wins, 3 on dirt.
Yeah, look, he just doesn't have a lot of early speed, which concerns me in a race like this.
Yono, Isaac Castillo won the 2nd race today. Number 8, Be Here, the 7-year-old debut, winless in 10 tries last year.
Yeah, this horse has been running on synthetic and turf in his last few starts. I have a feeling he prefers that surface.
English Painter, 9-2.
Going without a pony, what a brave soul.
Chantal Sutherland spending the spring and summer here at Monmouth for the first time. Cabinet pick, there he is.
Yeah, another horse I feel like probably prefers the grass, but give it a run around the dirt.
That's the field. These $12,500 claimers who win. I'll follow up that question in just a moment as we welcome in Paul LaDuca, 4-time Major League All-Star, standing by. Paul, not a lot of time. Who wins the 8th here at Monmouth on opening day?
Well, I think it's a difficult race. I mean, I know the 8 Be Here is your favorite, but when you look on paper, the 1 in here should be the clear speed. And this horse was 10-1 on the morning line, Swift Tap. But you look at this race, I know this horse is kind of on the cheap side, a $5,000 claimer, but should actually walk to the front end. Now, it looks like the inside has been okay today on this racetrack, especially deep in stretch. So I thought the 1 was the horse to beat, and that's where I'm going to land here. Denying the 2 with Sonny Leone. Derek Ryan's has always been a fixture here at Monmouth Park. And I think it all started with Musket Man way back in the day. This one for Eagle View Farm has had some dirt races, 4 on the fast dirt, not much success. And then the 4, Tune In. I thought the 4 had a little bit of an outside look in here. He is age 9. He's got to reach back to maybe a year ago so to get back to his best form. But like I said, Lafitte, I'm going to go for the horse that's going to go gate to wire here. And I just want to show everybody what a great crowd we have out here today for opening day. The pits are up. JK, I know you've had a couple hot dogs. I went down there, had a couple sausages and a couple hamburgers myself.
It's delicious. Look, it's for the food alone. I just found these little sliders, Lafitte. They were very nice.
Really good. Really good. Bad idea for us to have a 2 hours off in between broadcasts, right? Get ourselves into a lot of trouble.
There's a sports book here. I almost bet the Celtics, but I didn't do it.
I was betting I wasn't going to see you again the rest of the afternoon. Always an energetic, enthusiastic, loyal fan base here. The fans back at Monmouth Park, thrilled to have racing back on the Shore's greatest stretch. But we were hoping to see grass racing today. No turf racing. Viewer tuning in. It's gorgeous out there. Why aren't they running on the grass? There had been some weather, so they decided to stay off it today for opening day. Handicapping these races, how do you handle these situations?
Yeah, I mean, look, you have to understand that a lot of times the public will still bet them to a certain extent like they're being run on the grass, meaning they'll see a horse who has great grass form, who would be the favorite on the grass, and they still bet them like that. And the problem is you want to try to look for horses that have some hidden dirt form. For me, it's the one Swift Tap. It's not really hidden. It's right there in front of you. This horse has the most dirt form. The other thing I like about Swift Tap is that he's forward. And I think in races like this, where horses are typically on grass, they're not used to the kickback you're going to get on the dirt. Swift Tap won't get any of that. He'll be forward.
Gorgeous shot. That's called a rack focus, JK, a rack focus. Write that down.
Okay.
9th race, the Long Branch. First things first, the 8th from Monmouth. And Matt Ditterman standing by with the call. Opening day coverage continuing live on Fox Sports 1.
Cabinet pick. We're ready to go. And Lara. B here got squeezed coming out of the gate, takes up and drops to the back. Tune In on the front end here. Swift Tap to the inside, matching him. Venezuelan Triumph is 3 deep as they approach the first turn run. Pretty contentious tempo. On the inside, Swift Tap has the lead, cuts the corner into the turn, opens up a length and a half. Tune In running in the second position, Denying to the inside. Venezuelan Triumph is parked deep as a joint second now. There's a gap of 2 to Be Here the Gray. Racing on the inside. He's 5 lengths off the pace approaching the backstretch run. Yono is outside of him. English Painter is second to last, and Cabinet Pick can see them all, and he's 8 or 9 lengths behind as they head down the backstretch. Swift Tap at 2-1, making play on the lead. A length in front, not a fast pace here, set by Swift Tap. Tune In second, Venezuelan Triumph still parked outside of him. Denying his fourth, tucked in on the inside, joining the other 2. Another gap of 2 to Yono. Be Here to the inside, shaken up a bit. 2 more to English Painter, and 4 back to Cabinet Pick as they go into the far turn. Swift Tap around the turn, a half length in front. Tune In second. Venezuelan Triumph is dropped anchor. Denying is patiently ridden from third on the rail, still 2 off the lead, but getting closer, getting to the outside and peeling into that spot. And here comes English Painter with a nice run. English Painter and Chantal Sutherland looking for a spot to go. They're going to stay on the inside. English Painter at the top of the lane. Denying got the jumping kicks on. Swift Tap has been tackled and is swarmed on both sides. On the inside, English Painter riding the rail towards the front, and these 2 Denying and English Painter going at it head and head with a 16th to go. Denying inside, it's English Painter. Denying denied English Painter to score. Swift Tap was third best, and then Tune In, who was fourth.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Matt Ditterman. Denying English Painter, indeed. Denying and Rich Strikes jockey. 2022 Kentucky Derby winning jockey Sonny Leon. Couple of riders here dueling to the wire, spending their first seasons at Monmouth. Chantal Sutherland inside, Sonny Leon on the winner outside.
It's a good start, for these 2 riders who want to kind of establish themselves into the teeth of what Paco Lopez does here. Hey, I can finish on a horse. I can get us into position. It goes a long way when those next races come out and these riders and owners are paying attention. So it's a good start for Sonny Leon.
Just a $12,500 claim, a cheaper race, but look at the Look at the class. Look at them both digging and fighting. Still an entertaining horse race here with Denying emerging just victorious.
Yeah, I mean, the determination of these horses is one of the the top 10 reasons I love this sport, is to watch these animals try as hard as they do, and it's a lot of fun. It's you don't always get these types of stretch drives, especially in some of the lower level races. They can be a little bit more spread out, but when you get it, it's always appreciated.
And you get 4-1. Denying. Derek Ryan, winning trainer. Sonny Leone, the winning pilot. 2, 9, 1, 4, 8. Results forthcoming. And then the opening day feature and the Long Branch with 3-year-olds and a ticket to the Haskell mid-July. Meantime, back at Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A. Greg and Von Hollenhoven, or something like that, graduates in his 5th career start.
No, Lafitte, you were all over it. The odds-on favorite here starts off this pick 6, even though veering a little bit out of the turn into the stretch, able to get the job done here.
Well, they all finished out in the middle of the racetrack, and this one, and sometimes you're just that much better in the field, and this horse was, Richie.
Yeah, they took the blinkers off this time. He set just off the pace, was always traveling like a winner. And you can see there, I think he wanted to lug in a little bit, and then Louis Rivera kind of corrected him. He got over his right lead, and sometimes these horses that haven't been that free on the lead start wondering where all their friends are.
Yeah. Well, he's lucky he had no friends in this race. He now only has enemies.
Von Vollenhoven, short price, gets that maiden breaking score at 4-5 here. David Duggan, Luis Rivera Jr., and Heronwood Racing Partnership. First win in career start, number 5. First of 4 stakes races on our FS1 coverage here from New York. Coming up next, 6 furlongs, grade 3, named after a legend in this game, the John A. Nehrude, $175,000 purse for 4-year-olds and up, in one of the quickest sprint races we have seen all year long. From New York bred, what you talking about? The last time we saw him, Andy, a 106 Beyer speed figure in that win.
Yeah, I mean, to put it in perspective, those are the kind of figures that can be competitive in a Breeders' Cup sprint. The real question with him is, where did it come from? Because he had never really run close to it before. Now, we were marking earlier, he had been entered just a little over a month ago in the Commonwealth at Keeneland. Nutella Fella threw a fit in the gate to lay the start of the race, and he ended up being scratched in the gate. So he has been entered since his last race. He's finally getting to run.
And if he runs anywhere close to his last race, obviously he's going to be very tough to beat. And he's well drawn. I think the other main speeds are drawn to his inside. So he's quick, but he's not forced into a battle.
Yeah.
And again, this race named after a true titan of this game. John Nehrude, he helped turn Tartan Farms into one of the nation's top racing and breeding operations, most closely associated, obviously, with the great Dr. Fager, who in 1968 became the only thoroughbred ever to win 4 championships in a single season.
Yeah, he's just an incredible man, a visionary, one of the founders of the Breeders' Cup as well. And he actually went to the racing secretary when Dr. Fager was assigned 140 pounds, I think it was in the Washington Park Handicap, and asked him to put on more weight, because he wanted to prove to everybody how great he was. Could you imagine in this day and age a trainer going to the race area and asking for more weight?
No. No, it would never happen. He set a track record. Set a world record or track record that day, carrying that weight. Yeah. And, you know, when you think back into our lives around the racetrack, I would say that John Nehrude and Alan Jerkins are probably considered 2 of the most important people in racing over the last century, really, especially in New York. And John Nehrude, somebody always a pleasure to talk to at the racetrack. Didn't know him well, but used to see him at Belmont quite often.
Oh, and in his phrase, he'd rather have a bad day at the track than a good day anywhere else.
Our kind of guy.
Should have had a Kentucky Derby, if not for one of the all-time gaffes in the history of sports.
Gallon Man.
Yes, it was Gallon Man, who came back and dusted Bold Ruler in a record performance in the Belmont Stakes. There's Wesley Ward. He has one of the fastest sprinters in the country off that performance last time out. Okay, what you talking about? Back it up. In graded stakes competition, that last performance was against New York breds. The John A. Nehrude when we come back.
And clear off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home,
they're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
They will.
Back with you on our FS1 coverage. First of 4 stakes on this Saturday coverage on FS1 coming up with the John A. Nehrude. Program brought to you in part by Gainesway Power. Passion, performance, and this is coming up next. Cross Country Pick 5, combining Monmouth Park opening day and Belmont at the Big A. We'll kick off with 3-year-olds in the Long Branch. As Lafitte told you earlier, we could see some of these 3-year-olds lining up in their feature event in the Haskell in mid-July. And concludes with the Peter Pan. Winner can punch their ticket to the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga in early June.
Yeah, the Long Branch and then the Pegasus will be the 2 preps at Monmouth for the Haskell, which will be coming up. I mean, it's 2 months away, but it'll come up like it's a lot closer because Preakness, the Belmont Stakes, things start to heat up this time of the year.
So here we go. Grade 3, John A. Nehrude, the favorite, a New York bred. What you talking about? First start back since he just rose to a completely new level in that January 16th race at Aqueduct. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
With that 106 Beyer speed figure last time out, Greg, a dazzling number that would make this horse the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Sprint moving forward, or one of the main contenders. The big question is, can he repeat it? And he is coming in off a bit of a layoff. Now, if I did not know this horse, I would be really concerned about his fitness level. I am still a bit concerned about it because he is a big, burly individual. He always carries his weight. But what's concerning me most is that he's gotten hot here in the paddock, which often can be a bit of an inclination that a horse needs a race off the layoff. We haven't seen him since that blowout January effort. That being said, I never think that what you're talking about looks very fit because he always carries his condition. He's sharp in here. I'll watch how he's warming up, but he is one that did win first time out. He's had some gaps in his races, but this is his first time against open company. If he can repeat that last type of effort when going in to face open and graded stakes company, he is a major danger and obviously a horse that has tactical speed and a kind of versatile running style. Like I said, fitness is a concern for me, but he is typically one that carries condition from race to race. Now, the number 5, Anarchist, I saw last time out at Oaklawn Park when he ran in the Count Fleet, and he took it to Booth, who was the favorite in that race for Steve Asmussen, breathing down his neck the entire way in that race, and he was just caught late for second by Rivet, but all in all, dug in incredibly gamely, I think, chasing a very talented horse. He shipped to Keeneland from there, and then now seeing him come to New York, he's held his weight and conditioning remarkably well with all of that travel and with such a huge effort that he did run last time out. He looks fit, he looks strong, he's bright, he's happy here in the paddock. He's a bit quieter today than he was at Oaklawn, but it's also a bit quieter at Aqueduct than it was on that busy stakes day down at Oaklawn Park that afternoon. I think Anarchist shipping in for Doug O'Neill, major danger in this spot, Greg.
It would appear. Thank you, Acacia. Now, a horse who's been competitive against a former champion here on the New York circuit when he was second in the Grade 2 True North against Elite Power a couple of years ago. We're going to take a timeout. This is a veteran we've seen quite a bit on the New York circuit. Full Moon Madness, Grade 3 winner just 2 starts ago.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage. Grade 3, John A. Nehrude Sprint. And here's our post-parade. We start with Full Moon Madness.
Break will be key for this horse. He's broken well in his last 2 starts. He needs to do that from the rail today.
3 wins in a row, but a major class test now for Silver Slugger.
He's stepping up in class, but he has speed, and he's showing good gate speed recently.
What you talking about, New York bred? He was dominant last start.
One of the most interesting horses running today. Can he run back to that last race?
Surveillance has several back races, 11-time winner.
Went gate to wire last time, but he's a horse that's versatile. He doesn't need to be on the lead.
There is Anarchist, just missed against the heavily touted Booth.
If Anarchist can run one of his better races and the 3 doesn't run back to his last, he can win. I took a shot he would do that.
And 31-1 outside. Here's O'Connor Sunset.
I think he would be the lone surprise here. If O'Connor Sunset was able to win here, he'd have to improve dramatically.
5 minutes away from this 7th race starts the late pick 5, which you can play right there and get that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus when new members punch in that code right there, match 200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. So late pick 5 starts here. Here's the veteran Full Moon Madness for Michelle Nevin. Manny Franco will be aboard. Does bring at least some tactical speed to the party from that inside post.
And he's better at 6 than 7 furlongs. Of his last race was at 7. He's going to have to break sharply, but then Richie probably let the 2 go in one of those positions where you want Manny to, if he breaks well, to force that one a little bit, create some separation and get outside of him.
Yeah, but you got to come out running. You can't be looking right away to let that horse clear, because then he's not going to clear quick enough and spread them out the way you're talking about.
And this is when he's good. When he's good, he's pretty good.
That's the best race, he has ever run, and he did that as a 5-year-old, so maybe just getting better. This was 2 starts ago here at Aqueduct.
He got caught in a fast pace in what was a very, very strong Carter last time out. I don't want to hold that against him. He's a better horse than that, but when you run that badly, even though a tough field, Richie, he needs to bounce back here.
Yeah, no, he absolutely does. But, listen, it was a sharp half a mile in that Carter, and he's probably not as good as 7 furlongs. Look at his record at 6 furlongs, 3 wins with a 2nd and a 3rd from 6 attempts. So I think the rail doesn't do him favors, but the turn back does.
Yeah, he's got to break, though, and he is a horse that has had some issues at the gate, though not in his last 2 starts.
Meanwhile, here is Anarchist, who, again, a couple of years ago, we saw him in New York. He was competitive against champion Elite Power. He's done a lot of traveling as late. He's gone to Korea, came back to the West Coast, Santa Anita. We just saw him in Hot Springs, Arkansas, against a sprinter some consider one of the better in the country in Booth. He was only 3/4 of a length behind him.
Well, he's a horse that's never lost when he's been allowed to be the speed in a race, and that's the case last time in the Count Fleet. And he had to use speed to be close to him, because if he didn't do that, then Booth was going to run away with him. In this race, can he get a little bit more pace so he doesn't have to be compromised trying to win the race?
One of the gifts that, among many that Joel Rosario has is his ability for horses to run into his hands, and I think he's going to get just a really good stalking from the outside spot. This is a really cool horse. He's run at 10 different tracks in his 18 starts. He's a stakes winner on synthetic. He's a stakes winner on dirt, and he's stakes placed on turf.
Meanwhile, this horse here, even money now on what you're talking about. And a lot of that is really just what he did last time out. And this is the first time, Andy, he's venturing outside of facing New York breds.
And he falls in the category that you and I talk about, Greg, of one-number horses, right? They're betting him based on his last race. And to be fair, you were talking about earlier, Greg, it's one of the 3 fastest figures that a horse has run in this country sprinting this year. And these are the kind of horses that can go on and win Grade 1 races. But Richie, he's also got to show he can do it again.
Well, he's going to face some resistance too, right? He's just not going to get to smother a field and dominate. And sometimes when things come easy to a horse, they look like world beaters. When they've got to actually fight for it and they're running hard and they got someone next to him, that's when you find out a little bit more about who they are.
Because the 2's going to outrun him early. Potentially the 5 could be in front of him. Full Moon Masby in front of him. So let's see if he gets that kind of cozy trip that you were talking about last time against a field with a lot more talent. He's the horse to beat. I would never bet him at even money.
With more on this field, let's go back down to Acacia.
Yeah, what you're talking about is a very intriguing horse. He's gotten pretty revved up out on the track as well. Maybe he's the goods. We'll soon find out. But taking a look at Full Moon Madness, I wanted to reserve judgment on him until I saw him on the track, because he's a horse that when they gelded him last fall, it really helped free him up in his hind end, that he was moving a lot better. And I think that's something that really contributes to how he breaks from the gate. Horses push off from their hind end. That's where the power comes from. Breaking from the rail, he had a very quiet warm-up today. He's far more subdued this afternoon than he was in the Carter last time out, where he just was kept moving constantly in the preliminaries. I'm a little concerned about that because, and this is something hopefully Richie can expound a bit more on, I like to see especially sprinters have a bit of intensity and have that focus, especially when breaking from the rail. It's going to be paramount that he gets out of there cleanly and gets his position going forward. Now, the number 4, Surveillance, comparing to what I saw from him in the Carter 2 back to today, I think he looks better today. He was very quiet and really unassuming prior to the Carter, and he's a horse that sometimes can be quite obstinate out on the track. He can freeze, he can lose focus, he can just be hard to keep moving forward. Not the case in his last couple of starts, and while he did wire the field pretty comfortably last time, he's a horse that I think does not need the lead, and Silver Slugger should certainly be on the front end and had an aggressive warm-up, but very pleased with what I see from Surveillance and how he's coming into this, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. This is another horse coming off a huge performance last time out. That was on a wet track, but this is a horse who's an old pro. He's won over $1 million in his career.
He's a really neat, hard-trying horse. You can get a piece here. I don't see an avenue to victory for him. Thought he had everything his own way when he got it done last time out, setting a very slow first quarter in that race and sort of handing the race to himself. He can stalk. He can get good trips. I just don't think he's likely to beat all of the 1, 3, and 5 in this race, but I could be wrong. It's a price if you like him.
Well, listen, he hasn't been able to get the measure of Full Moon Madness, but Full Moon Madness doesn't have the best draw today, so maybe that helps him to beat him, but you're right. He's got to deal with a few others as well.
Yeah, but he's a very fair price. Put it this way, I'd rather bet him at 7-1 than take 11-1 on the 2 Silver Slugger, who is clearly the speed, but it's quite an acid test for a horse that won for $8,000 5 starts ago.
3 straight wins for the 2 at Tampa, and now this will be the graded stakes debut.
Should be quite
massive
a story
class
if he wins
test
here, huh? Horse that ran for $8,000 at Tampa in the middle of January. He's been running fast, but this is a tough spot.
It was a confidence builder.
He is the speed, though. He's quick.
Incredibly quick. He's won 6 of his last 7. Don't get too excited. Some of those, against 8 claiming, non-winners of 3, a maiden claiming event. Grade 3, John A. Nayrud, the favorite, the New York bred. What you talking about for trainer Wesley Ward with a Rad Ortiz Jr. As the 4 being a little stubborn, eventually here moving in. Surveillance. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Yes. O'Connor Sunset. O'Connor Sunset to the outside. All set for the John A. Nayrud. And they're off. Silver Slugger flashes that early speed right to the front, and What You Talking About is in pursuit. These 2 will hook up early. Surveillance makes it 3 across the racetrack. Caught fractions early here as Silver Slugger takes it right to What You Talking About, and towards the outside there comes Surveillance, just watching them, maybe backing off, is now a half length back in 3rd. At the rail, that's Full Moon Madness. One being pulled up, that was Anarchist. It's been eased out of the race. Anarchist has been pulled up and moved towards the outside. The trailer will be O'Connor Sunset. As they work around this far turn, dismounting there was Joel Rosario. 21-4 for that opening quarter mile. The leader is Silver Slugger with a head in front. What You Talking About is in between horses, 3 wide. That's Surveillance. Full Moon Madness is all in. O'Connor Sunset is trying to rally on as well. They reach the top of the stretch, and Surveillance is challenging. What You Talking About in between horses. Right there at the rail is Silver Slugger. Full Moon Madness is trying to catch the top trio. They throw it down here in the final furlong. What you talking about in between horses? Silver Slugger battling on here at the rail. Surveillance is trying to beat them both. What you talking about? Very game in between rivals. What you talking about? Won it. What you talking about? Wins. The John A. Nehrude Silver Slugger was right in there with Surveillance in 1 minute 9 seconds flat.
What you talking about? He got a battle in here, but now back-to-back wins. Unfortunately, we see the 5 Anarchists pulled up out of the race.
Obviously, we'll keep you abreast of him and hope he's okay. He gutted it out. You get a 3-horse photo, 3 battled the all way, and the heavy favorite wins the bob. I got to tell you, I got a new favorite horse in racing, and his name is Silver Slugger.
Wow, was he game. I mean, this was a tremendous horse race. These 3 horses were never more than a neck apart throughout the entirety of the race, and that's how they finished. This was quite an entertaining race. Very game effort by the New York bred. What you talking about? Silver Slugger fought every inch of the way. I'm with you. He was pretty cool.
Take another close look at the PPs and the career of Silver Slugger. He is the cool horse, but what you talking about gets the job done between horses in a battle, a pitched battle. And they weren't walking up front, but this track has been very kind to speed.
Not quite the way he did it last time. Incredibly dominant, but able to get the victory and gut this one out. And yeah, Silver Slugger, owned by 5-time Major League All-Star Victor Martinez. He's had some good ones early on in his career in the sport.
Amazing horse. He debuted December of his 2-year-old year in 22 in a stake race and was eased. He came back 14 months later, won a maiden claiming race and a claiming race. Then he was off for another 10 months, and he's 6 for his last 7 for 6 races. He almost won the stake. He's a cool horse.
He's a cool horse, and this was a race that the way these 3 horses threw it down, John Nehrude would have appreciated.
Yes, he would. 3-2, 4-1 finish. It's what you talking about, the New York bred here in this Grade 3 as we send it back to Monmouth Park.
B. Martz, what you talking about at Aqueduct? John Nehrude. Will the Long Branch be as competitive? 3-year-olds here. To the winner, automatic berth in the Naira Bets Haskell mid-July. Monmouth's most prestigious race. Let's meet the field, starting with Cool Intentions. 15-1. Outsider draws the rail.
Yeah, it's had a couple of occasions where his horse is broken slow. Not an ideal draw for a horse that doesn't always get away from there clean.
Doesn't have to face Sovereignty today, as he did in his last start. There's Dear Chairman, a quick daylight maiden winner at Aqueduct.
Yeah, he got really good last time on a surface with some moisture in it. Makes me question the figure.
Lordship, light and experience, lots of upside.
Look, Chad Brown wins a lot of races. This horse on figures just is not that fast. Doesn't deserve to be 5-2.
Baby Dukes, third in the private terms at Laurel.
Yeah, a horse that has some tactical speed, but there's other speed in here that he'll have to deal with.
Harrigan, number 6, and high percentage trainer Michael Pino.
Yeah, he's got a couple of races, but he hasn't run that well in his most recent start.
Second choice, Kentucky Outlaw, compromised in the Tessio.
This horse had a bunch of speed in his first 2 starts. Puts blinkers on. I would like to think this one will be on the lead, setting it up for the next horse we're going to talk about.
Favored. Pascaline, improving colt, solid third in the Bay Shore Aqueduct.
Yeah, a 1-turn race in the Bay Shore. I think he wants this 2 turns. I think he's going to appreciate it. I love where he's drawn. He should get a comfortable trip from out there. He's the one to beat.
7 strong, these 3-year-olds. $100,000 purse and a spot in the Haskell starting gate. Post time 2 minutes. Circling back to Lordship number 3, the second choice now at 2-1. Wanted to revisit his debut, Lordship. This was late March, Tampa Bay Downs. He was favored on that afternoon. I promise you'll see it. JK, what was impressive was that big early move he made in the race. He was wide on the turn and still sticking to his task and winning impressively.
Yeah, look, Chad will send up some horses to Tampa, whether it be on the grass or on the dirt. And this was one of those that he sent up there. The problem is while it was visually impressive, the final time of the race wasn't all that great. So it makes you wonder how good the performance really was. Who were the horses he was facing? You know, look, you put Alabama, why am I saying Alabama? How about Texas? You put Texas in a football game against,
it's gonna check your temperature like, are you all right, man?
Southeastern Louisiana. You know, they're going to look really darn good. But what's going to happen when they face some of the big boys? And that's the question I have for Lordship. This was an easy matchup for him. You could see the rider barely even encouraging this horse to win, but the problem was the speed figure wasn't that fast, and that's my biggest concern at a short price. If he was 6-1, 7-1, heck, I'd like to pay to find out how good he is. But at 2-1, and probably even you might get a click down from that, I'd like to look elsewhere.
Cross entered in the Peter Pan. Sound like Chad Brown was going to run him in the Peter Pan. He had an outside post. So for that reason, the audible, and here's Lordship in the Long Branch, Paul. And then Cool Intentions, who looked, hey, there should be no problem. Doesn't have to deal with the likes of Sovereignty, right? The Kentucky Derby winner today.
I think he gets the best trip in the race, Cool Intentions. I really do. Now, to get back to the Chad Brown runner, the 3, the horse looked tremendous in the paddock. I mean, absolutely just glowing. But, you know, first start against winners in a stakes race is really tough to do. And I'm with JK. Just taking this horse at 2-1 is just tough to take. Now, I did talk to Arnel Delacour in the paddock, and I said, what are you thinking here? He's like, listen, I've been wanting to run this horse around 2 turns, but I wanted to give him some foundation. He's got the foundation now, and he thinks he's going to be able to handle it. He said he's more worried about the 7, you know, the Felisa Dunn charge. He said that horse has got a lot of talent. He doesn't know if that horse is going to go to the front end or not. And, you know, the trip that the 7 had last time, it doesn't even do justice. Steadied, swerve. The horse was all over the place, so the blinkers go on the 7 in here, Kentucky Outlaw. But I'm going to land on the 1 here at 12-1, Cool Intentions. You know, I just think draws a good spot. Might draw a good trip in here at 12-1 with all the speed in here. And you just got to draw a line through that last start. And I think this horse has got a big shot to maybe upset in here, Lafitte.
By a Kentucky Derby winner, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, authentic Cool Intentions. JK Cold on the board. 7-2 on the morning line, 12-1 as we've reached post time.
That's what you did there. Cool Intentions,
like
Cold.
That?
Yeah, that's why you make the big bucks.
Pretty slick.
This horse is raced 3 back. Makes sense. As a 2-year-old, I thought the horse ran well. It's the last 2 that are problematic for me. The horse didn't run all that great, and I don't see anything that really grabs me as an excuse as to why he ran so poorly. Now, I think at 12-1, like we talked about a little earlier, I think it's a fair number to try to find out how good Cool Intentions might actually be, but he's going to have to prove it, and he's going to have to find those numbers from 3 and 4 back.
The bookends, Cool Intentions to Pascaline. You like the favorite here. What are you expecting from him this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm expecting him to pop away from there. He should have some pace to close into, and I just want him to be either, you know, no more than 2 or 3 wide going to that first turn. But I think he's the type of horse that's tactical enough to find that position and to get into a position where he's not going to end up 3 or 4 wide around there. On the far turn, I don't care. If he has to make a move to the outside, I just would like for him to save some ground on the first turn, have some pace to close into. A lot of those things I think will likely happen here.
Well traveled. Pascaline, 4th start in as many states. Victor Carrasco back aboard, rode him his first 2 races, won both of those races. Kendrick Carmouche rode in the Bayshore. Carrasco back aboard. Early on, what stalls are we looking at? Which of these 3-year-olds represent the early speed?
Well, I think you want to keep your eyes on the 7. You want to see if the 7 Kentucky Outlaw pops away from there and makes the lead. And that's where my eyes would be from a pace standpoint.
March towards the Naira Bets Haskell begins here. To the winner, a place in the Haskell starting gate. It is post time for the Long Branch. Matt Dudeman standing by.
And to round out the field, Pascaline. Here's Pascaline, Victor Carrasco. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Long Branch Stakes. Kentucky Outlaw slow to go from post position 7. On the inside, Cool Intentions is naturally quick. Dear Chairman put into play, and these 2 hook up as they approach the first turn run here. On the inside, it's Cool Intentions taking control of things. Dear Chairman sticking to him as they round the turn. Kentucky Outlaw, keen now, is ridden hard out of the gate after braking slowly, and he's a bit rank here. Moving up level 2nd with Cool Intentions. Dear Chairman is on the lead clearly, a length and a half approaching the backstretch run. Baby Dukes is next in the field with Pascaline. They're together, 3 lengths off the pace, a gap of 4 to Lordship. Lordship and Harrigan, who is at the back. They're down the back stretch here, and the leader is Deer Chairman by a neck. Kentucky Outlaw still racing keenly on the outside with Paco Lopez having a strong hold on him. Cool Intentions up the back stretch, had to check right when they hit the 5 furlong marker. He's more settled down third in a good spot. Pascaline, a clear fourth, patiently ridden. He's 3 off the pace. Gap of 2 to Baby Dukes, who's sent upon. Lordship is joining him, and Harrigan, who's 3 wide. Those 3 at the back together as they round the far turn. Kentucky Outlaw, Deer Chairman, they are even. Cool Intentions shaken up from the 3rd position. So is Pascaline, getting a giddy-up reminder, and Kentucky Outlaw just breezed to the front. Kentucky Outlaw coming to the top of the lane, the leader. Pascaline trying to reel him in from the outside. He's 2nd. Cool Intentions 3rd. Deer Chairman weakens. Far outside. Lordship in the moment, not picking up the pace. Kentucky Outlaw sprinting for the wire in the final furlong and kicks away to a 3-length edge. Cool Intentions 2nd. Pascaline alongside of him. They're coming to the finish. Kentucky Outlaw holding on. Kentucky Outlaw to win the Long Branch Stakes. A big day for Paco. 4 wins for the journeyman jockey. Cool Intentions 2nd best. Pascaline was 3rd, and Lordship was 4th. The final time, 1 minute 41.06 seconds.
Wow. Crushed late. The post-time favorite at 9-5. Ducked out on the first turn. Aggressive, pulling at Paco Lopez was Kentucky Outlaw, and still good enough to fend off all challengers, win this Long Branch, and punch his ticket to the NYRA Bets Haskell on the 19th of July. Wow.
You asked me if there's any horses in this race that I thought could go on to win the Haskell. I thought Pascaline was really the only one. Based on the way that this horse just ran, the adversity that he overcame throughout 3 or 4 times throughout the race, he definitely throws himself into the mix. He's going to have to take another step forward when the big boys show up. But the way that he ran here today with all of the obstacles that he had, it was pretty impressive.
Hopefully an opportunity to revisit the start. Just so much went wrong, the mistakes that he made, and still the raw talent, once Kentucky Outlaw puts it all together, figures out what it is to be a professional racehorse, he's just going to be that much better. At 9-5, the favorite, Kentucky Outlaw. Let's revisit the start. Kentucky Outlaw from post position 6. As you see, obviously, saddle towel 7. And what takes place on the first turn when things like this happen against quality opposition in a stakes race, normally that spells doom.
Absolutely. He misses the break here. The horse wants to run. He's trying to get himself into position. He ends up in almost a 4-wide situation. Then he has to take back. He almost blows the turn. He ends up in the 5 path. I mean, that alone was enough for him to get beat. And then here, just watch we'll just pretend you're watching. His head, he was fighting the rider the entire time, not relaxing at all, and wasted a lot of energy. And to still have enough to hold off the 1 and the 8 and still get the win, it was pretty impressive.
Let's get down to Paul.
I am with winning, I guess, owner, trainer, whatever you want to call John Dunn, who is married, obviously, to Felisa Dunn, but you're not giving it up. You said you're retired. Felisa is the winning trainer.
Yes, my wife.
Congratulations. This horse, I mean, had a brutal trip last time, and he was giving Paco a lot to handle with today, too.
Yeah, he does get pretty rank because he wants to lead, but he's learning the rate, you know. We got to get him the rate, and he's doing pretty good. We're working on it.
Is he always been a pretentious horse? Because he seems like he's got a ton of speed.
Yes, he has, because I've ever since the first time I worked him as a 2-year-old, he worked real good. And then I've been trying to slow him down. Matter of fact, jockeys don't even work this horse. The exercise riders work him, and they're in the back seat, and he just throws up bullet works all the time. But it's because he's so, tenacious like that.
Well, congratulations. I know this is your wife and your first stakes win here. Congratulations. And the one thing I'm glad you didn't retire is that leather jacket.
Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. And I just want to say one thing to my lovely wife sitting at home watching. This one's for you, honey.
Enough said.
Husband and wife celebrating. He may never take that vest off again. Celebrating for the time being. There is an objection involving the top 2 finishers, Kentucky Outlaw, Cool Intentions, and apparently there wasn't much. Already dismissed. 7-1-8-3 for Kentucky Outlaw. Great story, terrific performance.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he really overcame a lot in this spot. And like I said, when the big dogs show up, for the Haskell. He'll have to get a little bit faster, a little bit better. Those antics probably won't work against some of the horses he's likely to see in that Naira Betts Haskell, but today he was absolutely the best horse in the race.
Kentucky Outlaw, and Paul liked Cool Intentions at a big price, completing the exacta. Much more from Monmouth Park. Kentucky Outlaw Greg and Paco Lopez. Yeah, another day at the office. 4 wins for the 11-time Monmouth champion jockey.
It's only opening day and more of the same from Paco Lopez. Our big 3-year-old race still to come in the Peter Pan. We just saw the grade 3 John A. Nehrude. It was what you talking about with the victory in here. And now back-to-back wins for trainer Wesley Ward. And I know not as impressive as what we saw last time out. What do you make of him going forward?
It's hard to know. It's hard to know how the track is playing in this race. You know, you could argue that he had to be used more in a pace that was a little bit quick in here. He's obviously a good horse. How good he is remains to be seen. I'm sorry, I know he didn't win the race. I just can't get over the number 2 in this race, Silver Slugger. I just think he's one of the coolest horses. He's my new favorite horse.
Interesting, right? Winning for 8,000 not that long ago and working his way up to this level to just narrowly defeat it here.
And for those that don't realize, you could have bought him in that race for $8,000.
I mean, he's kind of a miracle, this horse. And I bet there's a great story behind him because of all the gaps. He must have had some injuries. He must have had some issues. These are the kind of horses that make the game great.
Again,
I know he didn't win, but still.
Yeah, owned by V-Mart, Victor Martinez, 5-time Major League All-Star. Great performance. Also in the race, unfortunate incident. We saw Anarchist pulled up, taken out of the race. With more on that, let's go to Acacia.
I did just get a chance, Greg, to catch up with attending veterinarian Dr. Sarah Hinchliff on the number 5 Anarchist, who was pulled up by Joel Rosario, did sustain an injury to the right front sesamoid, but he was able, with some good news, to walk onto the equine ambulance and get a ride back over to the barn area for some further evaluation and to see if he's a candidate for surgery. So certainly we'll hope that things turn out well for Anarchist, but some very good news that he was able to walk on, and of course Joel Rosario saw him walk back under his own power, and he was fine as well and took great care looking after his horse and pulling him up early.
All right, Acacia, thank you for that. So initial report, good to hear there with Anarchist. We have more stakes action to come, which we will get to in a little bit. Ruffian still ahead, and of course our big one in the Peter Pan will close out the card. We're going to set up the next here, race 8. Meant for the grass, moved to the main track now and shortened up from 1 mile to 16th to 1 mile distance here in Magical Ways. The favorite for Rudy Rodriguez.
And listen, I'm not going to be surprised if he wins this race, but to me, he's a horse that hasn't seen the winner's circle in quite a while, and I think he's a bit of a dubious favorite. He's also a horse that really doesn't have a lot of speed.
6-5 right now. Ruben Silvera rides. We're going to take a timeout. Flying high right now. One of the all-time greats in the sport, Hall of Famer, Bill Mott. 2nd win in the Kentucky Derby, and this one outright. We just saw a New York bred win a graded stake. Can another New York bred get it done in the Ruffian? Mott's Sterling Silver will try and do just that. Still ahead.
Game Winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game Winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Oh, the great American Pharoah ended that 37-year drought in the Triple Crown. He had a few more hits to come.
He was able to run Triple Crown and the Haskell and Travers. It's amazing. I thought his Haskell, I know the Breeders' Cup was incredible for him. I thought the Haskell was maybe his best race.
And until he had won that Triple Crown, he completed the sweep in that Belmont Stakes, obviously. There was so much chatter about, oh, it's too hard, we can't do it anymore, we have to change the format. Right. He proved, yes, we could.
And then we had a Triple Crown winner again 3 years later.
Right.
It's great. It's a great achievement because it's hard.
Well, exactly. I mean, we went through that in the 70s. 25 years between citation and secretariat. They were saying, change it, it's too hard.
That was too easy.
Yeah, then 3 in the 70s, and oh, it's too easy.
And Spectacular Bid's going for a 4th, and people were literally saying, is it too easy?
It is what it's supposed to be, hard.
Look at some notable dates to come. That Haskell, July 19th. We have the 8th next. Here, Belmont at the Big A, 8 minutes to post. Let's go down to Acacia.
And we'll start off with Magical Ways, who, as you guys mentioned, is taking the early money for Rudy Rodriguez. And he comes out of a distance race that I'm starting to wonder a bit. Now, Otello has not run back yet, but there were 2 horses that have run back out of that race and been pretty short prices in Peak and Good Skate and have not fired really in their subsequent starts. So we'll see what Magical Ways can do, as he was urged to keep up that day and ran on second best, but he's a horse that always is kind of right there, but it's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle. He looks fine in here, great energy, but the horse that looks best is the 10, Seeking Unity, second off the claim for Fernando Abreu. Has some tactical size, he's tactical speed. He's the one that first caught my eye in the paddock and has continued to do so with every step. He's big, he's strong, he's powerful, like everything I see from Seeking Unity.
Acacia, thank you. So here is Magical Ways, 6-5 favorite.
He has fast figures, and I understand why he's getting bet in this race. I worry, though, Richie, about his general lack of speed and is not winning in quite a while.
Especially from the rail with the lack of speed.
Yeah.
Bonus move, meanwhile. He does have a dirt race early on where he broke his maiden, makes him competitive.
No, this horse can handle the dirt, and he's got speed. He can be forward. Now, I wouldn't bet him at 2-1, but I can understand the case for him.
Been more on the turf of late. Again, this race was meant for the grass. Here's the main track only. Unbridled Bomber, Manny Franco.
Yeah, making his first start up the claim by Oscar Barrera the third, but this horse has been a little bit off form lately.
Horse who wants to be forward, Sagamore Mischief.
And while obviously see him running in lower level races, this is not really a 75 claimer because it's off the turf, and he potentially is the speed.
And Dylan Davis on Seeking Unity, some strong form, second off the claim, trainer Fernando Abreu.
I'm just seeing this horse trip out. I think he's stalking from the outside, sitting a really nice trip. And for people that don't know Fernando Abreu, he was the assistant for a long time for the late, great Alan Jerkins, so he learned his lessons well.
I'm a big fan, and I'll tell you something else. He found the mile in 3/8 last time, a little too far for him. This cut back to a mile is a good thing.
Yeah, do not hold that last race against him by any stretch. Distance very few ever go or are successful at. There's those prices for Monmouth, Kentucky Outlaw, that win in the Long Branch. We have race 8 coming up to kick off the late pick 4. On this Saturday card here, Belmont at the Big A. Rick Dutrow, Captain Cook, Withers winner, trying to bounce back after a disappointing performance in the Wood Memorial. Still to come, trying to punch that ticket to the Belmont Stakes.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear. 2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his Forgo, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
William Giroux. It's Mandaloun, and Mandaloun wins.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you in our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 1 Race 8. This will be the start of the late Big Four on our Saturday card from Belmont at the Big A, and that is our current favorite. 6-5 Magical Ways for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. With Ruben Silvera, you can play this Pick 4 by getting signed up at NYRA Bets. That's the offer, the $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Punch in match 200 and sign up for new members, and that offer yours at NYRABets.com. So, look, obviously, the form is there. What are the negatives?
Yeah, I mean, listen, he is in some ways you could say he's the fastest horse in the race based on speed figures, but he just has no speed, and we're seeing this track now for over a week make it very difficult to make significant runs, and I just think, Richie, he's going to be compromised in this racetrack and is massively overbet.
Doesn't he feel more like a two-turn horse to you than a one-turn horse?
Well, I mean, to be fair, Richie, 2 and 4 back, he rent the one-turn mile and got 89 and 90 Beyer speed figures. So I'm not really sure. I think he's a horse that just sort of, he's not a great dirt horse in this country because he has no speed. Right. The dirt racing is so dominated by speed that he's always sort of compromised a little bit, I think.
Well, he's giving away ground early that he has to make up.
Yep.
Well, Mig, you said you thought Seeking Unity on the outside with Dylan Davis was the one who could trip out in this spot. What did you mean by that?
I just think he's going to be sitting in a perfect stalking position. I agree with Andy. I think Sagamore Mischief is speed. I also think the 7 bonus move
is speed.
Is speed. You know, he's a horse that had blazing speed early in his career, sprinting, whether it was dirt or turf.
He's the kind of horse, if you were riding him, bonus move, you'd be thinking, I'm going to the front here, and if I lose, I'll lose doing the right thing.
Well, you're playing to a horse's strength. And also, the art of riding a speed horse is basically throwing down the gauntlet. This is what I'm doing. You figure out what you want to do.
I think the only one that really does that a lot is Joel Rosario. When he's aggressive, he makes them go too fast, having to chase him.
Back to a horse who's staying in here, even though it's moved to dirt, and he does have some dirt form. That's bonus move. Let's go to Acacia.
He does have some dirt form, Greg. This was a horse in bonus move who sold at the Timonium, Maryland sale as a 2-year-old, which is a 2-year-old sale where they work over conventional dirt, not synthetic like you will see some other 2-year-old sales. And he went 10 flat in that workout. So he's one that had always shown speed and promise and came in here showing a lot of speed on the main track early on. Now, I think he's a better turf horse. Physically, I think he's more suited to turf, but that said, I haven't seen him in a while as he's been down in Florida, and he has really filled out, developed. He was on his toes, touting himself nicely throughout all the preliminaries here. And Mark Hennig, who had a multi-win day here just the other day at Aqueduct, and one of those horses being one that he left in and was able to handle the dirt. I think has a really good read off of which horses can handle it. This horse has shown that he can, and given what he's facing in here, no problems with him. He probably was the horse that I think touted himself best in the warm-up out on the racetrack. We'll see how the pace does materialize in here. Intriguing with this guy staying in on the main track, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. So 5-2, bonus move. John Velasquez will ride for trainer Mark Hennig.
What I would say about him is I think there's a very good case to be made for him. I don't think there's a great case to be made for him at 5-2 in this race. Is he really supposed to be about a third the price of Sagamore Mischief?
And let's go back to pace for a moment. He has and showed sprint speed first couple of starts of his career. He showed turf sprint speed. There's a chance he's the fastest horse in this race.
There is and there isn't. You know, I mean, he's not a horse that seems to have the speed he did early in his career. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think with a super aggressive ride, he could be in front, but I don't know that he has the speed that he once had.
No, his first couple of starts, that was blazing speed, almost runoff speed. And somewhere in the middle of his career, it kind of tempered, and he lost maybe just a little bit of it.
I think probably it's his training. They probably didn't want him to be going so fast early. Doesn't mean you don't want him to do it here, though.
So the 6-5 favorite, that 3 Magical Ways, set for the 8th. We send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Sagamore Mischief is in. Seeking Unity. Dylan Davis. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Bonus Move right out to the front, and Sagamore Mischief is right there with the leader. These two hook up early, moderate tempo up front. Bonus Move, John Velasquez, they're a neck in front. Right to the outside, Sagamore Mischief is stalking, and patiently ridden their Seeking Unity is tucked in behind them. Then comes Magical Ways, that's the leading 4 with the early trailer. Unbridled Bomber. Bonus Move is in front and clear. Bonus Move went 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. Moving right along, Bonus Move easily up front is up by a full length. Sagamore Mischief takes off the pressure here, stalks from second. Magical Ways is moving forward at the rail in third. Out wider there, no move yet from Seeking Unity. Center of the racetrack makes it 3 wide in that second grouping, and still the trailer. Tight hold. Manny Franco wants to go. Unbridled Bomber is the trailer, only 2.5 off the lead, 47 seconds flat for half-mile time. No excuses for Bonus Move, who takes him into the far turn, has done it easily, and Bonus Move is up by 3/4 of a length. Magical Ways is going to ride the rail, no room yet. Sagamore Mischief, Seeking Unity, 3 wide. Unbridled Bomber begins to uncork at the back, is still the trailer, has to make up 2 as they approach a quarter mile left to go and trying to muscle through. Here comes at the rail. Magical Ways is trying to create an opening there. Bonus Move is trying to hold that position. Sagamore Mischief, these 3 across the racetrack. Seeking Unity is 4 across as they now have a final furlong to get. It's Sagamore Mischief to the outside is challenging. Bonus Move is still there. Magical Ways is trying to rally on. Seeking Unity is trying to catch the top duo, and here they come. 4 across the racetrack inside the final 16th. Late lunge here. Magical Ways towards the inside. Sagamore Mischief, Seeking Unity. It's a photo. Look like Seeking Unity on the grandstand side. Got it. It's a photo there with Seeking Unity, Sagamore Mischief, and Magical Ways. 3-way photo in 1 minute 36.47 seconds.
Wow, bullying his way through the fence here. The favorite, but it looks like he comes up short. Dylan Davis, Seeking Unity at 2-1. Looks like he gets this win.
Almost a battle of attrition late in this race, Richie. I mean, you couldn't have scripted a better trip for Magical Ways with the rail opening when the 7 tired and drifted a little bit. The 9, who was too big a price, almost got it done, and he was probably the one you're supposed to bet at 6-1. But the 10 just ground him down, Seeking Unity, and somehow managed to win with all the 3 idiots on this show picking them.
I carried a lot of weight.
In that, even though you
carried a lot of weight over the line there, but this horse made a long, wide, extended run. Your favorite had every chance getting through on the rail, saving ground, but this horse was just best today.
The favorite doesn't have that killer instinct. He doesn't have that big move. He just grinds it along, you know?
10-9, 3-7. Second choice on the board with a win. Dylan Davis on Seeking Unity. Let's head back to Monmouth.
1 left. Opening day, Greg, here at Monmouth Park, 80th season. And this 10th and final $10,000 maiden claimers all for sale. All winless, 6 furlong sprint. And Emirates Honor to the outside, 6-5 will meet the field, starting with Lock Barrel, 18-1 outsider, 5 race maiden.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought this horse, if you wanted a long shot in here, he wasn't the worst.
Blue Marble, Paco Lopez. 9-2 on Paco Lopez, who's already won 4 on the afternoon, including the long branch.
This is definitely the Paco effect. This horse doesn't deserve to be 4-1.
But it's Paco. Paco Saturday in Monmouth Park. Dave the Great, first-time starter, live on the board.
Yes, trainers 15% with low-level maiden claimers.
Mine Seeker, 13-1, 9 race maiden.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of early speed. We'll need some against this group.
Tabloid, Out Gunnery Sergeant, not difficult to spot on the track.
Yeah, this horse couldn't win for 35 for Todd. Was 12-1 that day.
Mono E Mono, 10 race maiden off the board in each of those.
Yeah, has a little speed. This one I thought was interesting.
And the favorite to the outside, Emirates Honor, Sonny Leone, looking for a second on the opening day card.
It's hard to say that I like a horse a lot in a maiden claimer, a maiden 10 claimer, but I like Emirates Honor quite a bit. This horse, if you look at his last 2 or 3 starts, you know, a lot of people will start to question, you know, there's a couple of thirds, a third, a couple of seconds, start to question, does this horse want to win? But I'm one of those people that as long as you're not, if that's not happening to you as the favorite, he's the second or third choice, and he's running second or third. He's doing exactly what you thought he was going to do, what he was supposed to do. Third best horse in the race, running second or third. In this spot, he's the favorite. If he shows up and is who we think he is, he's going to beat this group. And The funny part about it is, there's a name, Emirates Honor, I thought about. There's a $10,000 claiming tag. Even with the $10,000 claiming tag, you couldn't get a first-class flight on Emirates for $10,000, I don't think.
No. Not even close, my friend. For Sonny Leon, aboard, who wins Kentucky Derbies on 80-1 shots, trying to win the nightcap on opening day on a 6-5 favorite Emirates Honor. To Paul, trackside.
Well, Lafitte, I'm in agreement with JK. When you look at the will pays, the 8 is a big favorite in here. And there's always a field that a horse will find and win and break the maiden. And when you look at the outside horse, Emirates Honor, 3 second-place finishes, 2 third-place finishes. The 1 and the 4 are the only horses. The 1's got a third-place finish. The 4's got a second-place finish. Not one other horse has a placing in here. So the 8 is by far the horse to beat in here with Sonny Leon, and owned and trained by Michael Deeney, the son of Mastery. Now, Mano Imano, the 7 for Wayne Potts, has had 10 chances, never hit the board, but been close. And like JK said, I think a horse that figures in here because you don't really have to be much to win this race because the 8 is the barrier. You got to run by about a 55 to 60 buyer in here, and you're the winner. And that gets to the first-time starter, doesn't it? The 3, Dave the Great, because you just don't really know. The unknown in here, I think, like another thing that JK hit, I think the 2 is just taking Paco Lopez money. So Dave the Great, if you like a first-time starter by Sharp Azteca, looked very well on the racetrack. But I'd probably go 8-2 in here. I think Blue Marble will run okay. But I just think the 8's going to be really hard to beat in here. And I'd also give the 4 a little bit of a shot. I think this race, you need to find somebody with a little value in second. So I'll put maybe the 1, 2, and 4 underneath the 8 in here.
That kind of race, Paul, where a little will go a long way. And for that reason, while you're staring at this first-time starter, you can't fault him for what he has not done. Lose a bunch of races. Prove that he's really not that talented or that fast. This is his first day on the job, and he is live on the board.
Yeah, it's a little lingo. They'd call him unexposed, right? We don't, you know, the rest of them, we kind of know who they are, and we know that they qualify to be at this level.
I feel totally exposed.
This horse could be, like, look, I'm just saying theoretically, just to make the point, this horse could be a superstar. He's probably not. They probably wouldn't make the mistake to offer him for sale if he was a superstar, but he could be. You don't know yet because he hasn't run. He's likely not, don't get me wrong. But I just want to make the point that that's one of the things with first-time starters in groups like this. You can sometimes get a horse that is a little bit of a surprise.
That Ridgeling, Chris Elliott aboard Mano Imano. Chris Elliott, his father, Stu Elliott of Smarty Jones fame, who will be inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame August 1st at Saratoga, the 04 Derby Preakness winner. Does he have a race that he's run that, if he runs back to, would make him competitive?
Yeah, I mean, he's got some back races, but they've really gone away. You know, like last December at Aqueduct, he ran well enough, and even January 19th at Aqueduct, he ran well enough. But then he's just been on a downward spiral in terms of his figures and his performances. So look, this horse is 3-5. I think he deserves to be 3-5. Look, I know it's a lower level race, but the 8 has run 2 races in his last 2 starts that would absolutely beat this field. And I think that, and he's consistent. He's been consistently, a consistent horse that just keeps running, second the last couple of starts. I think he'll get over the hump here today.
Wagering public agrees. Odds on 3-5 Emirates Honor. One final time, Matt Ditterman with the call. Load and call. Post time for the 10th and final opening day at the Shore's Greatest Stretch, live on Fox Sports 1.
Gunnery Sergeant, post position number 6. 2 back, Mano Imano and Emirates Honor. Mano Imano up to the gate, go again. And Emirates Honor to round out the field. We're ready to go in the finale on opening day. And we're off. A little bit of a tardy break from Dave the Great, the first-time starter. A dash for the early lead. Blue Marble in the mix here. They're lining up. The gray Gunnery Sargent is in the line as well. And from between horses, Dave the Great, who broke last out of the gate, is challenging for first right now with Blue Marble. And Gunnery Sargent parked outside of that pair. Lock Barrel down to the inside fourth in a little bit of a tight spot. Has to tap on the brakes. Mano y Mano towards the back of the field. Mineseeker alongside of him. And Emirates Honor, who's taking the outside path. He's parked about 4 or 5 wide as they go into the far turn. Contentious tempo continues up top. Blue Marble inside with a neck in front of Dave the Great. Gunnery Sargent got a breather and moves up 3 wide. Gunnery Sargent comes looking for the lead at the quarter pole. Gunnery Sargent now with a half-length edge, but Blue Marble comes right back at him. Dave the Great calling it an afternoon. On the inside, Lock Barrel's trying to move forward down on the fence. They're down the stretch here. Blue Marble, Gunnery Sargent both exchange a brush with a furlong to go. They're still going at it. Mineseeker down the outside. Emirates Honor coming with his rally now. 16th to go. Gunnery Sargent neck in front. Gunnery Sargent, Jorge Vargas Jr. to win the nightcap. Blue Marble second, tight for third. Emirates Honor, Lock Barrel, and a driving finish to end the opening day card.
Crosses the wire in front, does Gunnery Sargent, but I don't know if this victory is going to be clear, cut, and decisive in the end. Leaning in, lugging in badly in the stretch, JK.
Yeah, look, I'd be surprised if they don't take a look at this. But that's what you get at this level. You get sometimes some goofy horses. You call it green, where they haven't really figured out their job quite yet.
This will be the angle, the telling angle. Again, easy to spot on the track. Gunnery Sargent, he's not hiding from anyone, and watch him start to lean in. Wow. There will be an inquiry/objection. We imagine it's not posted yet, but from what you're seeing here, what do you think the final outcome will be, JK?
Yeah, I mean, when it's a race that's decided by less than a length, and you have that type of interaction at the top of the stretch, it feels at this point that they're going to take a pretty hard look at this.
Thank God a jockey's on the show. He's back in New York. Richie, what'd you see? What do you think?
Well, personally, at watching it, Lafitte, I don't think I'd make a change, but he does lean on him pretty hard here. You're going to see he's going to get over to his right, the horse in the white, Gunnery Sargent. He's going to hit, Jorge Vargas is going to hit him right hand, right there, shoulder to shoulder. Leaned hard into him pretty good.
It feels like the horse inside of him carried him out a little bit in the stretch, coming into the stretch, too.
Yeah, but he didn't initiate the contact. So I think the onus is more on the outside horse with that kind of dramatic move, and I think it was partially going at him with a right-handed crop. And also the fact that he was going to his right lead, the horse's momentum, their weight is going to shift towards the inside anyway. Again, personally, I think this is rubbing. Rubbing's racing. I don't think it was that dramatic. I wouldn't make a change. But he did lean into him pretty hard.
I'm just glad not to be involved in sweating it out.
Here it is right here. Now, he straightens him up there. Now he's going to go to him right-handed. Right in here. I mean, there's contact there. There's no doubt. And to me, the onus is on the outside, though.
Yeah, I think Richie's point's well taken. I wouldn't take him down, but I don't think it's a terrible call if they do.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And the stewards, you're seeing what the stewards are looking at. 6-2-8-1. Inquiry involving the top two for that check, that trading of paint. After having seen it a few times, JK, what do you think the decision will be? Difficult. It's close.
Of course. I mean, I'll always defer to Richie. He's been in the room. He's heard the stewards analyze situations like this. I mean, I tell you what, if I bet the 2, I would be frustrated that I got beat by what happened with the 6.
Plenty of contact. Gunnery Sargent out finishing Blue Marble. Objection as well. And you wonder if the riders involved here. It's Jorge Vargas on Gunnery Sargent. That was Paco Lopez, the 11-time Monmouth champion jockey with 4 wins already on the afternoon, taking the brunt of it there. You see that contact. Yeah, I've seen less, much less, taken down, disqualified.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way that it works is you have to ask yourself what the 6 did it cost the 2 a potential placing? And it's obviously a very what-if game. It's hard to predict and guess what would have happened. But you can make a strong argument, and I would imagine that's what the rider of the two is making the argument, that I had horse and I got bumped, and that's what was the difference in the half a length difference of the race.
Now, a lot of viewers watching that don't follow horse racing on a day-to-day basis in this manner, very different than just about every other sport on the planet. In football, when a penalty is thrown, in basketball, when a foul is called, there isn't this long conversation. There may be some jarring or barking or chirping at the referees, the umpires, that kind of thing, but you don't have this as part of the process. In horse racing, the jockeys, as we speak, are on the phone with the stewards, the officials, and pleading their case as to why they feel they were bothered, or that the infraction, or would-be potential infraction, really wasn't all that bad. From their perspective, Richie, and they're just now making a call. Can't hear it. Can't hear it. Richie, take us. So, yeah, that again, that no change.
No change.
No change, we're told, Richie. So, yeah, but that part of the game for newer viewers that don't necessarily follow that closely, it's just very different from other sports where you have the athletes discussing with the officials how they feel and how that can potentially impact the decision eventually made.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, this is the first day of a new meeting. You wonder how the stewards are going to call things. Are they going to set a tone early that we're going to be extra strict? But unlike other sports, like Lafitte was saying, you have the opportunity to plead your case to the stewards. Now, of course, everybody's going to defend their position, so I don't know that that's the right approach. That being said, if I'm on the gray horse, I'm going to plead the case that the inside horse came out into me, turned my horse in. These are not, they're large animals. If you touch my hip, it's going to make my shoulder point in. I'm going to sing Mary Had a Little Lamb. I'm going to give them a story that they can maybe let me off the hook. And that's why I think it's a little bit unfair to talk to riders, because some have a better handle of the language, have a better handle on how to sell something. If I got in that booth, I was going to, kind of spin a tale and have them at least second guess what they were looking at.
Yeah, I don't think the jockeys should be speaking to the stewards. I think the stewards should be able to evaluate it themselves. But I will say one thing. If I was a steward and you sang Mary Had a Little Lamb to me, I would take you down. Just want you to know.
So no change made. Result will stand there to close out that card. Meanwhile, back here in New York, Dylan Davis seeking unity, and Fernando Abreu second off to claim win in the 8th to start the Big Four.
Just ground it down, right? Didn't really look like he was getting there, and finally did. Helps the fact that Magical Ways is a grinder, and he just couldn't burst through that hole. Couldn't have gotten a better trip. The speed coming apart a little bit, and the winner, A Logical Horse, just ground out the victory.
Yeah, he just kept coming with a relentless stride. He was caught wide through the entirety of the turn, had to start his drive a little bit early, but it was relentless, and he kept coming. You can't get a better trip. And from the favorite there, the 3. It was so glaring there, turning for home, the difference in ground loss and the ground saved, and just how decidedly best Seeking Unity was.
I agree. And Fernando Abreu, that's his second win in 2 days.
Cross-country pick 5 follow along, 2 legs in, very formful, but a long way still to go, and potentially what could be an incredibly wide open Peter Pan to close it out. The Take the A Train coming up next. 6 furlongs on the turf sprinting. For 3-year-old fillies, wide open race. Lovely Emma. For Peter Eurton making her 3-year-old debut. Speedster on the lawn right now. The 2-1 favorite. This man right here, Christophe Clement. He'll have a couple of chances at the Take the A Train Stakes coming up, including Anna Skol, who is getting set for her 3-year-old debut. A Rat Ortiz Jr. will ride. We'll have the post parade when we come back.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. Gun Pilot up to 166 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire.
Winding things down, opening day 2025 meet, Monmouth Park, the Shore's greatest stretch in Oceanport, New Jersey. As you mentioned at the top of the show, man, your sand castle building skills. Just each year, I'm more and more thoroughly impressed.
Thank you. The hardest part is that little castle to the right.
Look at that.
Or whatever that is. Is that a
Mastery.
castle? Yeah.
Just mastery.
Thank you.
Here. Yeah, Paco Lopez. No, you can't win a 5th race on opening day at Monmouth Park, says Gunnery Sargent and Jorge Vargas. 1960, an upset to close the show.
Yeah, this horse was a big price first time out for Todd Pletcher. Gets the barn change and gets the win.
And we're right back at it tomorrow afternoon. Headline event, race number 5, named after one of my all-time favorites in Serena Song. Fillies and Mares, 6 strong. Power Squeeze, the Alabama winner. Even money. I never know what to talk about in this race, whether it is the favorite. I mean, she is an Alabama winner, Power Squeeze, or just Serena's Song. You can spend, half the broadcast discussing her and her career, an 11-time Grade 1 winner for Dwayne Lucas.
I'll do 15 seconds on Power Squeeze, and then you can do Serena's Song. Power Squeeze, an Alabama winner. She was very good that day, going 1.25 miles. You can see if she grows up a little bit. She possibly could. But when you win a race like that, you obviously have some talent, and we'll see if she can turn that her 4-year-old year into what she did as a 3-year-old as well.
And doesn't have to chase White Abarrio around tomorrow, which she's been doing her last couple of starts.
That helps.
That helps. Serena's Song tomorrow afternoon, another 10-race program. First post 12:50. We'll look forward to seeing you then. The coverage continues. Belmont at the Big A. Acacia's in the paddock as horses have arrived for the upcoming 9th race with the Peter Pan still ahead. Acacia.
And Lafitte, we just got the call for riders up here, so we'll go pretty quickly. Starting off with the Cherie DeVoe trainee and Hey Birdie, who did win first time out on the main track, but certainly much more of a turf horse. I thought impressive when winning last time out and navigating in between horses throughout. She never looked comfortable at any stage of that race down at the fairgrounds. I think that she is a major player in here, and she has been striding out beautifully throughout. The 6 Anna Skal, 1 of 2 for Christophe Clement in this race. She has grown and filled out a lot. Now, if I'm nitpicking, I would say that she will benefit from a start off the layoff just to strengthen up a little bit overall, but she's sharp and she's been forward throughout. The 3 Disco Star gets back on the turf. Her 2 turf sprints were, I think, 2 of her stronger races, though she ran very well sprinting on the dirt last time. I love her getting back on the grass, and we'll see if she can do her very fast sire Disco partner proud in this spot.
Acacia, thank you. Here's our post spread. We start with Marvelous Madison, Belmont Junior Alvarado, Derby winning connections.
Yeah, bolted in the Masgrillo, trying 2 turns, gets back to sprinting, which she was successful at on debut, training well out in Payson Park in Florida.
Mark Casse sending out Disco Star.
Disco Star ran well on dirt last time and is a better turf horse, easily beaten by Anna Skal in their debuts, but she's improved since then.
Here's one of a pair of fillies for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, Philly only sprinted once on the turf right here at Aqueduct, 6 furlongs, and got it done. Look for her to get a similar trip.
She's my pick.
Huge price and a little interesting here with Gata Brazil.
I mean, I don't think she should be 30-1 in here. I don't know that she's good enough in paper, but I mean, this is too big a price on her, 30-1. It'd be like 15 maybe.
Here's the more highly regarded for Christophe Clement, Anna Skal.
A major player here. Showed sharp speed on debut, 5.5, then stretched to 1 mile in a Grade 1. More realistic spot here.
The speedy, lovely Emma.
I think what she has going for her is she's the controlling speed. I'm not a big fan of her chances, but as the main speed with Flavien, she has to be respected. Over bet, though.
Big turf debut for Hey Birdie, trained by Cherie DeVoe.
Yeah, came from out of the clouds at the fairgrounds and got a big figure. Got to back it up.
She was good that day. The speeds ran 2.34.
Turf debut for Wisconsin Gal, 42-1.
Yeah, was going to have to improve from what we've seen on dirt, but she is switching surfaces.
And Warming, she won her debut back in June as a 2-year-old for Graham Motion, terrific trainer.
Kind of a wild card. A lot of us wondering if she would even run. You know, a lot of times when shippers are on the A list, they don't run unless the racing office is able to tell them that somebody's coming out. And I think she's very dangerous for Graham Motion, who can win off a layoff.
5 minutes to post. In the Take the A train, you can play this race, the rest of the Triple Crown and beyond by getting signed up at NYRA Bets. The offer, there it is, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code for new members at sign-up, match 200. Again, right there at NYRABets.com. Let's head back down to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by trainer Peter Urton, who does send out the current favorite in Lovely Emma. But Peter, you came in with the Dodgers hat here, and I understand the Aqueduct fans were heckling you a bit.
I'll just get rid of it.
Welcome to New York.
Kidding. Oh, I'm glad to be here. Come on, you guys. Dodgers do rule.
Well, as far as Lovely Emma is concerned, what have you seen from her coming back off the bench and into this spot?
She's maturing. We had a spot at turf weight for her, but she got a little bit of an issue there, and nothing serious. We had to scratch her, so we've been looking to get some blacktop on her. Couldn't get her in a race at Keeneland, so nobody writes non-winners of ones anymore. But this looked like a nice spot, so and I wanted to come to New York to visit my daughter.
A perfect excuse as well, and she has plenty of early speed. Do you feel like that's something that makes her dangerous in here?
I just think she's mentally a tough filly. She is fast. I don't think she has to be in the lead, but I don't see how he can keep her off the lead today. I don't think she's the speed of the speed.
She looks sharp out there. Well, thanks for your time. Good luck.
Thank you. Anytime.
Greg?
Should be leading them. We'll see how long she can do it here. She gets set for her 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, I just think 2-1 is ridiculous. This is way too competitive a race for anybody to be this short. She hasn't run in almost 5 months. She does look like the speed, and it never hurts to have Flavien Prat. I just don't feel like any horse in this race is 2-1.
Seems like a very competitive, wide-open affair, doesn't it? And obviously trips. Also, there's a little bit of give to the ground. I mean, it's labeled good, but we did have substantial rain during the week.
We did. It's hard to know how much give there is in it until they run a race.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one of the Christophe Clement fillies, won the debut, stretched out to a mile, start number 2, just missed against terrific turf filly in Nitrogen.
Right. I mean, the single best race I think anybody in this entire race has is her race 2 back when she was second to this point, the clear leader of the 3-year-old filly division. It's early, but still the clear leader, multiple graded stakes wins. I felt like last time it wasn't Manny's fault. I thought he had her in a good spot. She just never got a clear path to do any running, and I love the turn back for her. Christophe, often good with the turnbacks to 6 furlongs.
And you get Joel Rosario, who might be the best turf sprint rider in the world, the way he just delivers horses at the right moment.
Isn't Disco Star a surprisingly big price at 8-1 in this race?
Yeah,
I'm
who
surprised.
has, I mean, that turf sprint in that win, that's one of the, it's as fast as what the favorite has produced, isn't it?
And ran big on the dirt last time, suggesting that she's an improved horse. She's a crazy overlay at 8-1, at least in my opinion.
Totally agree. There's Disco Star, so 8-1. Dylan Davis, he'll look to go back-to-back, teaming up with Mark Cassidy. And the reason he went to Florida part of the year was to ride for this barn.
Yeah, he wanted to make inroads into, obviously, Mark's barn, but other barns. And I think mission was accomplished. Short term, you make more money here in New York because the purses are better. Long term, you never know what kind of horses you're going to pick up and what kind of outfits you're going to break into.
And Mark Cassidy, by the way, just recently announcing connections. Sandman will go to the Preakness.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that, but I'm glad to see him running.
Yeah.
Arkansas Derby winner. As we go back to the speedy, lovely Emma. Not just, the quickest of the bunch, comes in fresh too off the bench, so we're going to see her fire out of there.
Yeah, I mean, she is the horse to beat here. I mean, the horse in front. She's going to be in front in here. I'm not going to be shy if she wins. I wondered a little about her last fig, winning like that at 1-5. The second place finisher ran 8 Beyer points worse than her next start. The third horse ran 8 Beyer points worse than her third start. Now, even if that number was in the 70s and she's had time to mature and she's a controlling speed, she can win this race.
Sure.
And I can understand liking her in here. I just can't understand taking 2-1 on her. That's all.
With more on the favorite, let's go to Acacia. All right, apologies. We'll try and get back to Acacia in a moment as we get a look here at lovely Emma. Flavien Prat, we know he will take advantage of this filly's best weapon.
Yeah, assuming she breaks, he will be in front with her. I wonder what Hey Birdie will do. She's a horse that showed a little more speed in the dirt in her first start, was run off her feet last time. I thought her win was very impressive. Hey Birdie, she was closing in a race that nobody else, Richie, was making up ground. The speeds ran 2, 3, 4 in that, and I always feel like that's a sign that they ran even better than it looks.
Yeah, the only horse to close, makes up significant ground, and she finished. I would have to think off the success of that effort, that's the tactic they're going to look to take. I don't think they want to go back to her debut where she showed big speed.
No, I agree with you. Though
We
I'm
have
sure
her
she's
back.
better off a little forward, perhaps.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Take two. But as far as Lovely Emma is concerned, Greg, I thought what her trainer had to say about her mentally was interesting because it's something you can see. This is a very sharp and high energy filly, but I have to say she's settled quite a bit now out there on the racetrack. But I've noticed in watching her replays, she's not the quickest out of the gate, but then she accelerates pretty quickly from there. So watch what Flavien Prat does in the first few jumps. The 4 at Love Severe, I know Andy has interest in this horse cutting back in distance. I love shorter for her, and she, in contrast to her stablemate, has recency on her side, and you can see it. She also got much sharper out on the track. Quick mention to the 2, Marvelous Madison, because she did bolt in that Miss Grillo. They've put a much stronger bit on her today as she makes her first start for Bill Mott. I know that she's not quite quick enough, but we'll see what she does, Greg, with that different equipment.
Acacia, thank you. I feel in a way they almost named this race after you and I, Andy, because this is how we get to work every day.
Yeah, I feel that's where we were in mind. And, of course, this will be an homage to Aqueduct. And we all love taking the A train here. No better way, an easier way to get the track than taking the A train.
Step right off that train, walk right across the road, and you're here.
Love it.
At Aqueduct. Lovely Emma, the speed for Peter Eurton with Flavien Prat, the favorite, the 7. It's the take the 8 train. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. And they're off. Broken an even line. Anaskal gets the first call, and there's Anaskal, who's in front, is up by a half length. The inside has Got to Brazil, is going to be in the early mix too, as they're far apart now. Got to Brazil gets over to the rail. A little keen. Is in front, is up by a half length. Anaskal is going to take back in second. At the rail, that's Marvelous Madison moving on through, is now challenging with Lovely Emma. In traffic, that's Hey Birdie, who's now in 5th. On the muscle now, wants to bull on through, but Hey Birdie is held back in through a 22-4 opening quarter mile. Got to Brazil, the big long shot is in front. Right there in 6th. To the outside there is Wisconsin Gal. Warming is trying to move forward. From the back, here's Disco Star, and Love Serrer is the trailer. They're approaching the top of the lane, and Got to Brazil is in front. It's Got to Brazil at a huge number for Kendrick Carmouche and sprints for home. Anaskal is trying to run this leader down, and here comes Anaskal down the center of the course. Hey Birdie has dived down towards the inside of the big long shot. Disco Star. Love Server is absolutely flying from out of it. Here comes Love Server, Disco Star. Anaskal is in front. Hey Birdie, 4 of them across the line here in the A train. They're down the line. On the grandstand side, Love Server in time. Love Server wins it over Hey Birdie. Then it was a 3-horse photo there. Warming was running up on Anaskal and Disco Star. And 1 minute 10 and 1.
Love Server, Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario. 5-1 here in the take the A train.
And this is vintage Joel. And Joel had a choice to make on the backstretch because he was second to last. Now, I'm going to say the 3 may have run the best race of anybody because she completely blew the brake. And because of that, the rider was forced to make Dylan a bit of a premature move. And I don't think a choice. And I think Joel wanted to sort of ease out. But when the 3 went by him, Joel said, okay, I'm not going to get caught making this wide move, this premature move. I'm going to wait. And that's what Joel does. And he sat in the 2 path, and then he angled out in the stretch. And that's why she was able to win. But she was a little bit lucky, and I think everyone was that finished ahead of the 3. Because given her trip, she was best.
Yeah. She got left. She walked out of the gate, made a very wide premature run. And that's when Joel made a decision. When she was making her move, I'll sit and wait. And she used a lot more energy wide on the outside and had every right to hang or flatten out just a touch. And this is what Joel Rosario does amazing. And Christophe Clement, who was here earlier in the day to saddle the Man of War winner.
2 for 2 stakes.
His second stakes win of the day. And if he's not Hall of Fame worthy, who is?
Makes me sick that he didn't get into the Hall of Fame, to be perfectly honest. And this was just a vintage performance. The 7 in this race, the favorite, Lovely Emma, her advantage was speed. She didn't break badly, but she didn't break super sharp. And Anaskal broke better than her. When she went, I guess Flavien felt in that situation it was tough position to go to the lead. She wanted nothing to do with rating in this race.
I don't think anyone expected to see Got to Brazil, the 5, out in front.
No.
On the front end. In the end, 4-8, 3-6, and yet no one a cooler customer in this sport than that man right there than coming from off the pace in a turf sprint.
And it was just so glaring, the difference in rides. Joel Rosario put on the winner as opposed to Disco Star, who made that premature wide move. Saving ground and being disciplined is the key to success as a rider in turf racing.
So Love Cervera, 5-1 upset in the Take the A Train. Cool, calm, collected Joel Rosario from off the pace for the win.
Zandon's Poetry in Motion, big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The only major U.S. two-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May two-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Back on our Saturday coverage, you're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 1. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, Love Cervera, Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario from well off the pace for the win in this 6-furlong turf sprint.
Vintage Joel. He has that ability to... He's so calm. I think the horse's sense is calm, and they're able to relax for him.
Yeah, they melt into his hands. His personality is the way he rides. He's just a very cool, laid-back individual, and horses respond extremely well to that.
5-1 upset here in what was a very wide-open race. 4-8-3 finish. Disco Star, as you guys mentioned, one really to keep your eyes on maybe next time out.
Yeah, I want to watch the Trip of the 11 as well and some others in here. And to be fair to the favorite, she was overbet, but when she couldn't make the lead, she lost whatever chance she had.
Cross country pick 5 follow along pool 65,000 plus, and a race that looked incredibly difficult going in, so I'm sure there was plenty of coverage for many in here. Still 2 legs to come, including the Peter Pan to close it out. Let's go back to Acacia.
And here with winning rider Joel Rosario, Love Cervera coming running late. Joel, what a finish from the filly today.
Yeah, she did. She did awesome. Looked like it was a good pace in pro, but she did really put her, go 24. So, yeah, we're happy with that.
And we often talk about you having ice water in your veins, and I think it often shows in turf sprints because there's less reaction time, and you didn't have the smoothest of trips until you got that clear late run.
Yeah, I mean, trying to work it out, and is it possible for her? And I know she was gonna have a good kick at the end, and she was moving beautifully, and she did. So I was just waiting for the time to go, and something to go and work with the horse.
Earlier today in the Man of War, we saw you get the win aboard Farbridge, a horse you know very well. You and he just seem to have such a great relationship together.
Yeah, he is. He's an amazing horse, really good horse, and glad to have the opportunity, like always, as with Christophe and Miguel, and they've been really good to me, the whole time, so I can thank for them more than enough. And yeah, just he did really well today, so we'll go forward and see what he got later.
On to the next one. Congratulations, Joel.
Thank you.
Greg?
Well, it's this team, Christoph Clement, Joel Rosario, that set Saratoga on fire the first half of the summer, a few summers ago. And they've won quite a few together.
I know that Joel is kind of a whipping boy for a lot of people on Twitter. As one myself, I can respect that. And I understand why he can be frustrating at times, but I believe when Joel Rosario is riding as well as he can, and I think this is why people get frustrated, he's as good a rider as there is in the game.
Well, but I think you said something key. When he's riding well, he's going to give you rides that make you understand exactly why he's in the Hall of Fame. What's frustrating is when he's not in good form, it's like a box of chocolates. You're just not sure what you're going to get. But that being said, this was him at his finest.
Right. Having said that, I find it impossible to ever be mad at him because he's about the most likable guy you'll ever meet in your life.
He really is. Grade 2 ruffian coming up next in this Distaff division. We saw a New York bred win the John A. Nehrude. We have a New York bred who is the one to beat in this race coming up, and that is My Main Squeeze for Mike Maker, Buck Butler with Manny Franco aboard, multiple graded stakes winner.
And she's been super, super consistent in her races. She draws well the outside, but I'm going to say also, is anybody supposed to be that short a price in this race?
I didn't feel like that. I thought at first blush, digging into this race, you're like, this is a really, really competitive heat.
Really? She's pretty good.
She's very good, and no doubt about it. She's a grade 2 winner. She's grade 1 place. But I thought there were a couple other ways to go that were interesting.
Me too.
See how it plays out. 18 minutes away from this grade 2 ruffian. We will be back. We'll talk Middle Jewel, Triple Crown. We saw Bob Baffert back for the first time in 3 years in Louisville in the Kentucky Derby, and now it's off to Plan B in the Preakness. Lightly raced, goal-oriented. We'll talk about his chances in Baltimore when we return.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Grade 2 Ruffian for these fillies and mares in this distaff division. 15 minutes to post with New York bred My Main Squeeze, the 8-5 favorite. Going to break, we talked about the Preakness and Bob Baffert. Scratched Rodriguez going into the Kentucky Derby, had a bit of a foot bruise, and he had said not enough time to train him and get him ready for the Preakness, so it's going to be out of the Preakness as well. Where do we stand on that?
Well, I heard from somebody close to the camp that that's not 100%, that they are, the foot has responded extremely well. They're going to wait until Monday to make a final decision, so I don't necessarily believe that Rodriguez is 100% out yet. And it certainly would make the Preakness very interesting with his speed.
I agree. It changed. The guy Steve Asmussen, who may have the other main speed in that race, along with Wayne, because Wayne could send anyone in the front, American Promise, but Clever again also. I think they prefer he doesn't run. We'll find out Monday when they draw the race. And I wonder if Goal Oriented will run, if they'll both run.
That's the other Baffert. That's his plan B, yeah, if Rodriguez does not go. So a lightly raced horse who would be making career start number 3 off back-to-back wins.
I think this is a gigantic mistake. He's obviously a talented horse. And the feeling was with his pedigree that says you want distance, he won his debut with a 91 buyer closing at 6 furlongs. Boy, wait till we stretch him out. Now, to be fair, it was a wet track, and he did win. And he got a 91 buyer, and he's run 91 buyers both his races. This is a good horse, don't get me wrong, but I think it's a ridiculously huge ask to bring him back in 2 weeks in the Preakness. Why not take a more sort of conservative approach and point him towards the Haskell and then the Travers, or the Jim Dandy and the Travers? It seems like they're doing the same thing with him they did with Cornucopian, and look how that worked out.
Yeah, I mean, Cornucopian really got thrown into the deep end of the pool.
And then he bombed here in his third start.
Yeah, in a 3-horse field, an allowance race. Yeah, you know, equine athletes are like human athletes. They've got to build into things. You know, I bring up Mike Tyson a lot. They knew he was going to be champion of the world when he was 16. He still had 18, 20 fights against, marginal ability opponents before they started really matching him against the tough opponents.
You think in your prime you could have taken him, Richie? I mean, you didn't give him a fight, right?
No, I'd have been pretty fast, though.
Incredibly deep waters to throw goal-oriented into, no question, in career start number 3. And he'd be coming back as well in just 2 weeks. He ran in that Pate Mile. Race 10.
He ran an allowance race.
Sorry, but on
Derby
days,
yeah.
Excuse me, coming back in 2 weeks. Get signed up, play along, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NyraBets.com. We have the Grade 2 Ruffian ahead. We'll have the post parade when we come back. 5-2, Sterling Silver, Belmont. Javier Castellano, but the favorite still My Main Squeeze. Named after one of the all-time greats in the history of this sport. Ruffian, who led at every point of call, every single time she lined up on the racetrack. We'll be back with the Ruffian next.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride. And a Dare Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NyraBets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NyraBets. Join now for a new member bonus at NyraBets.com.
The Big Cat, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked, and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Ruffian has the lead by a length and a half, and Equal Change is now second. Let Me Linger drops back. Gallant Trial swings to the outside, and down the stretch they come, with Ruffian in front now by 2.5 lengths. Equal Change is second by the same margin, and Gallant Trial races third. As they come to the final 16th, it's Ruffian in front by 2. Equal Change is second. It's Ruffian in front.
The great Ruffian, she equaled a stakes record in that 1975 Coaching Club American Oaks back when it was 1.5 miles, and completed the Triple Crown for 3-year-old fillies, the first ever to do it undefeated.
There are some horses that sort of get reputations that they may or may not have earned. That would not be the case with Ruffian. I truly believe she was an all-time great.
She'll always be the benchmark for me when we talk about 3-year-old fillies. But then again, I was a kid falling in love with the game, and she seemed mythical to me.
Let's go down to Acacia.
We'll start things off with the number 4, Sterling Silver, the New York bred, who's coming in off of a dominant score on a wet track in the Biagio's Rose, and she just on class far laid over that field that she faced that day. Now, looking at her in the paddock here today, she is stronger this afternoon than she was last time out. She's always one that's pretty laid back in the preliminaries, and that's the case yet again. She has moved forward, and she's shown that she can compete against Open Company. I think this is a really good spot for her, as she does seem to be as good as ever at the age of 6. The number 10, My Main Squeeze, another New York bred, and another one that has been effective against Open Company. She is sharp once they got the tack on. She really perked up quite a bit as she starts to head out. Now, I had always thought, looking at her, that maybe 7 furlongs was her best distance. However, as I'm seeing her here in the paddock and in comparison to her competition, I have no problem with the mile for her, and I do think that she will be into the game a little bit more. Like I said, she's on her toes. The 9, Gunsong, second off the layoff. Trainer Mark Hennig did report after that Gulfstream race that she came back with some foot bruising out of that race and explained the poor performance. She's one that nearly beat Horse of the Year Torpedo Anna last year at Parks. She is a very dangerous player, second off the bench.
Up to the 4. Thank you, Acacia. Here in our post-parade, Bill Mott, Javier Castellano, Sterling Silver.
Sterling Silver, she's honest, consistent game, went over $1 million in earnings last start.
Beat some New York breds in New York bred stakes. Can she do it here against Open Company? Here's the kicker, huge price. Actually, 8-1.
Yeah, well, she's the one Safi Joseph that stayed in here. I don't think she's good enough, but Safi's always dangerous, and she could be a speed in here.
Jody's Pride, we're expecting big things in the Azeri. That did not happen.
I'm really interested in her, though. I think she's a better one-turn horse, and she gets to cut back to the one-turn mile.
Here's Gunsong, Mark Hennig, John Velasquez.
There are some questions after her last of whether or not she's as good as she was last year. Johnny's supposed to be aggressive, and if the 5 doesn't go, she can be the controlling speed in here. I took her, giving her a chance to get back on track at a bit of a price.
Millionaire, multiple graded stakes winner. Here's the New York bred My Main Squeeze.
My Main Squeeze, well posted, should get a good trip from the outside. Looks very sharp on the track, this homebred for Buck Butler.
And Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables send out headline numbers, trying to go back-to-back.
Well, if she can run back to her last race, she can win. But that was somewhat of an aberrant effort at 1 1/8 miles, being sent to the front end and having everything her own way. The truth is she's talented, but she's been a bit of a disappointment. Her debut race was so impressive. You would have thought these were the kind of races she could be winning, and she hasn't proven with consistency that she can beat this kind of horse.
Back-to-back races coming up. Manny Franco will be on the favorite here, My Main Squeeze, and on Captain Cook in the Peter Pan. Let's get down to Acacia.
And here with trainer Mark Hennig, who does send out Gunsong. Mark, I just, excuse me, had alluded to a quote that I read from you that you mentioned she came out with some bruising and some foot issues out of that last Gulfstream race. What have you seen from her since then?
Well, she's been good. I mean, she was very tender-footed, both front feet coming out of that race. We had to pull the shoes and give her a few days just to kind of cool the feet out, and you know, she's rebounded from it very well. She's training really aggressive, and got some great works in at Gulfstream before we came north, and she's done well since she arrived.
You mentioned she's been training aggressively. Will we expect to see her forwardly placed today?
Well, she usually is. I mean, if she isn't, it's probably going too fast, but we'll just let Johnny make that decision when they break.
She had such a good year last year. What have you seen from her as far as stepping forward today?
Well, she's still growing. I mean, Johnny just said, boy, I feel like she grew since Gulfstream. So, you know, she's doing super. I'm looking forward to getting her back around 2 turns eventually. But, you know, we felt like this was a good stepping stones from that last race.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Obviously, expectations with what she did late in the year in the Cotillion against Torpedo Anna, giving her a true battle in that race. The filly who became the eventual horse of the year. How disappointing was the comeback for her?
Big, very disappointing. She's a short price, and I know Just FYI was in there as well, and she just didn't have any oomph at all. She was stalking the pace. Listen, it's her first start back. Mark won 2 races, I think, on yesterday's card. And I'll say one thing against Song. She was one of the best 3-year-olds in the country last year. It's just because of the presence of Torpedo Anna. It's like we never talked about any of the others because she was such a dominating presence.
No, she was good. I mean, she had a couple of really nice wins, particularly her Black Eyed Susan was big. One thing I noticed, after her comeback race, where she was a disappointing third, her training really picked up. I just wonder if she didn't need that race to kind of shake up the ring rust, because she trained kind of mediocre before that race and has trained much better since.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I noticed that as well.
Meanwhile, here is my main squeeze 3-2 favorite, and Manny Franco, the favorite here, the favorite in the Peter Pan to come on Captain Cook. And no question, she's run the fastest races of anyone in here. She's a multiple graded stakes winner.
Let's compare her to the 2-1 favorite in the last race, and not because that horse lost. This is a horse of a similar price in here, and she has proven that consistently she's the horse to beat in here. She is the right price, in my opinion, 8-5. I picked against her with the 9, but I don't think there's any argument she's the horse to beat, Richie.
No, I absolutely agree. I mean, she is just a gem of consistency. I mean, 6 wins from 14 starts, 2 seconds, 3 thirds, over $1 million, and she just shows up every time. I mean, when the only time she threw in a bad race was the Fantasy, and maybe she just didn't enjoy Oaklawn that day.
And we're looking at her recent performance, her comeback as a 4-year-old. She winds up getting beat running 3rd, but in a Grade 1. Was that potentially the fastest race she's ever run?
Last time out, well, I guess it depends what figures you look at, but I think it's her, actually it is, it's her best buyer figure. And I also think she was compromised by having a wide trip. Not that it was a huge gold inside, but the winner had a perfect trip, saving ground and splitting horses. And also because it wasn't a particularly fast pace for that race, I thought she was in the game a little bit more. And we'll see how the pace is here, but I think she can relax a little more in this race.
And it was off 6 months away nearly, Nick.
6 months away, and you look at her, she's a big, imposing filly, and sometimes a race under their belt helps them fitness-wise to go forward.
Here's Jody's Pride. We'd gotten used to seeing her in New York. We'd seen the talent she has. She was very precocious early. She just missed as a 2-year-old in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies at a huge price. Expected big things because of this win coming back as a 4-year-old in the Azaria against Torpedo Anna. That did not materialize.
No, but she is getting back to 1 turn, and when I look at her, I just feel like 1 turn is better suited to her. This effort in the Inside Information was her fastest buyer figure she ever ran.
If she can run back to this race, she can win it. My problem is it's the only fast race she has, but I agree with you, Richie. I think the 1-turn mile is the perfect distance for her.
Acacia, are there any signs we're going to see the Jody's Pride that we saw in South Florida to start the year?
There are, Greg. She looks terrific. In fact, I was really impressed when she first walked into the paddock by how much she's filled out, how strong she looked, and also how sharp she was in the preliminaries. She got really on her toes and is now settled nicely out on the track. But this is a horse that, as you guys touched on, had so much talent and high hopes at the beginning of her career. And last time out, she looked like she was supposed to be, if not able to beat Torpedo Anna, right in contention with her. And she hesitated at the start, and getting squeezed back was really, I think, by her own making, and she was just flat in that effort. She's a tough read because her first race back off of a layoff, she ran on the turf in the Pebbles last fall, and she has turf pedigree, then a good race, then a very disappointing effort last time out.
at a big price and what I see from her on track, I'd be willing to give her another chance, but we need to see her take a step forward and show us what we saw from her earlier last year. The number 11 headline numbers, I do have a tough time just trusting her. She's very sharp once again, as she always is. She was impressive first time out, and then she won that top flight when it was a short field, only racing against 3 other foes, going 2 turns on a wet track where she was able to wire the field pretty comfortably and without pressure. She's big. She looks like a horse that wants more distance, and I'm wondering if she's going to get the kind of easy lead that she got last time. I can't see that happening once again, and I'm wondering if she is going to be as good when she's pressured on the front end or not able to kind of get that easy, comfortable trip that she did previously. I think there are a few more intriguing prospects in this spot, Greg.
So 6-1. Thank you, Acacia. Headline numbers from this outside post. Look, she debuted last year, Belmont and Aqueduct meet, and from that debut, it looked like she was potentially going to have a very big future.
I agree, and it's not that she's been bad, because she's run consistently okay, but she never built on it. And what Acacia's alluding to about her last race is that she was able to control on a wet track and a small field at 1 1/8. There's no more ideal trip than that, and she ran her big figure, but she's yet to prove us that she can run that kind of number in a dry track in a more competitive spot.
Yeah, and this is a salty group. I mean, there's a lot of depth in this edition of the Ruffian. You have 2 horses that have earned over $1 million. I mean, I remember when that was a really big deal, Andy.
This is a put up or shut up race for this horse. You know, this is when she's got to show, was that last race just an aberration because she was able to tactically take advantage of her situation? Because you've got horses like the 4. I mean, we haven't even talked about the number 4 in this race for trainer Bill Mott, Sterling Silver, who is a model of consistency. When does she not show up with a good race?
Another New York bred.
Yep.
Right. She always shows up. And I misspoke, guys. There's actually 3 millionaires in this race. Morning Matcha, who's 26-1, is a millionaire as well.
Speaking of if they can return to a race, if she can return to a race from 3 starts ago, she's 26-1. Everyone else might be in trouble in this spot. She has not reproduced it since. But we know about Butch Reed. He always shows up in big races here in New York with A efforts. Maybe this one can certainly outrun her odds. 1 to beat, no question about it, though. 6-5 favorite, My Main Squeeze. It's the Grade 2 Ruffian. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Jody's Pride breaks with early speed, so does headline numbers towards the outside. They're the 1-2, and here's the kicker's going to join them. And here comes the gray. Here's the kicker. And now put ahead in front. Here's the kicker. We'll bring him out of the chute. Is in front by now a half length. Jody's Pride is going to take back, and they are stacking up, trying to slow things down up front. Headline numbers out in the center of the racetrack. My Main Squeeze is looking for a spot to tuck in. Green Cap, nowhere to go right now, is out in the center of the racetrack wide. Gunsong is in 5th with At the Rail moving forward. Sterling Silver. Morning Matcha is the trailer, but only 4 off the lead. Headline numbers gets over to the front. Did it easily. 23.62 for the opening quarter mile. My Main Squeeze is stalking from 2nd. Jody's Pride towards the inside of Gunsong. They're 3rd and 4th, and they start to move forward as a pair. Less than a half mile to go. Here comes Sterling Silver, is now ranging up from 5th. Here's the kickers trying to keep up, and Morning Matcha still the trailer. 46.40 for a half mile time. Headline numbers ahead in front. My Main Squeeze is ready to pounce. Jody's Pride is looking for a spot, is right in behind rivals, nowhere to go yet. Gunsong is going to get a 3-wide run. Sterling Silver and Morning Matcha's warming up to the task, but has a lot of ground to make up. They reach the top of the stretch. My Main Squeeze has a host of pursuers, and Jody's Pride is cut loose in the 2-path. Sterling Silver starts to roll on the grandstand side, too. Jody's Pride found that seam. Sterling Silver with all the momentum. My Main Squeeze is back to 3rd. Jody's Pride for a final 16th. Sterling Silver is lunging late. Down on the inside. Jody's Pride. Joel Rosario, they win the Ruffian. Jody's Pride over Sterling Silver. My Main Squeeze. Then came a photo. Headline numbers with Morning Matcha. Final running time, 1:35.04. And Joel Rosario picks up another stakes on the afternoon.
Jody's Pride, Jorge Abreu, and yes, Joel Rosario coming up big yet again. Back-to-back stakes wins for him.
This was a great ride on this horse, Richie.
Great ride. Had a lot of horse down the backstretch, eased back off the pace, set in the pocket behind them. The hole presented itself, and Joel had a lot of horse underneath him, but he was just so cool and confident. And he's a rider that uses the crop sparingly. You could see hands and heels. Finally, he's going to go to it as a couple of reminders just to keep her to task, because the presence of the big gray filly was Sterling Silver was looming, but a great ride, and back to the one turn made all the difference here.
Yeah, and this is only the second career graded stakes win for her trainer, Jorge Abreu, who won our Frizette last fall with Scottish Lassie. It was his first graded stakes winner, a grade 1, and this one gets it done, and there's TT right there, and big win for him, and a big win for this filly. You'd like to see her get a chance to stay sound, because it feels like she's had a lot of issues because she has so many stops and starts, but this was a very nice win for her and just an exceptional ride.
And beats very good one, too. In My Main Squeeze.
Was My Main, I'm not blaming Manny as it turned out. Was she a little too close to the pace as it turned out? But I don't think she ran her best race in here. Maybe at a pace a little faster than...
I would agree with that, though. I think she loomed up there, but she was doing it the right way. It wasn't like he sent her into it.
Yeah.
The winner got a perfect trip, perfect ride. Joel Rosario's third stakes win of the day. And Sterling Silver came with a big win.
And to be fair, I would say it's not like the winner was that far off the pace either.
Sure.
Loku checks in fourth, by the way. Morning Matcha, 27-1. 8-4, 10-2. It's Jody's Pride in the Ruffian. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer Jorge Abreu, feeling some emotions. As I know that it's been a little bit of a road of up and downs with this filly. How validating is this win for Jody's Pride?
Oh, it's great. We had her in Florida this winter, and we aiming for a race over there. And she got cast, she got hurt. We kind of skipped. She ran a good race. She was a couple of works short, and she ran a good third. Then we decided to take her to the Asteri, and she didn't break. She had a wide trip, slow pace, and she don't want to be far back. He wants to be poorly placed, and I told Rosario to say, whatever you do, just keep a poorly placed.
And what a great ride he gave her, and she was sharp too. She was really showing that she was ready for today.
I feel pretty comfortable when I saw her at the quarter pole. He was just waiting for a hole to go through, and I said, when she went through, that was it.
For a filly like her, who's always had so much talent, it seems that the one turn suits her well. Is that a distance you think you might stick with?
I was just speaking to Mr. Steve Weston before the race, and I told him we need to keep her 7/8. I think she's a one-turn mile, just the way her body built.
Well, congratulations. Well done with her.
Thank you so much.
Greg.
Good for Jorge Abreu. This one had showed so much ability early on in the current. Look, they tried to get her. They wanted her on turf. Each of the first two starts got rained off, and then she just kept winning. Showed her quality, just missing in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and now finally gets back into the winner's circle and showing that talent once again.
Well, Jorge Abreu trained her dam, and she was 2 for 2 in her career on the turf, so I can understand why he wanted to be on the turf. And I wouldn't mind giving her another chance, but the way she's running the dirt right now, I don't think you have to worry about that anytime in the near future.
Yeah, I wouldn't switch things up. It's not broke, don't fix it. Her Pebbles effort on the turf actually wasn't a bad effort at all, but she's running so well on the dirt, I wouldn't change either.
She's a better dirt horse, but who knows? Maybe someday he'll try again.
Jody's Pride now 4 for 9 overall. Winner's Circle leading, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale to be held May 19th, 20th in Timonium, Maryland. After the Preakness, where will you be? Now 3 for 3 on this surface here, Jody's Pride. $17.60, an upset here.
And Sterling Silver, I got to give her a lot of love. I mean, when does she ever not run a good race?
Shows up.
It's a really good, hard-trying horse.
And she's a 6-year-old mare that continues to show up.
The 2 New York breds underneath in second and third, but it's Jody's Pride, daughter of the Triple Crown champ American Pharoah, who gets this win in the Ruffian. And it's the boys' turn. Grade 3 Peter Pan. Chance to punch her ticket to the Belmont Stakes is coming up next. Todd Pletcher's won it more than anyone in history. He'll have 2 chances to add a 6th. With Vassimo and Uncaged, Chad Brown will send out Hill Road, and Rick Dutrow Jr., he's got the favorite in Captain Cook.
Gunite to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the Joseph Rod, Elite Power to the front. At the 60-pole, Gunite is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage, and Celtics answer, but do not, even though Andy Serling has, do not write off the Knicks yet. I don't expect the Celtics to go 50% from three and hit 23s and the rest of the game's going forward.
Listen, I think if the Knicks, you
deep.
had to feel really good about the Celtics shooting 25% for the first two games from three and winning in overtime and a last-second shot. To me, they look like a team about to lose 4-2 in this series.
I don't know anything about basketball, but
I should be talking to him. He's only this hockey, those pucks.
Obviously, I'm going to root for
the Nets.
The Knicks.
The Nets.
They
the
got
Brooklyn
no,
Nets.
I'm going to root for New York
they got
team
a lot of heart. This
regardless.
series far from over. It's going to be a fun
the Rangers
series.
doing?
No,
in the
you're
playoffs?
right. It's going to go 3 more games for the Knicks. It's not over yet.
How are the Rangers doing in the playoffs?
Grade 3 Peter
as well
Pan
as the Nets are doing. My team
is coming up next. It's our ABR race of the week. And it is a good one. Punch your ticket to the Belmont Stakes with a win here. And the favorite, wow, Captain Cook as expected, but a very short favorite here, 6-5. He went into the Wood Memorial as the favorite. He disappointed that day. He looked very good, though, at 1 1/8 in the Withers.
And I'm going to say it again. I think if he runs the race he ran the Wood Memorial, he's probably going to win this race. There's no Rodriguez to deal with in the front end. You want to see Manny be aggressive with him. He can possibly be the speed. And I think this is a great spot for Rick Dutrow because I don't think that Rick really thinks he's a 1.25 mile horse. Obviously, a huge performance in here would propel him to the Belmont Stakes. And Rick had already mentioned the idea of cutting him back to 7 furlongs to Woody Stevens. Well, it's perfect to do it coming out of a 1 1/8 race. I think it's a good horse, just not sure where he fits at the highest level.
Top 3 finishers in this race, they get entry and starting fees paid for to move on to the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, June 7th, to close out the Triple Crown later this year. So looking at this field, which horse entered in this race you feel has the best potential to appreciate that 1.25 mile distance of the Belmont?
It's a nebulous question in the sense that it's very hard to know. Are there horses in here that are going to move forward in it? I think if somebody were to really move forward at the longer distances, Hill Road is probably the one most likely to do it. I'm still not sure he's good enough anyway.
I did look up nebulous earlier. It's like a vague kind of question. I get that now. I agree, though, about Hill Road. And I thought he was, very good in the juvenile last year, making his first start on dirt. And Tampa, you know, what happens in Tampa stays in Tampa, but he has had a race this year under his belt.
Chad Brown made it very clear he was nowhere near cranked up for that race in Tampa. He hoped to run the Wood. He got sick.
Would you add maybe the biggest question mark, though, with the mile and a quarter? Might be with the favorite here?
Yeah, I have no confidence that his son, A Practical Joke, is going to get better with more distance, and I think that's what Rick was alluding to when he had talked about cutting him back for the Woody Stevens. Now, listen, he's run very well in those mile and eighth races, but I think you have to be realistic and say, even a win here, he better run a lot faster than he's ever run before, because this is not a bad bunch of horses coming out of the Derby. The right horses ran 1, 2, 3, and I think you better have a good horse if you're willing to take them on in 4 weeks.
Captain Cook, Withers winner at a mile and an eighth the first time he stretched out. Even in defeat, did run pretty good in that Wood Memorial, even though he was the beaten favorite. He's a 6-5 favorite here in the Peter Pan, trying to punch that ticket to the Belmont Stakes for trainer Rick Dutrow Jr. Stay with us.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
And here is Arcangelo now to grab the lead from Bishop's Bay. Arcangelo, Bishop's Bay fighting back again on the inside as they move for the 16th pole. It is Bishop's Bay and Arcangelo. A terrific stretch duel here in the Peter Pan. Bishop's Bay has a head in front. Arcangelo counters on the outside. It's a photo finish. It is Arcangelo with the lead. Arcangelo in front, trying to hold on for the final 50 yards. And it's Arcangelo to win the test of the champion.
Arcangelo has opened up a 3-length lead, and it's the Belmont winner in charge. Disarm gets loose late and is coming with a menacing bid. It's Arcangelo and Disarm 1-2. Arcangelo.
Well, as you see there, it was just 2 years ago that Arcangelo put together that Belmont Travers double, and history made. Jenna Antonucci, first ever female trainer to win a Triple Crown event. He had his coming out party in the Peter Pan.
Yeah, very, very, very good battle in the Peters Pan. I want to say it was with Bishop's Bay.
Yep, Bishop's Bay.
Who's been running pretty well, actually, lately. Came here and he won last week's Westchester. Pretty interesting to see him still running, and obviously his Belmont and then his Travers, excellent efforts.
I think it just underscores the fact that the Peter Pan has been such a good prep for the Belmont Stakes, and it was kind of his coming out party. And for people that don't know, Peter Pan was the champion 3-year-old in 1907, won the Belmont Stakes, is a Hall of Famer. He's not named for the Disney character Peter Pan.
Just look at this schedule, and this just, if you're a horse racing fan, gets you incredibly excited of what is to come here in New York for 3-year-olds.
No question about it. Obviously, a lot of good racing to come, and really the best racing is just finally getting started here. And I always think back to the '79 Peter Pan when Coastal won by 11 lengths before upsetting Spectacular Bid in the Belmont Stakes.
Well, you can be part of the June 7th Belmont Stakes, that entire terrific week of racing. You don't want to miss it. We were upstate in Saratoga for Belmont Week for the first time last year. It was an incredible success. Do not miss out on the action. Get your tickets now for that festival week, belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Yeah, it's such a fun week of racing. And this year we're racing all 5 days. New York Bread Showcase Day on Wednesday, but 5 days of racing there through Sunday.
Can't wait.
10 minutes to post. And the Grade 3 Peter Pan, Captain Cook, your 7-5 favorite. Let's go down to Acacia.
And we'll start there, Greg, as this is a horse that I had liked going into the Wood Memorial because while he's not the biggest and most imposing physical, he has a lovely extension to his stride and the way that he covers the ground. Now, that being said, looking at him here in the paddock, and now we're a little bit further along in their 3-year-old season, you're giving them some more time to develop and comparing him to his competition in this spot. I do wonder if the 9 furlongs is necessarily the best for him. Obviously, he's shown that he can handle it, having won the Withers at this distance and 2 turns around. But again, with maturity, with more seasoning, with his competition, I do wonder if maybe down the line a bit shorter might do better. But he looks fantastic. Physically, he's fit, he's dappled out, the picture of health coming in here for Rick Dutrow Jr. The number 4 Hill Road is an intriguing prospect, as I had touched upon earlier. Unfortunately scratched from the Wood Memorial after spiking a fever. I saw him down in Tampa when he ran in the Tampa Bay Derby, and he was a handful that day. He was really sharp. They had to saddle him on the walk, and then he ended up running on late, making up some ground when the race was dominated on the front end. I think you can put a little bit more credit into that Tampa Bay Derby with how well Owen Almighty ran in the Kentucky Derby. They finished saddling him on the walk again today, but he is far more relaxed this afternoon. They've also changed the bit on him, putting on a ring bit, giving his rider, Flavien Prat, a bit more control and hopefully keep him a bit more engaged. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Here we go. Post parade coming up in just a moment. 8 minutes away from this Grade 3 Peter Pan. Again, top 3 finishers will move on to the Belmont Stakes, 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown, again at Saratoga this summer on June the 7th. Sovereignty waiting for whoever else shows up. Here is Vossimo, one of 2 for Todd Pletcher, who's won this race more than anyone, 5 times.
Thought he ran okay 2 back. I didn't like his Louisiana Derby, and while tougher races, horses from that race did not perform particularly well in the Derby.
Dylan Davis on Happily Delusional.
Yeah, Paco Lopez chose to stay at Monmouth today. Happy Delusional. It's going to have to get faster.
Better than looked runner-up, maybe, performance in the Withers for Surfside Moon.
I think he was interesting off that race, but disappointing off his last race. But he's not the worst 16-to-1 shot to throw in.
Chad Brown with Hill Road, who should be coming from very far out of it. He's the 2nd choice on the board right now.
Yeah, which makes that problematic, but I'm a fan of this horse. I love this Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and I'd like to see the best version of him.
Yeah, he was 3rd in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile in his States and Dirt debut. Here's the 5 McAfee.
I like McAfee in here. I thought he had subtle trouble in his last race, and I think he's run better in both the Gotham and Wood than it shows, and I believe he has a big chance to upset this field.
He's the brother to Horse of the Year Torpedo Anna. Here's Uncaged, another Todd Pletcher runner.
Got a lot of pace to run it last time and was able to get it done. I don't see that kind of trip today.
Got to show that he can run on a dry track, too, you know?
To wire win first pitch last time out. He's 50-1. Jose Lezcano aboard, and here's Captain Cook.
Yeah, was relegated to a chasing position against Rodriguez, who proved to be best that day, and that Wood Memorial was good enough to win here for sure.
And Katie Davis on long shot, Brereton's Baytown.
Yeah, this horse is just overmatched on paper.
7 minutes a post here in this Grade 3 Peter Pan. Let's go back to Acacia.
And pleased to be joined by trainer Todd Pletcher, who sends out 2 in here. Todd, let's start with Vossimo, who I just commented to you. He's a big, good-looking boy, but he's one that I've noticed, maybe not the most gate speed. Do you think it's his size and sometimes takes him a little bit of time to get into stride?
seems that way. We were kind of disappointed that he didn't show a little more pace in his 2 Louisiana races, because he did when he broke his maiden. So we feel like he's got a little more tactical speed than he's shown. And to try to help him out of there from the 1 hole and try to get some position in the first turn if we can.
Physically looks like one that distance will just be his friend as they continue on.
That's what we've always felt like.
You're also sending out Uncaged, another one was able to handle more ground last time out. While he's maybe not the biggest, he just seems to have the demeanor of one that wants to go long.
Yeah, great disposition. I love the way he handled everything here today, and I think stretching around 2 turns is what he's been looking for.
For both of those horses, I saw you had commented that you need them to step forward today. What have they shown you to give you the confidence they will do that?
Well, I think an Uncaged, to come back, win the second start this year at a mile, and knowing his pedigree suggests he's going to improve around 2 turns. I think that's the real key. And then we just got to get Vassimo a little more focused in the early part of the race.
Thanks for the time, Todd.
Thanks.
Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. Uncaged for Pletcher at 7-1. Vassimo will break from the rail, and there he is at 5-1 with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of this horse. I think Todd's trying to figure out. He's got a good post on the inside to get position in here. And like I said, his race 2 back was okay. I thought his last race was a step backwards, personally.
5 minutes away from this Peter Pan stepping stone to the Belmont Stakes. And a look at who has gone on to Belmont Glory out of here. Of course, we talked about Arcangelo. Sir Winston was second in this race, and due to a just incredible ride from Joel Rosario, pulled off a Belmont Stakes victory for Marcassi.
And I'm glad we have the Drosselmeyer day up there, because in that sequence where I love the winner fly down, I got disqualified out of about $15,000 in the pick 4 back then. We didn't have pick 5s then. So I'm really glad that was brought up in there.
And he always likes to bring it back to him. We never get over our beats, do we?
We never do. And that was the Dwyer. They switched the Dwyer. They didn't run the Peter Pan that year, and they moved the Dwyer into this spot. It was at a mile and the 16th. Lemon Drop Kid, Colonial Affair, AP Indy. I saw AP Indy in that race. Remember the first time you saw? I'd never seen him really run, and I didn't head down. He was such an interesting horse to watch.
Yeah, really his head out and down, but it really lent itself to that long stride that he had.
Some horse.
Get signed up, play along. Play all through the Triple Crown all summer long at Saratoga and beyond right there with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus, match 200, code to use for new members. Here's McAfee. So the brother to the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, has not yet shown that quite type of talent to this point. It's the other Rick Dutrow Jr. horse, of course, that barn with the favorite.
I thought it was encouraging and interesting how aggressive Rick was, because he's not a guy that's throwing horses into spots they can't win. It's 11-1 and almost 30-1 in the Gotham and Wood. I thought his Gotham, which was pretty much dominated up front, Garimondo made up ground. We saw him beat Cornucopia with a 98 buyer in his subsequent start. I thought he had some trouble and ran sneaky well. He was definitely badly stayed out in the backstretch of his last race, and I think it's a better effort than it looks. And I'm not against Captain Cook. I think he's the horse to beat. But I felt like McAfee was a horse that could be a little bit closer, and he's a better horse than he looks on paper. So I took a small shot.
He also adds blinkers.
Yeah,
so
maybe get him in the game a little bit more.
Right, a little more focused, a little bit more forward position.
Meanwhile, here's one of 2 for Pletcher. So Uncaged, lightly raced, coming off his 3rd career start in a win. That was at a mile on a muddy sealed track.
He's got to improve. Now, maybe he's a better dry track horse. The problem with that, Richie, is his one dry track race is terrible. And his wet track races are really good. As you pointed out, he got a big pace last race to close into.
Yeah, I mean, they came home very slow, basically 26 and change the last quarter. So when it may look like a horse is really accelerating around by horses, it's more a function of those horses just slowing down and him being able to maintain a stride.
I want to go back to the favorite for just a moment. And yes, he's run, obviously, either of those last 2 races. They're probably the best. But there's still a question with him at a mile and an 1/8, isn't there?
Well, there isn't. I don't know, Greg, because he won so convincingly in the Withers in his 3rd career start. So we know he can run a 94 buyer, and I think last time out, I think a lot of people were disappointed him. He was the favorite, but if you get away from all of that, I still think his race last race time wins this race, unless somebody really steps forward, which is possible.
He remains the 8-5 top choice. The other Pletcher, again, Vassimo from the rail. Irad Ortiz Jr. has been on board for all 4 prior starts. He won in the debut, although he got DQ'd from purse money, so came back, do it again. He started out 2 for 2, but he only has that 1 win on the resume, but obviously precocious.
Well, Todd just talked about the fact that he showed more speed in his first 2 starts. And now it seems like the last 2 starts, especially the last start, he's lost a little bit of that speed. From the rail, Irad's got to be
fast
aggressive.
pace too.
Well, I know,
yeah,
46 and change. But don't you think from the rail, Irad's got to be somewhat aggressive leaving there?
100%.
To Acacia.
And that's kind of my thinking as well. In that conversation with Todd Pletcher that I just had, in his size and breaking from the inside, of him not maybe getting out of the gate as cleanly. But the warm-up that Vassimo had out on the track and the way that he's acting today would lend me to believe that he's acting like a horse that should be forwardly placed. And there's not an abundance of pace, at least on paper, in this race, which I think is one of the concerns for Hill Road, who tends to come from very far off of it. Tactically, I think if Vassimo can get his feet underneath of him in the first few strides, he is a horse that could put himself in a really good position. And as you might have been able to guess, I was really won over by the appearance that he makes, and I have no questions about distance with him. No questions about distance either for the 5 McAfee, who does get blinkers on, a very short cup, what we call cheater blinker, very limited addition to limiting that peripheral vision and adding a little bit more focus. This is a horse that broke slowly last time out. He's one that has tended to come from very far off of it. Of course, being the half-brother to Torpedo Anna and the way that he looks, like I said, do not question him going 2 turns at all. My hope is that with the addition of those blinkers, he can be in the game a little bit more. And sometimes with that equipment change as well, it helps a horse to really kind of zero in on what they're doing and not be focused on what their neighbors are doing. Greg?
In some ways, would you say this rider and this horse right here have maybe the toughest road ahead in this race, decisions to make, is how far back he may be?
Well, I think one of the good things about Flavien, and this is the first time he's ridden him, is he's aware of that, as acutely aware as any rider. So he's going to at least try to get him to motivate, but I just don't think he has any speed at all. And I'm not sure you want to really take him out of his game. He doesn't need to win this race to move forward into bigger races. He needs to show that he belongs at a higher level. And I think, let's say the 8 goes and wires the field. A good second closing, I think, would be an encouraging sign for him.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, Greg, quickly. Hill Road actually had speed in his first 2 starts on the turf. Now, it's in Europe. You know, they run their races a little bit different. But he did show speed over there on a different surface.
Grade 3 Peter Pan here on our FS1 coverage. Home of the Belmont Stakes. Winner of this race punches their ticket to meet Derby winner Sovereignty June 7th in that 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown. Let's set it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Burton's Baytown. Katie Davis hesitates briefly here. The big long shot to the outside. Turns around one more time. Going into the starting gate. All set. 71st running of the Peter Pan. And they're off. Vassimo breaks very well. Has the speed. It's Vassimo who wants to be on the front end. Is hard sent here by Irad Ortiz Jr. Is intent on being on the front end right there with Captain Cook. Still hustle on. Vassimo wanted to get there, but Captain Cook is going to be quickest, and Captain Cook will cross over from Manny Franco is in front. Switching right to the outside to stalk is Vassimo is now a clear second. McAfee is a close-up third. 2 lengths in front of Uncaged. Kendrick Carmouche well settled right there in 5th. At the rail of Surfside Moon and Junior Alvarado. Burton's Baytown is now progressing, has taken that 5th position away, and that's going to push Surfside Moon back to 6th. Hill Road is towards the back end of the field with first pitch, and the trailer Happily Delusional. Captain Cook shows the way. Captain Cook 23.36 for the opening quarter mile. Vassimo is watching right here from second, starts to move in closer, has been ridden along throughout. Vassimo and Captain Cook, they're still the top 2. McAfee under a patient ride here, and McAfee is traveling well, approaching a half-mile left to go here in the Peter Pan. Uncaged gets the cue. Burton's Baytown is trying to rally on, dropping back there at the rail with Surfside Moon. Hill Road is starting to commence a rally here, but is still about 5 lengths off the lead. First pitch, and the trailer Happily Delusional. The leader is Captain Cook. Vassimo has been passed by a well-traveling McAfee, and McAfee is looming up on the outside. Captain Cook is encouraged to keep this advantage. They reach the top of the stretch, and Captain Cook is very stubborn and game towards the inside. McAfee continue to travel well, is ready to challenge, and McAfee to the outside. Hill Road is coming from 4 out of it, and here comes Hill Road with sights on the top 2. Captain Cook is in front. McAfee, these two shoulder to shoulder, and Hill Road about to join join them both. McAfee's taking the lead. Here comes Hill Road with every single stride to win the Peter Pan. Hill Road over McAfee, then came Captain Cook and Surfside Moon in 1 minute 49.22 seconds in the Peter Pan.
Hill Road from the back of the pack in the Grade 3 Peter Pan. Chad Brown, Flavien Prat.
I'll be interested to see what kind of speed figure this race gets, but on the surface of things, this is a very impressive performance because you can say, well, the pace was honest, but this track has not been kind to closers. Not a single horse in this race made an inch of ground up, and this horse made up a lot of ground. I'm a little heartbroken. 5-8 was the score for me, but this horse was the best horse in the race.
Yeah, he was, and he ran the entirety of the stretch on his left lead. He was trying to lug in a little bit, so he's still making mistakes, and he got there. I thought this was a very impressive effort, the only horse to really close any ground.
No, I agree. Listen, McAfee, I thought Johnny gave my horse McAfee a sensational ride, getting him position, every chance to win the race, and it wasn't a blistering pace. And the way this racetrack has been playing, I don't hold anything against it. The second, third horses had the right trips. This horse was just better than them, and this is encouraging. I want to see the figs to see whether or not he belongs at the higher level, but I think after this race, you have to be thinking Belmont Stakes with him.
Especially the way we've seen it be so difficult to try and make up significant ground on this racetrack over the last week at least. Impressive from where he came from, Hill Road, to get this win. Reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer Chad Brown, Eclipse Award-winning rider Flavien Prat, and this one runs them all down.
He is not Sierra Leone yet, but he has a similar running style. Yeah. And this was a nice effort by him. And listen, believe me, I wish he hadn't won, but he ran well.
Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer Chad Brown as Hill Road runs them down. Chad, has to be a fulfilling win as, of course, you missed the Wood Memorial and bringing him back for this spot.
Yeah, it was a deserving winner. He had some bad luck there, and just want to thank Kia, the owner, for being so patient. It was not a good, happy phone call to make when he had to miss the Wood and essentially miss the Derby, so it's a hard thing to do. And then for him letting me just prep him here for the Belmont rather than go down to the Preakness off a layoff. So I appreciate his trust in me and the horse. He's a lovely horse, and onto the Belmont if he's healthy.
And he's a horse that he seems like no matter the pace, even if it's dominated up front, he's able to make that run and run through it.
Yeah, he did. On paper, I was quite concerned that maybe Captain Cook would be loose on the lead, but a little bit of pace materialized, which helped, and Flavien gave a really great ride his first time riding the horse. Down the backside, he was able to sort of get himself to the clear, and at that point, I felt like he would at least make a good run.
This was your second start with him in your barn. I noticed you made some equipment changes, and it seems like he was mentally a lot more settled. How has he come along with you?
He's come along good. He came to me in great shape. So the trainer that had him last year really protected him and did a good job. And he made a great run on the Breeders' Cup for that trainer. But when he came over to me, I just felt he's a little lazy in the mornings, and I knew there's a lot of ability there off that Breeders' Cup run. So we put a little blinker on him. My team's done a really good job with him, and hopefully that little setback before the Wood will serve him good, being fresh going into the middle of the season here.
Thank you for the time, Chad, and congratulations on the win here in the Peter Pan.
Anytime, thank you.
Greg?
So, yeah, things obviously did not go their way. Would love to have been in the Wood and a chance to go to the Kentucky Derby, but now punched that ticket to the Belmont Stakes. They'll be in the Triple Crown after all.
Like I said, I want to see what kind of speed figure it comes back, and they did finish well ahead of the field, and I think it could conceivably be a number in the low to mid-90s. He's got to get better, but maybe he'll get a little more pace, and maybe he will get better because it's only his second start this year.
Only his second start this year, a horse that raced on the wrong lead, and you definitely get the feeling that 1.25 miles he would appreciate, right?
Oh, I agree. I mean, he's just got to be good enough. Like I said before, he's the one who can get the 1.25 miles. I think it was confirmed here.
Yeah.
Grade 3, Peter Pan. It's Hill Road on to the Belmont Stakes and a date with Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty to come on June 7th upstate in Saratoga. Flavien Prat for Chad Brown. We'll be back.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire. With Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded stakes winners, Whitwater's Rand. Implicated. And Apple Picker. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Back on our Saturday coverage and our ABR race of the week in the books. Hill Road, McAfee, Captain Cook, should they decide to move on, all qualify for the Belmont Stakes. I would think Hill Road, we know, sounding like hearing from Chad Brown, will be moving on.
Flavien Prat has a big decision to make. Probably stay with Baeza, but because of his close relationship with Chad Brown, he may end up staying on this horse. It'll be interesting.
There's a lot of improvement in Hill Road, too. Get him on his right lead, get him a little bit more focused, because he still kind of was gawking around when he hit the front. This is a good effort.
Still, what we saw from both sovereignty and journalism in the Derby,
He's
a
got
lot
to
of
get
these
better.
new faces, they have to get a lot better by June 7th, which they could.
We've seen Belmonts where you feel like a new shooter is exactly who you want. I don't feel that way. This was to me one of the more genuine derbies we've seen in a while.
Cross country pick 5 pays over $1,200. Let's go down to Acacia.
And here with trainer Rick Detrow, who sent out the 2nd and 3rd place finishers with McAfee and Captain Cook, respectfully. And Rick, they both ran exceptionally well in here. What were your immediate takeaways from the race?
Well, you don't like to get beat, but, it's a good feeling that both of them run as good as they did. They gave it what they had, so I must have had them in the wrong spot,
Well, I know that you had discussed a potential to cut Captain Cook back in distance, and McAfee, it seems, appreciates going longer. Are there thoughts on what you might do with the two of them moving forward?
Oh, my gosh, I really don't know what to do with either one of them next time. I was thinking McAfee was a one-turn horse. Obviously, that might not be true. And I think that, we should be looking into maybe finding maybe a mile or 7/8 race for Captain Cook, because this might be just a little bit too far for him to beat the good ones. It just might be. Last time he tried him by sitting off the other horse. Today he was in front, had things go his way. It just might be a little bit too far for him. And that's okay. We can find a different spot, a little bit shorter, if that's what he wants. We'll try to find out.
Well, we appreciate being so candid, and we look forward to seeing both of your runners next time. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Greg?
Well, you hear a little bit of that frustration come out. Obviously, two very talented horses. Certainly Captain Cook, so much made about him, and now trying to, weigh all those options and where he belongs.
And I appreciate Rick coming on, because it's got to be kind of frustrating. You run two horses, they both run winning races, and you run 2nd and 3rd, and I appreciate him coming on there and being candid, but also he's got to be very disappointed. It's a tough beat.
Yeah, but, that's part of sports, right? Your horses showed up, they ran well, and, they talk to both winners and losers in every other sport. Right. So our competitors have to understand that that's part of the process.
And he also lost to a horse that kind of ran the better race. I mean, I needed the 5, obviously, for a little bit of a hit and stuff. And I just think at the end of the day, Hill Road was the best horse. The way this track is playing, and it was an honest pace, but they weren't flying out front. Nobody else made up any ground. The winner was best.
And you talked about it going in. Certainly, Captain Cook, there's a chance cutting back in distance, he still could be a very formidable horse.
I agree. I mean, you're talking about a horse that ran a 94 Beyer at 9 furlongs, which is stretching his best in February in his 3rd career start. Why can't this horse run a 103 and win a race like the Woody Stevens?
Absolutely. And, listen, it's like track and field, right? Some people are sprinters and some want to run a mile or more. It's no different with horses. Just finding out, just what Rick said. We'll figure out exactly what they want.
Right, he may just be good enough to be competitive in these races, but they're really not what he wants to do, but we'll find out.
Long way still to go as we move into summer and this 3-year-old crop continues to develop. Back with you on Mother's Day, 12:30 Eastern start time on our Fox coverage tomorrow. It was What You Talking About, New York bred in the John A. Nehrude for Wesley Ward. Back-to-back victories now. Jody's Pride. Impressive in the Ruffian and Hill Road. Moving on to the Belmont Stakes with that win in today's Grade 3 Peter Pan. See you tomorrow at 12:30.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.